Most D2C brands live and die by meta, and when meta's working, it really works. But when it's not, CPMs spike, conversions drop, accounts get banned, and revenue stalls. That's why the smartest brands aren't just relying on meta, they're building stability underneath it, and that's where Google Ads comes in. I'm Dr. Liam Deneen, co-founder of Vulcan Digital, and alongside my business partner Jack, we've helped generate over $50 million in new customer revenue for over 80 D2C brands, including brands like Bare Balance Creatine Gummies and Happy Earth Apparel. In this course, I'm going to show you how to make Google Ads your most reliable and profitable acquisition channel. Not the loudest, not the flashiest, but the one that keeps working when everything else doesn't. We'll walk through the full system: search, shopping, PMax, YouTube, and how to make them all work together to support your brand's growth. You'll get SOPs, campaign structures, troubleshooting flows built for real-world brand owners and operators. By the end, you'll know exactly how to fix leaky campaign structures and wasted spend, build reliable flows of new customer acquisition through high intent search, make Google your conversion backbone with a full funnel approach from education all the way through to conversion, and de-risk your growth by finally having another channel you can trust. So if you're a 6, a 7, or an 8-figure brand owner, or maybe you're an in-house team, or maybe you're just someone who's tired of being one meta glitch away from chaos, then this course is for you. So let's get into the course right now. When people think of Google Ads, they picture search ads, those sponsored text links that appear alongside organic results in Google's search engine results page. But today, Google Ads is so much more than that. Thanks to advances in AI, online browsing patterns and behavior, and competition with platforms like Meta, Google now offers a whole range of campaigns for you to reach customers across different formats and networks. In this video, I'll break down the key Google Ads campaign types, show you the type of ads each serve, what they look like, and how you can use each campaign type to grow your business. So when you look to set up a campaign in Google Ads, you'll be met by these campaign types. You've got Performance Max, Search, Demand Gen, Video, Display, and Shopping. And to start with, I'm going to walk us through search campaigns, the most common and well-known campaign type in Google Ads. So search campaigns are going to appear at the top and the bottom of the search engine results page. They're a form of text ads and they're keyword focused. When it comes to e-commerce, we generally bucket them into two types of campaigns, depending on the types of keywords we're targeting. The first is branded and the second are non-branded campaigns. Branded campaigns are campaigns where we're bidding on our own brand name. So let's take Nike, for instance. So when I search for Nike, Nike are serving a search campaign on their own brand name. The reason you do this is to protect from competitors bidding on your brand, stealing traffic that are looking to go to your website. But then the area that's much more lucrative for business who are searching for new customers and growth is non-branded search campaigns. And again, using Nike as an example here, when I search for women's running shoes, Nike are serving a search campaign. So you see the sponsored text here. This is a search campaign. We can tell by the headlines, descriptions, and it also includes a nice thumbnail image. So this is a keyword of women's running shoes that Nike are serving a search campaign for. So taking these two examples, you can see how Nike are using search campaigns to target not just branded terms, but also something like women's running shoes, a non-branded term. So if you're an e-commerce business, this is a really important campaign type that you need to familiarize yourself with. Next on the list are shopping campaigns. And unlike search campaigns, these are not keyword focused, but instead they're more product focused. Google says shopping campaigns allow you to promote your products from Google Merchant Center on Google search using shopping ads. So what it essentially means is that we can serve these types of campaigns. So we know shopping ads to be very much a thumbnail style image followed by a little bit of information here about the product. So we have something called a product title, we have our price, we have things like product ratings and some delivery information as well. For e-commerce businesses, shopping ads are so important. And the reason for that is because when someone searches for a product, instead of just text ads, they see these rich product cards with images, prices, and store information. Just like search campaigns, we tend to split our shopping campaigns into two main buckets. The first is branded and the second is non-branded. And you guessed it, it's all to do with the types of queries that we're targeting. So using Nike once again as an example, you can see Nike running shoes has delivered all these shopping ads to me on the search engine results page. image. So you can see this is Nike from official Nike store, the same here, the same here, and the same here. So very unlikely for me to skip past all these listings and the search campaign and go to Adidas or any other competitor of Nike. So Nike clearly place a heavy emphasis on branded campaigns. Inversely, we can go across to non-branded campaigns. Once again, searching for something like a women's running shoe. So I have Nike women's running shoe. I also have something from Brooks here, Lululemon, and Adidas. But you can see this listing here is an example of Nike serving a shopping campaign for a non-branded search query. And again, really, really effective for e-commerce businesses because of this rich, informative product card that can be delivered straight to the customer, because customers are seeing exactly what they're getting before they click. And then next up are display campaigns. Display campaigns are image-based campaigns. And essentially what they allow us to do is to serve image-based ads across a whole host of websites and apps on Google's display network. There's over 3 million in total. We can serve, as I said, on either websites or on mobile apps. But these are getting less popular than they once were. They still can be effective when done right. So once again, I'm going to keep going back to Nike and using examples from them. So you can see these banner ads from Nike. They'll generally always have some sort of CTA button that will encourage us to click through, that will deliver us to a link of their choice. So in this instance, it might take us through to Nike's kids collection or a particular shoe, like over here, their Air Force Ones with the Shop Now button. Display campaigns are particularly useful when it comes to remarketing. And when set up correctly, we can actually show people the exact products that they previously interacted with on our store. So if they visited a product page or if they added a particular product to cart, we can set up tags that allow us to track this, serve people ads for the exact products that they once interacted with, and therefore really increase the likelihood of them coming back to the store and subsequently completing a purchase. Next up is demand gen. So demand gen is Google's newest campaign type. So it's a blend of image and video ads across a variety of different networks. So Google says drive demand and conversions on YouTube, Discover, and Gmail using a series of image and video ads. So starting with YouTube, this includes things like YouTube Shorts, which are getting increasingly popular for e-commerce businesses because the competition on YouTube Shorts is not as fierce as it is on something like Instagram Reels. So the cost to actually serve ads on that platform tends to be much lower. The next place is over on the Discover feed. And not everyone will be familiar with the Discover feed. Essentially what it is if you open Chrome on your mobile and go to search for a particular query, if you go below the search box, you'll see this feed, and this feed is known as the Discover feed. And within the Discover feed, then you can serve these image-rich ads. And again, you can do it to, depending on your audience and your campaign setup, you can do it to new cold audiences, or you can use it to remarket to people who previously interacted with your store. So lastly, Gmail. So Gmail, your ads appear in the promotion section. So you can see here another example of a Nike ad in the promotion section of your Gmail account. For e-commerce, demand gen can be used for reaching people who might not actively be searching for your products yet, but you can target based on things like interests, life events, or even people who are in market for your product or the types of products that you sell. In that sense, it's not just about capturing demand, but it's also about creating that extra demand on Google. Next up are video campaigns. For simplicity's sake, we're going to call them YouTube ads. So YouTube ads are getting more and more popular, and there's reason for that. They're really, really effective when done right. They can be quite confusing to someone if you're new to the platform. That's because there's loads of different types of video ads that we can serve on YouTube. So I'm going to try and break it down in a simple format as possible. So we'll start with YouTube Shorts. So these are going to be your vertical, mobile first video content, very similar in nature to things like Instagram Reels, as I mentioned. Next up, you have 3 campaign types which serve either before, during, or after videos that you may watch on YouTube. Firstly, we have bumper ads. These tend to be 6 seconds in length, very, very short, and often served at the start of a video. Then we have skippable in-stream and non-skippable in-stream. So very straightforward. You can serve ads in the format whereby the user has to watch all 30 seconds of the ad. And you might be familiar with this if you browse on YouTube a lot, and it might be quite frustrating for you. Whereas a skippable in-stream ad allows you to skip that ad after 5 seconds. So again, these can be served either at the start, middle, or after a video you've seen on the organic page on YouTube. And then lastly, we have in-feed ads, and in-feed ads serve in your feed inside in YouTube. So either you might see it here on, say, the Discover page on YouTube, you might see it in the right-hand side in your suggested watch next. So that's where in-feed ads can be served. And finally, I've saved this one to last with good reason. Performance Max, it's your all-in-one campaign type. And what do I mean by that? I mean that all those campaign types that I previously mentioned, so search, shopping, video, demand gen, display, they're all encompassed within one mammoth campaign type, and that's Performance Max. As I said, search campaigns, so this is Nike serving on non-branded terms, women's running shoes. Once again, we're still Nike. We're serving shopping ads this time on Nike running shoes as a search term. Then we're serving display ads to people who maybe interacted with our website. We're giving them that encouragement to come back and view the website. Demand gen then, so maybe this is inside in the email, maybe this is in the Discover feed, or this could be some image ads over on YouTube. And then again, we have YouTube or video campaigns, which can be serving in any of those placements that I mentioned. YouTube Shorts, bumper ads, skippable, non-skippable, in-feed ads. So the beauty of Performance Max is that it allows a really quick setup to serve all of these campaign types. I would not recommend it for most beginners starting out. And the reason for that is that because you are serving all these different types of campaigns, it can be quite difficult to know which campaign types are working better for you and which are not. So while it's really easy to set up, it can be quite difficult to understand what is working for you on Google and YouTube ads and what maybe is not. So those are the 6 main Google Ads types. I'm going to be breaking down each campaign type in excruciating detail very soon. But the key takeaway is this: where your ads show is entirely dependent on what campaign types you choose. If you're running an e-commerce brand, particularly if you're just starting out, say you're moving some additional ad spend over across from Facebook into Google and YouTube ads, my recommendation would be to start with search and primarily shopping campaigns, as these are going to be the 2 most important campaign types for you to scale your Google Ads account. Everything after is a bonus, but if you don't nail your shopping and your search campaigns, you won't be successful on Google Ads. So get those 2 campaign types right first. Don't spread budget too thin, and then layer on those additional campaign types once you're seeing success. I hope you found this video useful, and I'll see you at the next one. In this video, I'm going to walk you through some key metrics inside in Google Ads to help you understand how successful your Google Ads campaigns actually are. I'm going to walk through the column setup that we use, including some key differences between important metrics that you need to know that help you interpret success or failures on Google Ads. If you're not reading the right metrics, you're not making the right decisions. So let's start by talking about some key general metrics that you're going to see inside in Google Ads. So when you go into your campaigns in Google Ads, you're going to see something like this. You're going to have your campaigns all down here on the left-hand side, and then you're going to have a series of columns with different metrics. The good thing about Google Ads, like most ad platforms, you can alter these columns as you see fit to include certain metrics, to exclude others, to put them in such an order that makes sense for you to see how well your campaigns are performing. So first of all, we're going to start with impressions. How many times someone saw your ad. Next up is clicks. This is another obvious one. How many times someone clicked your ad. And that moves on to our first really important metric, which is CTR, click-through rate. But click-through rate is the number of people who clicked on your ad relative to everyone who saw your ad. So to calculate that number, what we're going to do is we're going to take this figure here, and we're going to divide it by this, and that is going to give us a figure of 25% in this instance. So about 9,000 clicks from just over 35,000 people who saw our ad. That gives us a click-through rate of 25.3%. Now, for different campaign types, good click-through rate is going to be higher or lower. You're going to see campaign types like branded campaigns that I mentioned in previous videos have really high click-through rates. Other campaigns, like your shopping campaigns, might have a much lower click-through rate, like 1%. There's no set benchmark that anything should be geared against. We generally say search campaigns, if you're targeting non-branded terms, you want to be seeing at least a 7 to 8% click-through rate. Your shopping campaigns should be about a 1% click-through rate. You'll see display campaigns be lower than that. So it's not a metric in isolation that can determine if you're being successful or not, but it is an important metric to be looking at in terms of trends, particularly with your search campaigns. These are the ones that I will really place a lot of emphasis on reviewing our click-through rate, seeing how many people who are viewing our ad are actually clicking through in it. So next up is cost. So how much your campaign has spent over your desired time frame. So you might have a filter set up for 30 days, for 60 days, for 1 day, 1 week. In this instance, this campaign has spent just over $6,000. This campaign, 557. This campaign, almost 3,000, 8,000. Next up is conversion value divided by cost. And this is what most people will know as ROAS. So basically how much conversion value you've gotten back for your ad spend. So this will be a metric like 16 or 3.8 or 3.89x is what a lot of people will refer to it as. So it's basically for how many dollars spent, how many dollars did you get back in purchase value. Next up is your cost per conversion or your cost per acquisition. Next up is your total number of conversions. So how many conversions and what is the value of those conversions. So if you're an e-commerce business, you might have a total of say 1,200 conversions, 1,200 purchases, and then the value of said purchases will be 100,000 as in this instance. Next up is a really important concept in Google Ads, and it's all about conversion lag, and it's the time taken between the ad click and the purchase. So I'm just going to gloss over these two metrics for now, and I'm going to explain them in a little bit more detail in just a second. Next up though is average CPC, which stands for cost per click. So every time someone clicks on your ad, what is the average cost that you're paying for that click? So 68 cents in this instance, $2.15 in this instance. And lastly, here we have conversion rate. So of the people who clicked through, how many of those completed your desired conversion action? And if you're an e-commerce business, this is likely going to be a purchase. So of all the people who clicked through, how many of those made a purchase? So 14% here, you can see 4.3% here, down to 0.73% down in this bottom campaign. Next up, let's talk about conversion lag. So you will have seen when I go back here, two different columns that look very, very similar. So conversions and conversions by conversion time. And you'll also have conversion value and conversion value by conversion time. So what does this mean? Well, when we look at conversions or conversion value, we're reporting conversions by the date of the ad interaction. But when we're looking at conversions by conversion time, or alternatively conversion value by conversion time, we are reporting conversions by the date the conversion actually happened. So when the purchase happened. This is when the ad click happened. This is when the purchase happened. By default, Google will credit conversions to the date the ad click occurred. The time difference between conversions and conversions by conversion time, is known as conversion lag. So this is the difference in time, be it days, between the date of the ad interaction, and for simplicity's sake, let's say this is a click and let's say this is a conversion. Conversion lag refers to the difference in time between when an ad was clicked and when a purchase took place. So let's run through an example of this. Our example here is a customer clicks on a search ad on the 1st of July. They don't buy, so they bounce off the site, but then they buy a product for $40 on the 4th of July, so 3 days later. We have our different columns here, so conversions, conversion value, conversions by conversion time, conversion value by conversion time. So it's all seeming very confusing for now, but hopefully this example will help to clear it up. We're going to take here as the 1st of July. So we know that on the 1st of July up here, the customer clicks. We know they later come back and purchase, but we know on the 1st they click the ad. When they come back and purchase, the first thing to note is that a conversion has taken place. But when does Google give credit to this conversion? Well, by default, it's going to give credit to the conversion on the day the ad was clicked. That day we know to be the 1st of July. So when we look at these columns, these metrics here, on the 1st of July, we're going to see one conversion for $40. But when we look at conversion by conversion time, we're going to see 0. And the reason we're going to see 0 is because this purchase didn't actually occur on the 1st of July. It occurred on the 4th of July. So contrary to that, when we go to the 4th of July, conversions is going to read 0 because they didn't click on the ad on the 4th. They maybe came through organically or through Facebook or something like that. And that lends itself to all sorts of discussion around attribution and things. But for now, we're going to focus on this key metric and conversion lag, and we'll skip attribution for a little bit of time. But conversions are going to be 0. Obviously, conversion value then is also going to be 0. But our column, which reports on conversions by conversion time, is going to read 1 because we had one conversion occur on the 4th of July, and that conversion value by conversion time is going to read 40. So if we're looking at a week's worth of data where the 1st of July and the 4th of July are included in that week, we may not notice this difference. But the difference occurs when you start to dig a little deeper. And obviously, if you're running Google Ads, you're not just hoping that there's going to be one conversion at any given time, you're hoping to have multiple. And in that instance, then you'll see much more of a profound effect. And that effect is going to be greater when your conversion lag tends to be greater. So for businesses that have a slightly longer sales cycle, it might not be a very impulsive purchase. There's going to be a long consideration phase, let's say 14, 21 days. In that instance, you're going to see a very profound effect when it comes to conversion lag. Next up are what we call competitive metrics. And there are 5 of them that I am going to focus on. So these are all going to be reported in percentage form. So the first and the most important one to understand really is search impression share. So how often did our ad serve relative to all of the times it could have served? So if we look at this example here, our ad served 88.75% of the time when it could have served. So it didn't serve 11.25% of the time. The next up is search absolute. That stands for absolute top impression share. And this is the percentage time your ad served as the very first ad on the search engine results page. So in the first position, so up top. And we can see in this example here, once again, we served the ad 88.75% of the time where we could have, and we actually served in the first position 81.5% of the time. So that's the very first position. Slightly confusing then is search top IS. The difference here is that it's not the absolute top. What Google deems to be top versus absolute top is positions 1 to 4 and absolute top is position 1 only. So the percentage time your ad served above the organic results position 1 to 4. So search top here is 87.3% at the time. So we served 88.75%, 87.3% in positions 1 to 4 and 81.57% in positions 1. So there's a delta there of just under 6%, meaning that 6% we served in positions 2, 3 or 4. So we know now that we served 88.75% of the time where we could. But that means then that taking the opposite of that, we didn't serve 11.25% of the times whereby we could have. And we lost that impression share. That's the language we used. Impression share lost. So search lost impression share. And there's two reasons that we can lose impression share on Google Ads. The first is because of our rank and the second is because of budget. So search lost IS rank. It sounds very confusing, but it just means the percentage time we missed out serving an ad based on our ad rank. And then search lost IS budget means the percentage of time that we missed out serving an ad based on our budget. So if we were limited by budget for the day, we couldn't go over that budget and that meant we couldn't serve an ad on that occasion. And logic says that if we can only be limited by either our rank or our budget, well then this figure and this figure should equate to the total number of times that we couldn't serve an ad. So to make sense of that, our search impression share, we served an ad 88.75% of the time, meaning that we didn't serve an ad 11.25% of the time. That 11.25% of the time here is made up of 10% lost due to rank and just over 1% lost due to budget. So let's move on to keyword metrics next. So when we click into a search campaign, for example, we'll see our keywords. And once again, we'll see some of those general metrics or KPIs that I mentioned: clicks, click-through rate, average CPC, our cost, our conversions, conversion value divided by cost, which is ROAS, cost per conversion rate. All those are ones that we mentioned earlier, but they're just reported on a keyword level, which is great. It's very useful information for us. But the new metrics that I'm going to discuss are specific to keywords. They are 1, quality score, 2, expected click-through rate, 3, landing page experience, and 4 is ad relevance. And basically this, your expected CTR, your landing page experience, and your ad relevance will actually all give you this quality score number here. So quality score is basically Google's representation of how well you're scoring across these really important metrics when it comes to your campaigns. And it is marked out of 10, with 10 obviously being the highest. So the higher you can get this quality score, the better your ads are deemed by Google, and we'll talk about the rewards that Google gives as such in a moment. So you'll see that these metrics here, these three, you will either get a score of above average, average, or we're not showing up here, but you can also get below average. And how high above or at or below average these three metrics are will dictate what your overall quality score is. So expected CTR is how likely Google deems your ad to be clicked by a user relative to another ad in the auction. Your landing page experience is quite self-explanatory. How quick it is really important. The general user experience, how relevant your landing page is to both the query and your ad, your keyword and things like that. And then ad relevance is how linked your keyword and your ad copy really is. So again, you can see the importance that Google is placing on relevance here. So not just having a really clear ad relevance, but also a landing page relevance as well. And then expected click-through rate is kind of the same, because if your ad isn't relevant, well then people aren't going to click on it. So if we are losing out because of ad rank, so before I discuss this, if we're losing out because of budget, well then we know that we need to increase our budget. But quite often what I'll see is we're losing out because of ad rank. And if we're losing out because of ad rank and we're losing out because of budget, I would always start by fixing ad rank first, because that means if we're losing out because of ad rank, we can probably be more efficient. We can make our ads better and we can make our budget go further. Whereas if we just increase our budget, we're still kind of inefficient and it's not the best approach to follow. So always try to increase ad rank first. So ad rank is a factor of two things. So I've mentioned in previous videos how much of a weighting Google places on creating a really relevant ad experience for its user. It determines that, or determines how well someone is trying to achieve that using their quality score grading. So quality score, as I mentioned, ad relevance, so how relevant your ad itself is compared to the user's query and the keyword. Landing page experience, so not just relevance on the landing page, but things like speed and general user experience. Low bounce rate, things like that. So high engagement on site helps with this score. And obviously, look, if you are running any sort of paid media, you want to have a really good landing page experience regardless. And then expected CTR, so how well are you competing in the auction in terms of click-through rate? So if there's 4 ads, you're one of them, your competitors are 3 others, how likely is someone to click on your ad as opposed to someone else? And a lot of that depends on your offer, your positioning, the level of urgency you're creating in your ad copy, how well your ad is written in general. So they are your 3 key metrics which will determine your overall quality score. So that's where I'm going to start. If we're losing out because of ad rank, I'm going to go to quality score and make sure that we're doing everything we can across these 3 verticals: expected CTR, landing page experience, and ad relevance. If we're doing everything we can, well then we can't really improve quality score much more. So if we want to be more competitive in the auction, we need to bid more. There's only 2 ways you can improve your ad rank. You can either be more relevant, Google will reward you, or you can just pay that premium. Google will also reward you. But you really, if you're an e-commerce business, you're looking to protect your margins, you're looking to make your ad dollars go as far as humanly possible, start here, start with quality score, and then move on to bid only when you've done everything you can to maximize this part of the graph. So your bid is your cost per click. So either if you're running manual CPC bidding, so where you choose the exact bid or the maximum bid that you're willing to pay for a keyword, in that instance you can raise that. It gives Google more of an allowance to be more aggressive in the auction, so you can serve more often. Or if you're running more of an automated bid strategy, say you're running on target ROAS, you have it set to maybe 400%, well then if you want to increase your bid, you need to give Google more flexibility. So you might have to lower that target ROAS to 350% or 300%, and that will allow Google then to bid more aggressively, ultimately increasing your CPC and increasing your ad rank. Next up are your video metrics. So for a lot of people starting out on Google Ads, these aren't something that you need to be as worried about. But if you do go into a video, if you want to look at a particular asset, for example, again, you'll see either at the ad group level or at the ad level, all these key metrics. So as I said, conversions, conversion value, ROAS, conversion rate, your CTR. So how many people clicked through your video ad relative to those who actually viewed it, your cost, again, your average cost per click. So then the next one I want to focus on, average CPC. This is your average cost per click. So every time someone clicks on your video, how much are you paying for that click? Next up is your average CPM. And if you're running Facebook ads, you'll be very familiar with CPM. It's cost per mille or cost per 1,000 impressions. And the last one then is views. So average CPV is your cost per view. Now, a view and an impression is slightly different. I won't get into the exact technicalities of it now. It's very much dependent on the type of video campaign that you're running. Certain campaign types require 30 seconds of watch time to be deemed a view, or if it's less than a 30-second video, it's got to be watched through to completion. There isn't an umbrella term to classify a view. It's very much dependent on the campaign type. But just know for now that a view is higher level of engagement than an impression. And then your view rate is what percent of people who saw your ad, so seeing an ad is an impression, and actually engage with it long enough to be counted as a view. So you can actually see this at the campaign type, so in stream or the video type, in feed and shorts. So 28% of people who saw our ad in stream viewed it, 19% who saw it in feed viewed it. You then have your video play to time, so what percentage of people watched, 25%, 50%, 75%, 100%. What was our total watch time? And then we can see what was our average watch time per impression. So when someone saw our ad, on average, how long were they watching for in seconds? That's our total number of views. And then our average impression frequency per user. So how many times is someone seeing our ad relative to the time window that we've chosen? So in this instance, it's 1.5 times, so the number of times an individual saw your ad. So again, remembering that impressions are seeing, views are more so engaging, at least to a higher level than impressions most of the time, depending on the video campaign. And then obviously cost per click or clicking is quite self-explanatory. And then lastly, I want to speak briefly on custom columns. Again, if you're new to Google Ads, this might be a step too far, but if you're intermediate or if you are looking for a slightly more granular level of reporting or understanding for your sake, custom columns can be very, very effective. So if you want to set up custom columns, you'll go to modify your columns and you'll see modify columns for ad groups or campaigns or whatever it is that you've chosen. And you'll see this button here which says plus custom column. You'll be met with this where you're going to name your column, you're going to give it a description, and then you are going to insert a formula here. Now, that looks kind of scary. There's loads of math equations, symbols, etc. So don't worry. I have some of our key columns here that we use, custom columns. So I think the most important one that I'll use is ROAS by time, and just circling back to conversions by conversion time versus conversions by ad click time, particularly if it is a business that has a longer sales cycle. So if I'm looking at the week just gone by and I'm looking to see what performance was of our campaigns, but I know that we might have had 5,000 clicks during the week, but I know of those clicks, people aren't likely going to purchase for 7 or 14 or 21 days. So if I read that data right away, I might say, okay, performance looks really low. Whereas when I go back retrospectively 2 or 3 weeks later and I look at that same data, well, it's actually populated because all of these people have actually gone through and completed a purchase. So we need to be looking at not just at conversions in real time, but also conversions by conversion time. And we already have those metrics available to us, but we want to see the ROAS by time. So we want to go a step deeper. So to do that, we go conversion value by conversion time divided by cost. So the formula is the same. We just have to take this here as our formula. Then you can break things up into mobile and desktop. You can see this at a more granular level when you go into ad groups and devices and things like that. But sometimes I like to set this up if we are targeting specific devices more aggressively than others, or I just want to be able to see it right away when I go into an ad account. So I'll be able to see mobile conversion rate versus desktop conversion rate. Once again, these are the formulae here. Same applies mobile ROAS versus desktop ROAS. Once again, we can see the formulae here and here. And lastly, another really useful one is to see our average spend. Generally, if I'm looking at something over a 30 or a 60-day time horizon and I want to maybe compare it to previous time gone by, it's good to see what we're spending on average per day in that time period, as opposed to if I'm looking at 30 days, or it can be easier on a 30-day level to get an average. But if I want to look back over the last 7 days, what have we spent? And I'm doing mental maths to get, however, 2.5K divided by 7 in my head, and it's probably not as accurate as just seeing what our average spend was per day over that set time period. So this is just something, it's just convenient for me. It means you don't have to get the mental maths out or don't have to get the calculator out. It doesn't add a whole lot of value other than it can just be slightly more time efficient. I can see what way we're trending in terms of spend quite easily, and it's something that I'll use in a lot of our accounts as well. So these are the custom columns we use. I'll drop all these formulae in the description below. You'll be able to just drop them right in to your custom columns following the instructions here. It can be quite useful. The one I use most often, as I said, is ROAS by time. So that's basically everything you need to know about custom columns. Mess around with them, see what columns you like. I always set my columns up in the same order. It makes it much easier for me to understand things. I do it in what I deem to be a logical order. It makes sense to me. Go mess around, see what you like, see what the most important KPIs are for you. Make sure they're included so you can see right away when you log into Google Ads how well each campaign is doing, how well each keyword is doing, your video assets, things like that. And the more you mess around with it, the more familiar you'll get. You'll be able to find loads of different custom columns online specific to your business goals. It's really powerful, really useful, and I definitely would recommend messing around with it. And knowledge is power. Custom columns and columns in general give you that knowledge. They help with decision making, so you don't have to dig deep into the data to find out things at a high level. It's there in front of you when you log into Google Ads. Hope you found this video useful, and I'll see you at the next one. In this video, I'm going to quickly run through setting up GA4 as an e-commerce business, linking it to Google Ads, and using it to import a really powerful custom audience to your Google Ads account. So without further ado, let's get into it. I'm going to assume that you've set up Google Analytics. If you haven't, go search for Google Analytics on Google and follow the steps. It's really easy to set up. You'll have to verify your business, do a couple of basic things like that, and link it to Shopify. It's all really straightforward. Now, the next thing that you're going to want to do is to connect it to Google Ads itself so that you can interchange, you can use imported conversion actions, you can import GA4 audiences into Google Ads, and those two platforms can speak to each other really, really easily. So basically, there's a whole host of ways that you can do this. You can do it via Google Ads. You can do it within Shopify. You can also do it via Google Analytics. And that final way is the way that I am going to show you today. So if you're inside in Google Analytics, click on admin down here. You're then going to want to click through property settings, product links, and Google Ads links. With Google Ads links, then you are going to search up here for your ad account ID. Your ad account ID inside in Google Ads is going to be up on the top toolbar. It's going to consist of just numbers. So type in that number in here, click link, and then you'll be able to connect your Google Ads account with Google Analytics. When you click through link, you'll be met with a few things. So enable personalized advertising, auto tagging, allow access, everything like that. It will show you the ad account number and the ad account name. And then all you'll have to do is just click submit and you will be connected. Something that's really important to consider is that when you connect Google Analytics with Google Ads, you're going to import a few things. And the main thing that you're going to import are conversion actions. So what do I mean by that? Well, if you go to conversion actions in Google Ads, once you've connected Google Analytics, you'll see that you'll have imported conversion actions like a GA4 purchase. Now, this in isolation is not a bad thing, but you have to be really, really careful with what you do about it. Chances are, if you're running Google Ads already, you will have set up a purchase conversion action. So that may either be directly through Google Tag Manager, you might have used a third-party tool, or you might have connected Shopify to Google Ads using the Google and YouTube app, in which case that would have also imported a conversion action. So you already have one purchase conversion action that's firing in your Google Ads account. Brilliant. Now, when you connect GA4's purchase actions are going to be imported into Google Ads. And the issue arises when it is imported alongside an existing conversion action. So an existing purchase conversion action. So by default, it will be set to a primary conversion action, meaning that it will affect bidding, it will affect reporting. And if that's happening alongside an existing purchase action, so that means you've two purchase actions now, you're going to be double counting your conversions. So almost overnight, you'll see ROAS double, you'll see purchases double, everything like that. It'll look fantastic. But the reason for that is that you're double counting conversions. So the one thing you're going to need to do when you connect Google Analytics to Google Ads is that you're going to have to change this purchase action to a secondary action. So it's still working, it's still operating in the background. It's used for observation. It's good to have if your primary action breaks down for whatever reason. We never use the GA4 imported action as our primary. We always use an alternative method, and I'll go into that in later videos as to why. But for now, just know that you need to make sure that you're not double counting conversions. So set this to secondary. So now that you have set up GA4 and you're inside in GA4, you're maybe messing around with some reports. Everything looks very confusing. A lot of people aren't very happy about GA4. A lot of people were big fans of UA, Universal Analytics, and don't really like the changeover since GA4. Personally, I find that a lot of e-commerce brand owners don't use GA4. They don't like it. They have alternative platforms that they use, and that's completely fine. But for those that are open to it, let me show you a few reports that are quite useful, quite handy to see, quite handy to navigate around, and can give you a bit of an understanding of what's happening on your website, not just on Google Ads. So you've got user attributes reports. You can see people by country. You can see your active users in the last 15 minutes by town, by country. Gender split is obviously very useful to see. Again, a lot of this stuff you can see in your CMS, but it's still useful. And then your active users by interest. These are Google Analytics tagged interest, and then age, and again, language. So a lot of basic information here, but it's still quite useful to have. It's, I think, in a very user-friendly report. You can see in an instant a lot of key information about your typical customers, what they're looking like. Next up, you can see down here in monetization and reports, you can see your e-commerce purchases. Just blocked out some actual products here, but you can see how many times product was viewed, added to cart, purchased, and then the revenue of said products. Again, nothing that is going to revolutionize maybe how you monitor performance, nothing you can't access on other platforms, including Shopify if that is your CMS, but nonetheless, still quite useful, still useful to see it in a single place. Next up is your landing page report. This is one of the more powerful reports you can get in GA4. So you can see different landing pages, you can see the total number of sessions, the active users, new users, also your average engagement time per session, which is quite useful. You can also dig a little deeper into bounce rates. So you can see which pages are poor performers for you, particularly if they're landing pages that you're driving paid traffic to. So I do think GA4 is quite useful from a landing page perspective. The further you dig in, the more you can unearth. It's quite useful. So this would be one of the pages I would definitely recommend to take a look at if you are an e-commerce owner trying to familiarize yourself with GA4 and trying to see how useful it can be for your business. So landing pages report, really, really useful. Next up then is your channels. So you can see first user, primary channels, so direct, organic search, cross network, paid search, organic shopping, things like that. You can dig deeper into their source, into the medium. Obviously really important if you're setting up any paid media to have UTM parameters coming through so you can see exactly where your traffic is coming from. But that's the last report that I think is one of the more useful ones. There are a whole host of other reports. I've only mentioned 4 here for now. Don't want to over inundate you with too much about GA4, but these are 4 places where I would say if I was an e-commerce brand owner, I would pay attention to. I'd look at them every couple of weeks, keep an eye on them. You may have another place where you view a lot of this data. If so, that's fine. GA4 is free, quite useful. You just need to familiarize yourself with some of the navigation around the pages. But one of the big reasons I like GA4 and I like connecting it to Google Ads for e-commerce businesses is it allows us to create custom audiences really, really easily. With GA4, we'll have a lot of audiences preset. You'll have things like all your users, you'll have purchasers. So in order to see that, you're inside in your admin, looking at data display and then audiences down here. What I'm going to show you is how we go about building a new audience, and this is the most common custom audience that we create. We do create a whole host of them, but the one I like the most is a cart abandoner audience. And the reason for that obviously is that we want to remarket to these people. They've almost got over the line. They have added to carts. They've shown a clear interest in something we sell, and we want to give them a reminder of that interest, and we want to get them over the line and ultimately to commit to making a purchase. So the first thing that we're going to want to do if we want to remarket to these people is we want to set up an audience of these people. We're going to create a custom audience. The good thing about GA4 is that it allows you to create some suggested audiences. It can be useful, again, if you're not too familiar with all this and you want a small bit of guidance. Show recently active users, people who are inactive, non-purchasers, purchasers, etc. They also have predictive audiences, which are quite interesting. But for now, let's talk about cart abandoners. So for this, I'm going to set it up at a 30-day cart abandoner. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to include users when, and then this is a drop-down menu here, and add to cart will be set up already in GA4 as an event. So all I'm going to do is when they add to cart, then they're going to get added to this audience. So if you look over here, membership duration, 30 days. You'll see 4.2K people in this audience over the last 30 days. That's 15% of our total users, and that is brilliant. So that's a nice sizable audience for us to remarket to. We can see we're including 4.2K people. We're not excluding anyone. I haven't set up any exclusion filters yet, but I will be setting up an exclusion filter. And what will that be? Well, the thing is, some people will add to cart and then some people will add to cart and then make a purchase. If we want to remarket to people, we don't want to remarket to people explicitly who've already made that purchase. They don't need that nudge. We need to remarket to people who have abandoned their cart, and abandoning the cart is the important thing, not adding to cart, because people who add to cart, there will be a subsection of those who go on to make a purchase. We might want to remarket to those people immediately in that post-purchase time period, maybe trying to push an upsell or something like that in the line. But typically what we're trying to focus on here is cart abandoners. So we still have that add to cart, 30 days, so nothing has changed, 30 days over here. And then we are going to set up an exclusion, exclude users when they have purchased. So if we go over here, what we're now seeing is that same as before, we had 4.2K users who added to cart. So that's going to be the people over here that we are including. But when we go down here, we're excluding 603 people who have made a purchase that we don't want to remarket to. We don't want to include them in this audience. So now our new audience size is 3.6K, and that's fantastic. So what we're going to want to do, we're going to want to mark this as a key audience for us. That allows us to import it over into Google Ads. And then when it comes to remarketing, we're going to be able to remarket to these people. And if it's a cart abandonment strategy, well, a few things we can do. We can call out those people directly. We can say, saw you weren't ready to make a purchase. Here's a discount code, or here's free shipping. So you can call it out a bit more specific than having general remarketing. So if you're targeting all your site visitors, you can have that same level of detail in your messaging. And that's why we think cart abandonment retargeting strategies are really powerful. Not only that, and not only because of the specificity of the messaging that we're allowed to carry out with this level of detail, but also because these people have already shown a higher level of intent than people who've just visited the website and haven't added to cart. So cart abandonment strategies for remarketing, really, really powerful. We use GA4 to import that particular custom audience to Google Ads so that we can carry out remarketing on Google Ads. So that's a whistle-stop tour of GA4 and Google Ads, how we use GA4 as an e-commerce Google Ads agency to import some useful conversion actions, and more importantly, to review some really important custom reports and import really valuable custom audiences to Google Ads. I hope you found this video useful, and I'll see you at the next one. In this video, I'm going to go through all things conversion tracking on Google Ads. If you're running ads for a Shopify store, you're going to want to watch this video. I'm going to talk through the importance of robust conversion tracking on Google Ads, why nothing else matters if you don't set it up correctly, how to set it up correctly, and then the 3 cardinal sins I see on nearly all audits I carry out that leave me absolutely flabbergasted as to how people are running Google Ads accounts. So without further ado, let's get into it. So starting with the importance of conversion tracking, I cannot overstate this. Every other video I have on my page, anything else, search campaigns, shopping campaigns, Google Merchant Center, Performance Max, YouTube, it does not matter if you don't set this up correctly. And the reason for that is without proper conversion tracking, not only are we flying blind as the advertiser, but the machine, Google itself, is also flying blind. Conversion tracking tells us if a purchase has occurred. So if somebody clicked on our ad and then subsequently completed a purchase, That's important for us to know because it tells us whether our campaigns are working or not. But it's also important for Google to know, particularly when we use Google's automated bid strategies, because Google needs to get positive and negative feedback as to what's working and what's not. If we don't have conversion tracking set up correctly, or if we don't have it set up at all, which I also see, how is Google going to learn and how are we going to learn? And ultimately, you're just wasting ad dollars. You may as well be lighting it on fire. So what do we use at our agency? Well, we use the Feed Army Pixel. I find it really, really useful. We set up enhanced conversion tracking, remarketing, everything like that. So I would recommend looking at it. But for the vast majority of people who are just starting out with Google Ads, there is a more simple approach that you can take. It will get you to 80 to 90% of the way there. And if you're serious about Google Ads, I would recommend going down into Google Tag Manager, setting up everything correctly, because the more conversion data that you can feed the algorithm, the better it will perform. What I'm going to run through is fine if you want to get to 80, 90% of the way there and you want to do it quickly. So particularly good if you're a brand owner and you're just starting out, or if you're a freelancer and you're just starting out with Google Ads, this is the general approach you could take. So I'm going to run through how you could set it up if you were a Shopify store. So the first thing that you're going to want to do is download the Google and YouTube app on the Shopify store. So it's going to look something like this in sales channels. So going across then, once you connect it all up. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to connect your Google account. So I'm going to be talking about Google accounts, Google Merchant Center accounts, Google Analytics accounts, Google Ads accounts. There's a load of different Google accounts, but ultimately, if you've set everything up correctly, you should have one master Google account and this should be linked to everything. So ideally, you will use that when you sign into the Google and YouTube app. So for client confidentiality, I've obviously blocked it out here. When we do that, then we will be able to connect some Google products to our Shopify store. The first is Merchant Center, and I'll talk a little bit about that in later videos. But the next one here is your Google Ads account. If you have a Google account and within your Google account, you actually own or manage a Google Ads account, then when you see this here, there'll be a drop-down menu and that Google Ads account will come up. It will either come up with a number or a name. Select that Google Ads account. And in doing so, you will automatically import Shopify's API conversion actions. So then you'll be able to see that conversion measurement is on. You'll want to make sure things like enhanced conversions are on, your Google tag is firing, things like that. But when you connect Shopify to Google Ads using the Google and YouTube app, you will import all of these conversion actions into Google Ads. And it's really, really handy. It's really quick. You might not see them firing right away. You might have to wait a day or two. And obviously you'll have to see conversions coming through. So if you're a Shopify store and you're not selling any product at the moment, you won't see them firing. But if you are, you'll just need to wait maybe a couple of hours for that first purchase to fire and come through. You will recognize it as the Google Shopping app purchase. This is how you know it's the Shopify API conversion action. And that's brilliant. It'll be set to a primary action. You'll have an add to cart come in there, begin checkout, page views, view items. So that's if someone actually views a particular PDP. Then search. So if someone uses your nav bar to search for something on site, you'll see that here too. So the good thing here is that it will import not just the conversion value, which will be measured here, which is 136,000 in this instance, but it will also show you the number of conversions as well. So the number of purchases carried out. If you are already using Google Ads and you've set up a conversion action either manually using Google Tag Manager, or you have imported a conversion action from GA4, for example, it's really important that you look and make sure that in your purchase conversion action, there's only one primary conversion action. And the reason for that is double counting conversions. And I am going to talk about that now in just a moment. So like I said, you want to make sure that enhanced conversions are turned on. That gives you slightly more conversion data. I don't need to go into too much detail about that. If you are a beginner, just know that you really want to have enhanced conversions turned on. And then going into a really important concept in Google Ads, one of the most fundamental principles that you need to be aware of is the difference between primary and secondary conversion actions in Google Ads. So starting with primary conversion actions, these are used for bidding optimization and they also show up in your reports. Really important. So if you're an e-commerce business, your primary conversion action, the thing you're working towards, ultimately on any ad platform are purchases. Your secondary conversion action, they're used for observation only. They don't affect bidding. So think of things like your ad cards, begin checkouts, page views. If you're an e-commerce store that maybe isn't getting a lot of purchases, then you can use these to see, okay, how well are my ad campaigns working to get people onto viewing products, to adding to cart, beginning to checkout. So you can actually have a more comprehensive look at overall performance. if your purchase, volume is quite low. The issue arises when you have primary conversion actions set up across too many different actions, or if you have secondary actions that are marked as primary, even though they shouldn't be. So you need to be familiar with how to change these from secondary to primary or primary to secondary. In order to do that, you're going to click into the conversion action itself, and you're going to land and see this: details, settings, diagnostics, web pages. You're going to want to go into settings, and under settings, you're going to see a few different things: conversion name, the value, the source, your attribution windows. But what you're looking for is your action optimization. You need to make sure that this is set to the correct optimization strategy. So either primary or secondary. So primary if it's a purchase action that you care about, secondary if it's every other action that isn't your main focus. As I said, your action optimization, primary action is used for bidding optimization. Secondary action is not used for bidding optimization. It's used only for observation. This leads me on to the 3 cardinal mistakes I see. These are the 3 things you have to look out for when you're setting up conversion tracking, or if you're auditing your account, or if you're looking at another account. These are the things I always look out for, because every other mistake in Google Ads is going to cost you money in some shape or form. If you're not doing something efficiently, if your strategy doesn't make sense. But ultimately, this mistake or a mistake in this vein could cost your business thousands upon thousands if it's left for any period of time whatsoever. And the first mistake that I see is using 2 primary purchase actions. So I'm inside conversion tracking here, and I'm under purchase. So here we have a Shopify purchase action. So that's been imported from that Shopify connection that I mentioned. This is one that was maybe made on Google Tag Manager. This is just a purchase action. And this is one that was imported from GA4. Now, all of these 3 are going to be slightly different, and that's just because of how they report on conversions. So the conversion value might differ a small bit. But the important thing here is that there is one of these set to primary and the others are set to secondary. But I will often see this, and it makes my stomach drop when I see it, because I know I have to tell someone some pretty bad news, is that I will see 2 primary conversion actions. So say in this instance, the GA4, instead of being set to secondary, is also set to primary. So that means when we go to look at our revenue, it will count the figure for this action here, and it will add it to the figure for this action here. So we'll have twice the revenue, twice the ROAS, and the numbers are all double, and they all look twice as good as they actually are. Now, sometimes this can be an honest mistake. If you're running ads yourself, it's very easy to fall into this trap. You can connect GA4 or Shopify. You mightn't have thought to consider looking at your conversion actions, and maybe you just forgot about it for a few weeks and you thought, oh, performance is quite good. This is great. But if you have an agency managing this and they have 2 primary purchase actions, they're double counting conversions. They are being untruthful with your results. And quite frankly, that agency is being completely deceitful, and you should fire them with immediate effect. That is one of the 3 cardinal sins. It's probably the worst one that I see, but it's one that I would really make sure is not present inside in your ad account. Next up then is definitely not as bad, but still not fantastic, and that's using GA4 as your primary purchase action. And the reason for this is that GA4 underestimates Google Ads conversions, I would say about 20% on other conversion actions such as a Google Tag Manager or even the Shopify conversion action. This isn't a good thing. It means less data for the algorithm to optimize, so performance is going to suffer as a result. Again, it's not as significant a mistake or an error as in the case of your 2 primary purchase actions, but it wouldn't be something that I would recommend having inside your Google Ads account. You're much better off having an alternative conversion action, either from Shopify, as I showed earlier in the video, or Google Tag Manager, and setting it up directly through that. Then the last thing I would say is having something like add to cart or begin checkout or any other non-purchase action set to primary. If you're an e-commerce store, you should be optimizing for one thing, and that should be purchases. There are some instances where we optimize for micro conversions, and micro conversions are lead indicators like add to carts or begin checkouts, things like that. It's in very select cases. It's particularly in high ticket Google Ads where a product might be 10, 15K. We might be able to get enough conversion volume through to use things like smart bidding, because the algorithm needs that conversion data. And if we're only getting 8 to 20 conversions a month, when we're not really able to use that as well as we'd like. So in some instances, we're optimizing more to get people to add to their cart and then maybe remarketing really heavily. But that's a very nuanced case. It wouldn't be the case for 99% of advertisers. So what I would say is make sure to set these to secondary. Don't have them as account default goals. when you're setting up all your campaigns, set them up with purchase as your primary conversion action and optimize for purchases ultimately if you are an e-commerce store. So that's a very quick run through of Google Ads conversion tracking. If you're a Shopify store, my recommendation would be, if you're just starting out with Google Ads, just connect everything up via the Google and YouTube app on the sales channel in Shopify. It's really easy integration, everything comes over, and it's quite a solid conversion action. If you're a more seasoned advertiser or you want more robust tracking, then my recommendation would be to use FeedArmy's Pixel. Whatever purchase action that you decide to implement or whatever conversion action it is that you go for, you have to avoid those cardinal sins that I mentioned, such as double tracking or using GA4 as your primary action or having multiple non-purchase actions set to primary. So it's all about setting one clear goal, one clear purchase conversion action as an e-commerce store that your account can continually be optimizing towards, continually be learning from, and hopefully with time continue increasing that number in absolute volume. So hopefully you found this video useful. If you do have any questions, just drop a comment in the link below. I'll hopefully be able to answer any conversion tracking issues. It is always something that a lot of new advertisers find quite difficult when they are migrating over from, say, Facebook to Google Ads. So if you are a brand owner and you do want a little help with conversion tracking, drop me a comment below or click through my link directly and book a quick call with me and we can run through what it is you need some help with. So hopefully you found this video useful and I'll see you at the next one. In this video, I'm going to be running through everything Google Ads audiences related. Everything from setting up remarketing lists, uploading your customer lists, and creating custom segments on Google Ads so you can scale your brand into new markets. So without further ado, let's jump right into it. So the three main audience types that I will be discussing today are as follows. Firstly, your remarketing list. So showing ads to people who've previously interacted with your website in some shape or form. Secondly, your customer lists. These are really important. You upload existing customer lists from Klaviyo or Shopify, essentially telling Google who your customers are so that Google can go out and find new people, or you can use it to remarket directly, though that's not something that we normally do ourselves. And thirdly is custom segments, and I will dive into a whole lot of detail about custom segments. They're really, really interesting. They're a fantastic way for you to dial in your targeting using some novel approaches based on people's browsing behaviors, what websites they visit, what apps they even have in their phone. So let's start with remarketing lists, and I'm going to break it into three main categories: website visitors, cart abandoners, and YouTube channel interactors. So the first thing that we're going to discuss is website visitors. So whenever we're setting up a new audience in Google Ads, we're going to go down to the side here and go to Tools. And when we click on Tools, we'll see Audience Manager. And from there, we're going to be brought through to our Audience Manager and we're going to land on our data segments. And all we have to do is click on this blue plus button and that would bring us up the option to create a new audience. And we can choose from website visitors, app users, YouTube users, our customer list, importing from Google Analytics, or a custom combination. But because we're creating remarketing lists here, we are going to be using website visitors. So we'll click on website visitors and we will be brought up with the option to configure our audience. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to give our audience segment a name. So in this instance, I've said 30-day website visitors, all pages on our website. So we're not refining this particular audience to certain collections or certain pages. We're going to go down there to segment members. And this by default will be visitors of web pages. And the action will be visited a web page in the past 30 days. Now we can refine our action by having specific URLs. So we can say URL contains product A or URL contains collection to specify what website visitors that we actually want to track in the instance that we don't want to track all website visitors, for example. If you're a 6 or 7 figure e-commerce store, you may not have the website traffic to filter by certain products. So in that instance, you are maybe better off opening it up to all website visitors. However, if you are an 8 or a 9 figure e-com brand, you are definitely going to have enough traffic to refine it to certain products, certain product pages. And in that instance, by creating those lists more specifically, it's easier to remarket in a more specific and a more dynamic format that's actually going to resonate with those users that bit more. We're going to pre-fill our segment from the past 30 days. And we know this is going to be a 30-day list. So it's only people in the past 30 days. We can lower this, and we normally lower it to 3-day website visitors, up to 7-day website visitors. Beyond that, it is quite broad and it's not something we generally recommend. But again, it depends on your level of traffic. You can optionally give it a quick description, just say 30-day website visitors, anyone who landed on our website.
And there you have it. That is your audience. It will take sometimes up to a day to populate. And when you go into your data sources, then you'll see your list size and what eligibility it has to serve across things like search or display or YouTube. So our second remarketing list that we always set up are cart abandoners. So anyone who adds a product to their cart but subsequently does not complete a purchase. And the way that we set up this audience is using GA4, and we then import it in from GA4. So going into Google Analytics 4, we're going to go down here to the bottom and we're going to click on this button and we're going to click through to admin. From there, we're going to look for audiences. So you'll see under data display audiences here, and we're going to click on that. That's going to bring us up here where we can create a new audience, and our new audience then is going to be cart abandoners. We want to exclude anyone who completed a purchase with us ever, and we're going to maybe limit this to 60 days. Again, this is quite broad. This particular brand didn't have a whole lot of traffic. So if we made it smaller than a 60-day window or a 30-day window even, we're not going to have a sufficient list to remarket to. So you're going to need about 1,000 to 1,500 people at least in order to be eligible to remarket to that list in Google Ads. We're going to include users when they complete the following action, and that action is obviously going to be add to cart. So when we do that, we're going to see that this blue circle here on the outside represents 2.8 thousand people. So 2.8 thousand people are included in our list. But importantly, we don't want to remarket to people who've made a purchase. So people who have added to cart and then subsequently made a purchase. So what we're going to do is exclude users when purchase has been made. And there you can see that 1.5k people have been excluded, and our total users in this audience is 1.4k. We're just going to click save, and then all we need to do is make sure that Google Analytics and Google Ads are connected to each other, and then you can import that list from Google Analytics into Google Ads and start running it in your remarketing campaigns. And lastly, and quite interestingly, is our YouTube channel interactions. So again, we're going to go to Audience Manager within Google Ads. We're going to click on the plus button here to create a new data segment. That's going to take us through to YouTube users. So within YouTube users, once again, we're going to give the segment a name. We're going to choose our customer type, and then we're going to select our YouTube channel. So we'll select our brand's YouTube channel here, and then we will have a series of options from which we can create our remarketing list. So that would be viewed any video on our channel, viewed certain videos in which we'd pick those videos, or viewed video ads of ours. They might have subscribed to the channel or visited the channel page or liked any video. So the choice here is quite broad. We generally look, while we try to bring people through a funnel on paid, to actually click on this guy here, view certain videos as ads. We like to approach our YouTube remarketing in such a sense that people who have been educated with top of funnel content on YouTube are subsequently then delivered to more direct response content via this remarketing by saying they viewed certain videos or top of funnel educational content as ads, and then they subsequently are remarketed to with more direct response ad creative. That is our three main remarketing list types. Website visitors, number one, we can either target people who visited any page on our website or certain pages on our website within a fixed time period. Or cart abandoners, so anyone who added to cart but subsequently did not complete a purchase. And lastly, anyone who completed a certain level of interaction with either our YouTube channel or particular YouTube videos. Next up is our customer lists, and they're really important because they allow us to complete a lot of different actions within Google Ads. The first thing that they allow us to do is they are very good at giving Google a signal via an audience signal of who our customers are and what the types of people that we want Google to go looking for might represent. So in terms of demographic, in terms of behavior on Google, in terms of the type of websites they visit, the apps they have in their phone, what patterns of behavior do our existing customers exhibit, so that Google can try to look for these patterns in other cohorts, thus expanding our total addressable market. The second thing that's really useful is quite similar in a sense, but in demand gen, we can create lookalike audiences from our customer lists. And the third thing then, which is just as important, is we want to be excluding existing customers from our non-branded campaigns, and quite often from all our campaigns. So we'll do this by uploading the list and excluding it from our campaigns. So like any audience that we want to create in Google Ads, once again, we're going to go to Audience Manager into our data segments and click on the plus button. But this time we're going to select customer list. From there, we're going to be met with these options. We once again want to give our segment a name. So when you upload a customer list, if you are uploading it manually, I'd recommend either adding it in the name or the description, if it's all customers up to a certain date and then what date you uploaded it. Customer types, you'll say all customers here. You can also upload your most valuable customers. That might be customers who've completed 3 or more purchases or in the top 5% of revenue spent in your store. We're going to select to upload emails, phones, and or postal addresses. We're going to drop our CSV file here in the following format. So when possible, include email, phone, first and last name, zip, and country. And you'll upload that. And once again, like always, it probably will take about a day or so to actually populate fully for you to use it. And from there, you'll be able to do the things I mentioned, like giving Google that audience signal, creating lookalike segments, and excluding customers from your campaigns. So last on our list is custom segments, and we use these primarily to hone in on targeting, but also to find new audience pockets to scale our campaigns into. So this time around, we're still going to go into Audience Manager, but instead of looking at your data segments, we're going to go to custom segments. And custom segments, then we're going to be met with the option of creating a new custom segment. Again, we'll give it a name, but we can decide that name at the end. So what we have here is we can include people with the following interests or behaviors. So we can look for people with any of these interests or purchase intentions, and we can name what those interests or purchase intentions might be. Or even more interestingly, and something we'll use much more often, is where people who search for any of these terms on Google. So for example, if you are a collagen company and you're trying to expand into a custom segment based on the problems that your collagen is solving, you might have terms like why is my hair thinning, perimenopausal joint problems, best collagens, should I take liquid collagen or powder collagen. Now in this instance, you're going from people who are problem aware to solution aware. So I wouldn't recommend that broad a range, but just as an example of the types of queries that you can target. You can also look at people who browse websites similar to. So a lot of the time we'll use this as either similar to our own website or similar to competitor websites. And again, what you're trying to do here is understand who your customer is, what they typically do. So what websites they browse on, what apps they have on their phone, so that you can focus Google's attention straight away into that audience pocket. Now, the custom segment we use most often circles around this. And quite often we will just have a custom segment whereby we are using people who have searched for the following terms, and we won't be including websites, and we won't be including apps. And that's what's working best for us in 2025. So there you have it, our 3 main audience types within Google Ads. So from remarketing lists to customer lists and finally custom segments, you should know exactly how to expand into new audiences, to bring new people to your website, how to tell Google who your existing customers are so that Google can go out and find more people like them. And lastly, how to remarket effectively to people and how to create remarketing audiences to those that don't buy on your website. And that's going to be the secret between loss-making campaigns on Google and those that are creating profit for your business, allowing you to scale from 7, 8, and into 9 figures. I hope you found this video useful, and I'll see you with the next one. This is going to be a really quick video showing you exactly how to set up Google Merchant Center for your Shopify store, explain exactly what Google Merchant Center is and what it does, and link it to Google Ads so you can start running shopping ads today. So I'm going to start by answering the question, what is Google Merchant Center? So if you're new to Google Ads or you're just starting out, you've probably encountered a load of new terms. And one of them that you've probably come across a few times is Google Merchant Center. So Google Merchant Center is basically a tool from Google that allows you to sync your products from your store in such a way that you can integrate them into the Google Ads platform. So Google Merchant Center is going to look something like this. And first glance, it can feel like there's a lot going on, but ultimately it's going to show you some key performance indicators of your products. It's going to give you key information about your products, and it's just going to give you a better understanding of how your products are performing on Google. And if you're an e-commerce store, you should be interested in Google Merchant Center because it is Google Merchant Center that's going to allow you to set up shopping ads like these. And shopping ads are Google's highest performing campaign types for e-commerce brands. So if you're interested in running Google Ads or you're running Google Ads already and you don't know about Google Merchant Center or you're not running shopping ads, well, then you're leaving money on the table. So it's not just shopping ads as well, by the way, it's also things like free listings. So your product can serve in free listings, obviously as the name suggests, it costs absolutely nothing. And then local inventory ads as well. So if you're a brick and mortar store, for example, these can be quite useful. But so let's jump right into the setup. And if you watched a previous video from me about conversion tracking on Shopify, you'll be slightly familiar with what I'm about to say, but what you want to do is download the Google and YouTube app from the Shopify store. So you'll see it under sales channels, Google and YouTube. And again, you're going to use your Google account. So whatever all your Google products are set up under, so things like Google Ads and Google Analytics, for example, and you are going to log into your Google account via this Google and YouTube sales app. So going into settings, then you'll see a few different things that you can connect. So, hopefully by now you'll have already connected your Google Ads account, and then you will be prompted to also connect connect to your Google Merchant Center account. Now, if you have a Google Merchant Center account set up already under this Google account, well, then there'll be a drop-down menu where you can just select that Google Merchant Center account and it's fine. But if you haven't set up a Google Merchant Center account already, then you will be prompted over here to set one up. And the setup is relatively straightforward. You're going to be prompted through this step by step as you're doing it. It's quite straightforward. You're going to be asked for a few key pieces of information. So you're going to be asked to submit your business information. You're going to be asked to claim and verify your website. You're going to be asked a little bit about shipping and returns so that this information can be shared with customers, your tax info, and then the last thing that you're going to be asked for is adding your products. Now, this is the important thing. Everything else is very straightforward. It's going to be very specific to your business and it should not come with too many complications as part of the setup. But this is where it can get slightly confusing for people. You hear about manual uploads using things like Google Sheets or a file upload, or you can use third-party apps like Simproses. This is like an automatic product upload via Fetch API, or instead you can use the Google and YouTube app. Now, once again, I am talking to the vast majority of e-commerce brand owners who are spending 10 to 30k a month on Google Ads. They're relatively new to Google Ads. For the most part, just importing or syncing your products from Shopify directly into Google Merchant Center is going to be the easiest way. Maybe you're looking to use a third-party tool, and if you are, Simproses is good. I would recommend it. But if you use the Shopify tool itself, once your products are syncing, you'll actually be met with this kind of key information here telling you which of your products are approved, pending, not approved. So when you set things up, you'll obviously have most of your products in pending until you get approved. And then lastly, you are going to want to link your Google Merchant Center account to your Google Ads account. So inside in Google Merchant Center, I'm sure you'll be getting familiar with everything, your overview, key notifications, information about your products. So you'll see things like diagnostics. So if any of your products are disapproved, why is that? And that's talk for a complete new video. Here, shipping and returns info that you can update, your business info. Store quality, I'm going to talk about in its own video. It's really important about, serving higher in the auction by getting a really high store rating. And then things to do with marketing, promotions, ad campaigns, etc. That will all come after you sync Google Merchant Center to Google Ads. So if you do want to sync Google Merchant Center to Google Ads, you're going to go up here, up to the settings cog up here. You're going to go down to apps and services. From there, you're going to see this page, and on this page, you are going to add a service. And then when you add a service, just select Google Ads. Again, if you're signed into your Google account here and everything is under the one roof. So if your Google Merchant Center, your Shopify store, your Google Ads account is all managed by the same Google account, this makes this 10 times easier. And that would be my recommendation. So you should just be able to click Google Ads. You should see the option for your ad account and click confirm, and then you'll be connected and your products will be beginning to feed through into Google Ads. And the brilliant thing about that means that you are now ready to run shopping ads. So shopping ads, as I said, they're going to look like these. They're going to be that product card. It's going to have that product image. It's going to have that product title, price, and some key store and delivery information as well. These are going to be the breadwinner inside your Google Ads account. They're the most important campaigns by a country mile if you're an e-commerce brand. So setting up Google Merchant Center, do it today. It takes 20 minutes to get everything set up and you'll begin earning money right away. If you're an e-com brand owner and you want some help setting up Merchant Center or shopping campaigns or Google Ads in general, just book the link below where we will have a super quick chat, see what's going on, see what can be improved, and yeah, take it from there. So hopefully you found this video useful. If you do have any questions about linking Google Merchant Center to Google Ads, drop them in the comments below. I'll get back to each and every one of you. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed the video and I'll see you at the next one. If you're an e-commerce brand owner, then this video is going to show you exactly how you can improve your shopping performance on Google without spending any additional advertising dollars. And it's all about improving your product and your store rating on Google Shopping Ads. I'm going to talk about how to integrate product ratings so you see your product ratings on your shopping listings. And I'm also going to show you step by step how you can improve your shopping experience through Google Merchant Center so you can achieve the top quality store badge and get trusted by more users on Google, improve your shopping performance, and scale into 6 figures on Google Ads. So without further ado, let's get into it. So let's start by talking about how ratings actually help you on Google Shopping. So the first thing they do is they make your listings more eye-catching. For context, here is an example of Google Shopping ads for men's knitted fleeces. So you can see some of these ads are serving product ratings, some of them are not. So the eye is automatically drawn to these product ratings. So you can see the product rating itself out of 5 stars, plus the number of reviews. So very eye-catching for the user and a great way of differentiating yourself from other product listings. Google Shopping is a really lucrative sales channel for a lot of e-commerce brands. So by being eye-catching, you're also going to increase your click-through rate. Really important. You want to be taking clicks away from competitors and obviously bringing people to your website. So if you can increase the number of people clicking through your shopping listings, well then chances are you'll be able to scale your Google Ads much easier. And then the last thing that Google product ratings do that's often not talked about is that it builds trust pre-click. So the burden of building trust and showing off some social proof shouldn't be solely on your landing page. It should be starting all the way from your ad that you're serving to this user. And a great way to do that is by implementing your product ratings. So you can see already 255 people have rated this product, say a 4.5 star out of 5. And over here, the same applies, 381 people, 5-star out of 5. So users are automatically feeling a greater sense of trust even before clicking through on this ad. So let's talk about the setup if you're a Shopify store. So the first thing that you're going to want to do is you're going to want to submit this product ratings interest form. And basically all this is saying to Google that yes, you want to sign up for product ratings on Google Merchant Center. And then you'll be asked to answer a few simple questions. So if you are a Shopify store, chances are you work with a third-party review aggregator. So a lot of brands we work with things like Trustpilot or Judge.me. And so in this instance, you would tick yes. Then there are a few different ways that you can implement product reviews in Google Merchant Center. The first is through Google's own customer reviews. Now, this is quite user-friendly. You basically just sign up and then Google has the burden of collecting these reviews from your customers. The vast majority of businesses we work with don't use this because they use a third-party aggregator instead. Then there are a series of official aggregator platforms that integrate directly with Google Merchant Center. I think there's 33 in total. And some of these include Trustpilot, Stamped, Trustpilot being the one that we see most often used by e-com brands. And then you have non-official ratings aggregators. And the biggest one we're going to see here is Judge.me, used by about 70 to 80% of the e-com brands we partner with. It's quite a low cost aggregator. It's very user-friendly. It's very good, but it doesn't have a direct integration with Google Merchant Center. So you have to actually upload manually via Shopify. Now, Judge.me have a really comprehensive guide on how to do this, so I'm not going to run through it step by step, but basically what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to upload your product ratings via Shopify. So set up Judge.me, connect it to Shopify, make sure your Shopify is connected to Google Merchant Center, follow their guide, and you'll be able to sync up your product ratings into Google Merchant Center. A couple of things you do need to be aware of. You need to have a total of 50 reviews to be eligible for this program. You need 3 reviews at least on any single product if you want to serve product ratings for that particular product. And then you need to have a little bit of patience because it takes 2 to 4 weeks from first completing that interest form where you say to Google that you are interested in product ratings all the way through to product ratings actually serving on your ads. But when they do, it means that you're going to see these product ratings come through on your Google shopping ad. And I can speak from experience, this has a really positive impact on click-through rate, total clicks, total sales, everything like that. It only has a positive effect on your Google shopping ads. It costs absolutely nothing to set up. Just set it up. You'll see improved performance. Just do it. So next up then is the top quality store. This is basically an indication by Google that you rank highly across a number of categories when it comes to user experience by, purchase, returns, shipping, browsing. It's really beneficial for you for a number of reasons. So if you're an e-com store, chances are you've got a lot of competition. So you need to stand out and you need to show a level of trustworthiness to prospective customers. When you become a top quality store, not only will you rank higher according to Google in the shopping results, but you will also be able to show a badge. You can show it directly on your website, but you can show it on your product listings themselves. So you can see here, this store that we have is marked as exceptional. So we are a top quality store. This is fantastic. And that means that when we want to serve shopping ads, we can show up with this badge here. And again, building huge amounts of trust, social proof, pre-click, really, really useful. Once again, this costs absolutely nothing to set up, but it can be kind of difficult. So I'm going to talk through what you need to be focusing on in order to get this badge. So there's 5 categories that matter the most. These 5 categories range from browsing experience to purchase, shipping, returns, and store ratings. So let's go through each individually, starting with browsing experience. Again, all of these are going to be benchmarked against other stores in your country. A few things with browsing experience: you need to be showing people high quality images. You need to be showing many images. So not only should you have a really high resolution main image or primary image for your product, but you should also have 8 to 10 other images showing the product from different angles, lifestyle, uses of the product. Really important because people again can click through these images, they can get a better sense of what it is they're clicking into, and it just increases the overall browsing experience. And that's what it's all about here, browsing experience. The next thing then is once someone does click through, are they clicking through to a website that is nice and quick, both on desktop but also on mobile? So the sweet spot here is load speed less than 2 seconds. What can you do to improve your browsing experience today? High resolution images only. Don't have any blurry images. They are not going to help you. More images per listing. So the more images from different angles that give value to the customer, the better your browsing experience is going to be deemed. And then ultimately a really fast load speed on your landing page. Next up is your purchase experience. Two things really matter with purchase experience. The first is promotions in Google Merchant Center. So if you have set up promotions directly in Google Merchant Center and those promotions don't match the promotions you have on your website, well, Google really doesn't like that and you're going to be penalized. Now, in this case here, we don't have any active promotions, so you can't see it. But it's really important to match up any promotions you have in terms of details and dates and coupon codes and everything like that, so you avoid having promotions rejected. Has a really negative impact on your store. The next thing is your e-wallet options. How can customers pay? Can they pay by Apple Pay, Google Wallet, PayPal, Amazon Pay? So the more options you give customers to pay, Google deems that a better purchase experience. How can we improve our purchase experience? No inaccurate promotions, avoid at all costs, and offer multiple payment options when you can. Next up is the shipping experience, and you're beginning to get into territory that's very difficult for you to adjust as a brand owner. You're often bound by certain shipping regulations, costs, etc. But where you can, try to keep delivery time to a minimum and shipping cost as low as possible. This will create a better shipping experience, and again, you will have a higher likelihood of having a top quality badge being deemed an exceptional store in your country. Next up is your returns experience. So not only are you giving people good, quick and cheap shipping, but also are you giving people an option to return products if they're not satisfied or if they want a different product. What's your window for this? Are you giving people a fair and broad window for them to return goods? So we say at least 30 days, if not more. And then what's the cost to the customer to return said goods? Again, decreasing delivery time, lower your returns costs. This is going to be something that is going to improve your returns experience and is going to feed back to your overall store quality. And then the last thing is your store rating. So store rating differs from product ratings. So product ratings are specific to individual products. Store rating is more of a general store experience that someone has had. So collecting post-purchase customer reviews is fantastic. You can do this at the product level or at the store level. These don't only just serve in shopping ads, they can also serve in text ads like such. So you'll have your headline over here, you'll have a description here, but you can also serve these store ratings here in your text ads or your search campaigns. And again, that's really useful for building trust, building social proof and increasing CTR. Collect customer reviews post-purchase. These are people you want to hear from regardless. You should be doing it anyway, but it is something that can improve your store rating and ultimately feed back then into your top quality store badge efforts. If you've done all these things, if you've optimized across all those 5 main categories, you might be lucky enough to be like our brand partners who are achieving a top quality store badge. And if you achieve that top quality store badge, not only are you able to show that badge in your shopping listings, you're also able to show it on your website, and Google says that you will rank higher in shopping ads as a result. So improve performance. It's something we see lift performance at least 20% when we achieve it. It does take a small bit of time, that along with product ratings, but it's something we focus on from the get-go. Anytime we onboard a new client, we're all about looking at Google Merchant Center, not just what we can do at a product level in terms of product optimization, feed optimization, and I'm going to talk about that in a later video, but at a store level, what can we do to elevate this store right away, bring us closer to this exceptional status so we can get this top quality store badge, so we can rank higher, get higher click-through rates and higher growth on our shopping campaigns. If you have the perseverance to follow through with this and you're able to be more competitive on shipping, returns, you're able to do the basics like have a quick load speed, give multiple high resolution images on your listings, there's a lot of low hanging fruit that you can do that takes very, very little time, but it will have a profound impact. You'll be able to serve these product ratings and you'll also be able to serve this top quality store badge, which I promise you will only have positive impacts on your shopping ads, your Google ads in general, and your overall store's performance. If you're an e-com brand owner and you need help with any of this, as I said, it can take a little bit of time. It can take a little bit of elbow grease and it can take a little bit of nuance to understand what you need to do to improve. If you need a little bit of help with that, then book a call with me below. My link will be in the description, and I'll show you the exact steps you need to take in order to achieve these really powerful attributes and improve your shopping campaigns from today. So I hope you found this video useful, and I'll see you at the next one. If you run Google Ads, then you might be familiar with the term product feed optimization. Well, what does it mean? What can you do about it? And what effect will good product feed optimization have on your Google Ads campaigns? I'm going to answer all of these questions in this video, so let's get into it. So before I do that, we need to talk about how shopping campaigns work, specifically how targeting works in shopping campaigns on Google. So unlike in search campaigns, there's no keyword targeting when it comes to shopping campaigns. And instead, our ads trigger based on the user search intent and how closely it matches our product data. So that means it's really important that we have really solid, really robust, and really accurate product data. So let's take this search query as an example. So I said men's running shoes size 10. So you can see I've been served a whole host of running shoes specifically for men. So we're off to a good start. But then you can also see, for example, this listing here, also this listing here has served me a running shoe in size 10. So I know that the product data behind these products is good. It's showing me the exact products that I'm looking for based on my search query. So the deduction from this is that better product data leads to better product performance. So product feed optimization basically means trying to improve your product data so that your products are serving for the highest intent or the closest match queries that they possibly can. And by doing so, you're going to increase things like click-through rate, but you're also going to increase the likelihood of conversion, your overall performance, and your level of growth potential on Google Ads. So if you're familiar with Google Merchant Center and you go into a single product listing, you'll see 40 to 80 different product attributes: title, description, images, landing page links, colors, materials, product ID, condition, all of these things. So it can be very overwhelming, and that's only for one product. Now, if you're a brand owner and you have an e-commerce business with 100 different SKUs, well, it gets very messy very, very quickly. So I'm going to tell you the exact attributes that you need to focus on, the ones that are going to move the needle the most, and the ones that are going to affect the targeting of your shopping ads the most. And there's 5 that I want to speak about. The 5 most important product attributes that are going to affect your shopping ad performance are price, product titles, product images, product descriptions, and your GTINs. Price is important. Obviously, we can see price gets served on every single shopping ad. See it here and here. So really important. We need to have an accurate and fair and also a competitive price. And we'll speak a little more about that. Product title is next. So you can see product title here, here, and here. So it's the blue text. So for example, New Balance 460 V4 running shoe, men's, juniper green, size whatever. Next up are your product images. So this is fairly self-explanatory. These are the images that serve on your product card in your shopping ads. And thereafter, you've got product descriptions and your GTINs. And your GTINs are your product identifier numbers. So whereas the first 3 that I mentioned, price, product title, and product images, they're all visible in all of your product listings. Your product descriptions and your GTINs are not. But they're really important because they help Google to match search queries to the most relevant products that you sell. So let's start with price. And price is always going to be the single most important attribute on Google Shopping. And the reason for that is Google is a shopping comparison site. So when people are looking at different product listings, they are comparing price first and foremost. So if there are a series of shopping ads, people are comparing the different products most often based on price. So looking for the lowest price, hence a shopping comparison site. So quite often the lowest price tends to win. So here's an example of whereby the lowest price is probably going to win. So these are Kate's multivitamins. This one here is $50, and then this one from Hoya is down from $30 to $15. So you can see the sale tag here. And this is something really useful that we'll talk about promotions in Google Merchant Center in a later video. So price is probably going to cause this listing here from Hoya to get a greater click share based on just people searching for a deal. But ultimately, there isn't a whole lot you can do about price. If you're a brand owner, chances are you have been working to find an offer that resonates well with people. So there are some tips and tricks that you can use. So for example, if you sell something in a pack of 5 or 10 or 20 or 30, then sometimes what can be useful is leading with the single pack. And the single pack is going to have the lowest price. So you can try to lead with that and then upsell on the landing page. Alternatively, you could use your highest volume pack and try to make a sale based on unit pricing. So try to be more persuasive about that. You can also lean more into price justification by talking about things like quality or luxury, justifying your price. And having a higher price probably qualifies an audience quite well. also. So remember that you're only paying for clicks that actually occur. So if someone doesn't click on your ad because they deem the product to be too high in price, well, then you're not paying for that person anyway, so it's not the end of the world. But if you are butting heads with a competitor, you are going to really try to focus on getting the lowest price possible or the highest perceived value for the prospective customer. But moving away from price, because it is quite difficult to manipulate, the next thing you're going to want to focus on, and the next thing that's going to have the single most profound impact on shopping performance, is your product title. So your product title is going to be 150 characters at most, but the first 70 characters are the most important. And the reason for that is that the first 70 characters are what are seen on all shopping ads. Thereafter, you'll see this ellipsis here because we can't see any more of the product title. So it's not really valuable to us as the prospective customer, even though Google might be using that product title and that information to make sure it's matching up to the relevant search queries. We as the prospective customer can't really interpret that until we kind of click through and try to look for a bit more info on the product. But a really important concept when it comes to product titles, and a question I get asked a lot, is whether or not I should have my brand name or my business name in my product title. Because a lot of the time your product titles will be fed through directly from your organic listing or your organic title, and quite often people will have their brand name in that. So by default, they will lead with their brand name. But what I say to people is, if you're unsure about whether or not to include your brand name on the front end of your product title, remembering that the first 70 characters are the most important, the question you need to answer is whether or not you're a market leader. So if you're a market leader, if you're like Nike, for example, then yes, you're going to want to show your brand name right at the top of the product title so people can see it and they'll click through, they'll have brand recognition, and that's fantastic. If you are not a market leader or you don't have much brand awareness, well then leading with your brand isn't that valuable. Even though you might think it is, it generally isn't, particularly to cold traffic. They have no allegiance to your brand. It means nothing to them, and you're wasting potential space that could actually outline some key product details and some key features and benefits. So in my opinion, you're far better off leaving your brand name till the end, if using it at all in your product titles, if you are not a market leader. So how do you actually structure your product titles then? So again, it's very different for different niches, but for the most part, what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to have a core product type leading the way, then any key features or benefits, and then any specifics like quantity, size, material, use case. And then maybe at the end, if you want, you can include your brand name if you have space. So I'm going to run through for some different common e-commerce niches, a good and a bad example of a product title. So starting with apparel. So we have this blue denim jacket by Zavari. So a bad product title here would be Zavari denim jacket for men, blue Zavari clothing. Repetitive, doesn't really give me any information about the product itself. I know it's a denim jacket, I know it's for men, but I don't get any information. There seems to be an interesting lining here, seems quite unique. Maybe that's an interesting selling point. Is it quite warm? So instead, men's classic denim jacket, stretch fit, sharp aligned blue. So we still have the important specifics like the color. We have Zavari here at the end because we have the space. We still specify that it's for men. We specify what it is. So it's the core product type leads. We have some key features, so stretch fit and sharp aligned, and then our specifics and brand. And this is a much better attempt at a product title. Next up is consumer electronics. So Teknova is the brand here. So Teknova wireless earbuds, Teknova Bluetooth headphones. Again, very repetitive, leading with the brand name, not giving me a whole lot of information, particularly for consumer electronics. You're probably dealing with people who have a longer consideration phase. They're more information hungry. So in this instance, wireless earbuds with charging case, noise cancelling, Bluetooth 5.3, Teknova. Again, much more key information front loaded, telling me what it's coming with. So I never would have known it's coming with the charging case. You're telling me here, I now know it's noise cancelling, which is a huge plus. So a lot of key information that gets front loaded. I'm much more likely to click on this than I am to click on this. Next up is beauty and skincare. This is where I see brand name stuffed all the time at the top of the product title. I don't know why, but it's always a niche that just seems obsessed with getting the brand name in as many places as possible. So this is a La Roche-Posay product, but let's just say it's Glow-B is the brand's name. Glow-B vitamin C serum, Glow-B skincare. So I see this all the time. So vitamin C serums, there's probably thousands on the market in truth. So why buy this as opposed to anything else? So vitamin C, it's a brightening serum. Okay, so it's telling me that my skin is going to be brightened with hyaluronic acid and aloe vera. So again, if I am someone who's searching for a skincare product, I will generally have some element of insight into the type of active ingredients that I need for the outcomes that I'm looking for. So the brightening aspect aspect there, so I know one of the benefits, and then I also know some key product features, that it contains hyaluronic acid and aloe vera. Again, brand name at the end. I probably would look to include a bit more information about potential benefits here. I don't think this is perfect by any means. It's definitely a step up from here, but it's still not perfect. But again, it is a good framework to follow. Next up is home and furniture. So this is a memory foam pillow from Home True. So Home True memory foam pillow, Home True bedding essentials. You're beginning to see the theme here. Brand first, lots of repetition, not really telling me much that I don't already know from the photo. Memory foam bed pillow, cooling gel, ergonomic neck support. I would probably look to include one or two more key pieces of information once again, but this is a far cry better than what's going on over here. Lastly, our supplements. So this is a vitamin D3 supplement. And so the brand name here is NutriPlus. So NutriPlus vitamin D3 supplement, NutriPlus Health. Very matter of fact, doesn't really tell me any benefits, any features, what the dosage is, how many tablets, etc. So vitamin D3, 5,000 IU, that's the dosage, immune support and bone health, non-GMO, gluten-free, NutriPlus. Again, could add something like the serving quantity. There's plenty more information we could stuff in here, but it is far and away better than the alternative here, which is just, again, wasting loads of real estate on the brand name that isn't adding much. If these were market leaders, then yes, there would be merit in stuffing that brand name right at the start. That is not something that I disagree with whatsoever. But unfortunately, the way the world is, the vast majority of businesses are not market leaders. They are looking for a piece of market share in a very competitive environment. And in this instance, you are much better off following this approach over on this side of the page. So what did I say? Core product type, key features / benefits, and then add your specifics like quantity, size, use cases. And then at the end, if you want to, add the brand name. So that is product titles. And next we're moving on to product images. Some key things you need to be aware of with product images. They have to be high resolution. You cannot have really blurry, really crappy product images. It's not going to work. It's not going to have a good impact. The product has to be the main focus of the image. So particularly if you start using lifestyle images, which I will recommend down below, you need to make sure that the product that you're selling is front and center of the product image. And another important thing is to avoid text overlays. So you might be encouraged to put like a Black Friday sticker on your product image or sale or something like that. You think it'll be eye-catching. You think people will click on it, and maybe they would, but the problem is you are going to have a policy violation because of that text overlay, and you won't be able to serve that as a shopping ad whatsoever. So it's no good to you. So avoid text overlays like the plague. They always get pinged, in my opinion, by Google unless you're very, very lucky. And my number one tip when it comes to product images is to test lifestyle images. I would say 90% of the time when we are testing lifestyle versus plain background or white background, we see lifestyle images outperform based on CTR non-lifestyle images. And even when I say lifestyle images, I'm probably putting a simple background or a AI produced background in that category. It's not just product in use image. It can just be something like a slightly elevated product image with a slightly more sleek background as opposed to a pure white background. That's what I'm saying to test. Of course, you can test use cases, particularly useful for apparel. You want to have lifestyle images there, and I'll show you an example here. So here we have a plain white tee. So it doesn't get more plain than this, but there is a stark difference in how these products have been portrayed on shopping. So, and there probably is good reason for this. This ad here, they're selling a plain white tee for $78. So I'd imagine, look, it's heavyweight. It's probably really high quality, but it is quite an expensive cost for a plain white t-shirt. Now, if you look over here, cheaper product, sturdy tee, and that's all well and good. The one thing I would say is that they have the product being modeled. The product looks quite clean, quite crisp. It's ironed, and that is in stark contrast to what's going on over here. So we have a crinkled t-shirt. They could have put an iron on this at the very least. White background, so there's no contrast to the background. It's completely lost. I don't see how this could perform whatsoever. I could be completely wrong, but I just don't see how this would be a good shopping listing whatsoever. So for the most part, apparel, you're better off having a model wearing any apparel items just because people can visualize it that bit better. Again, there's no harm in testing non-model wearing imagery, but for the most part, something like this will vastly outperform something like this. And again, I would recommend putting an iron to any apparel items it is that you're looking to market on shopping. Next up is a slightly interesting one. I don't necessarily see one of these being immediately better than the other in terms of like a custom rug. So what's really useful here is that you see clearly the product finish or the elements that probably make this product quite unique. So the kind of close-up image of the rug itself is quite useful because you see that detail, and that detail is clearly important to the product. The alternative here I just quite like. Now, the one thing I would say here to be aware of is that this ottoman here is maybe taking a bit of the focus away from the rug. But again, you can sort of visualize how this might be if you were planning for, redoing a living room, or, imagining what that exact product would look like in some form of space. This is slightly more aesthetic. I would say it draws the eye a little bit more. But again, just looking at it, I'm not entirely sure what product is being marketed here. If I had to take an instinctive guess, I'd say the carpet, but the ottoman is taking up a lot of space as well. So just something to be cautious of. And then lastly, here are some cooking utensils. So you can see the plain white background here, whereas you can see this could be AI generated, or it could just be a product shoot. And you can see it's just, again, to me, it's more eye catching, but there is an important difference in this product. So this is more of a luxury, a premium product. So it does need that kind of luxury feel to it, very minimal feel, but at the same time, slightly elevated. Whereas here, I suppose the sell on Amazon is that look at all these items that you're getting. Very difficult to show off all these utensils in this style. So in that instance, the plain white background is fine. I don't see an issue with it per se, but I'm just saying that my eye would be drawn more to this listing here. So the context of the type of products that you are selling are quite important. And again, if you're selling a premium, utensil kit, or a premium carpet, or a premium t-shirt, you do need to take that little step up and make your listing look that bit more premium. It's really, really important. Otherwise, nobody's going to click through, and they're just going to be looking at the price, and they are going to go to an alternative listing whereby the product image looks a bit better and the price is lower. Well, then the perceived value is higher in a competitor's listing. So that would be something to pay a lot of attention to. And as I said, you can use a lot of AI tools to create product backgrounds. Google's Product Studio is something you can use inside Merchant Center, and basically it just takes a plain product background and can just elevate it. You can give it a quick description of the scene you want to create, and it can just make it look that bit different. It can kind of just stand out that bit more, and again, it can increase your click-through rate. There's a whole host of tools you can use for this. Google's Product Studio is free, and it's relatively good, and it's getting better as well. And then lastly are product descriptions and GTINs. So product descriptions, you have up to 5,000 characters, I believe, and basically a lot of people will take their descriptions from their PDP and just bring it in directly, and that's okay. You just need to make sure that it's really readable, it's scannable, it's highlighting all the key features and benefits. You're using those relevant keywords. Google used to use product descriptions, I think, more than it currently does in terms of matching up your products to relevant queries. But I still think it's important to get those valuable keywords in there. When it comes to product titles, when it comes to product descriptions, I'm never an advocate of keyword stuffing. Don't just launch potential keywords into these places because you think it will help Google match up that bit better. It has to flow naturally. Keep descriptions brief. Don't add text for the sake of it if it's not adding any value. Just think, if you were potentially buying this product, what questions might you have, and what questions could you answer then to a prospective customer? As a brand owner, you should know a lot of the questions customers have, prospective customers, that is, before they complete a purchase. You should be doing a very good job at answering those questions, handling any objections when it comes to your website, and just take those practices and implement them into your product descriptions then as well. Your GTINs, they're your product identifier codes. These are really important. Just make sure they're all lined up correctly. Once you're using Shopify and you've synced it to Google Merchant Center, then all those attributes should sync up very, very quickly and very reliably. So that shouldn't be an issue. You just got to make sure that each product variant has its own unique GTIN. Again, this helps with just matching the most relevant search queries to the most relevant products that you sell. When it comes to product feed optimization, the thing you need to remember is that with shopping ads, unlike search ads, you cannot dictate the search queries that you're showing up for, barring some interesting and nuanced tactics on Google Ads. But for the most part, for 95% of people, it's going to be slightly beyond them to work and manipulate Google in such a way. So your better approach is to carry out product feed optimization to make sure you're serving up the most relevant search queries for your business. 95%, I'm going to say, of your shopping performance is going to be dictated by 3 key attributes. That's going to be your price, your product title, and your product images. So if you're a brand owner and you're looking to improve your feed and you're looking to improve your Google shopping, well, focus 95% of your time on those 3 key attributes: price, title, and image. Everything else then should take care of itself. If you're an e-commerce brand owner and you are looking for some help with product feed optimization, then book a call via the link below in the description and we can have a quick chat. I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope you found it useful, and I'll see you at the next one. In this video, I'm going to talk you through exactly how you can set up shopping campaigns in Google Ads. If you're a D2C brand owner, then your shopping campaigns within Google Ads are going to be the main campaigns you need to focus on if you want to scale your brand with Google Ads. So without further ado, let's jump into it. So What are shopping ads? Well, they're product listing ads shown on Google's results page. So you can see here the sponsored symbol indicating that this is an ad, and these listings come up either at the top or down the right hand side of the search engine results page, or there is a dedicated tab for products also. But for the most part, you're going to see the products themselves in terms of product image, product title. You're going to see who the advertiser is, also pricing as well. And you can see more products over here with an example of just some plain product shots, an example of a lifestyle shot here as well. So in order to set up our shopping campaigns, we're going to head on over to ads.google.com, and within our dashboard, we are going to go to campaigns. From there, we're going to click on this blue plus button. It's going to allow us to create a new campaign, and then we are going to be met with some basic setup questions. Now, again, I am assuming that you have things like conversion tracking set up. You've got Google Merchant Center set up as well. Everything is connected as it should be. So our objective here is going to be sales. If we're an e-commerce business, we are going to be focused on purchases as our conversion goal, and our shopping is going to be the campaign that we are selecting. So you will have two options then when you select shopping as your preferred campaign. Google will ask and encourage you to set up a performance max campaign. However, I don't recommend this in this instance. We are looking at setting up a standard shopping campaign instead. From there, you'll be asked to add products to this campaign, and you're going to click on this drop down menu here, which should bring up your Merchant Center number, your Merchant Center account. So go on ahead and click on whichever Merchant Center you have that's connected to Google Ads, and go ahead and name your campaign. Name it something like your shopping campaign, how many products, what jurisdiction you are advertising in, and go on ahead and click continue. From there, we're going to work out our bidding and our budget. So how much daily budget we want to give this campaign. So in this instance, it's going to be £50 per day. We can set our bid strategy then. So we can either set a manual bid strategy or an automated bid strategy like target ROAS. Again, you'll watch my video on bid strategy selection. The bid strategy you select here will ultimately be guided by where your account is currently positioned. If it's a new account, you'll want to go down a more manual approach. If it's a more seasoned account with a lot of historical conversion data, then you might be better off opting for an automated bid strategy like target ROAS. Normally, we'll say bid equally for new and existing customers, and by default, campaign priority will be set to low. Moving on to campaign settings next, and we are going to first select the location we want to advertise in, and then this is really important. Click on the drop down menu here for location options, and when you see include, you'll have two options here: presence or interest, or just presence. So presence or interest means people regularly in, or who've shown interest in your included locations, and this is Google's recommended option. However, look at this, who've shown interest in your included locations. How many people across the world are actively interested in the United States, for example? Particularly if there is something geopolitical being discussed, a lot of people are going to be interested in the United States, even though they might be living in many different continents around the world. So if we're only looking to advertise in the US to US customers, well, then we definitely don't want to be spending money on people who are interested in the US but live on a completely different continent. So instead, click on presence. People in or regularly in your included locations. We always turn our search partners off for these campaigns. We never find that performance is particularly strong in this network. And then we are going to move on to our ad group settings. So we're going to name our ad group, and in this instance, again, we're just going to name it that we're serving all products inside in the US. Then, because we chose a manual CPC bidding, we're going to be asked to enter our cost per click. Just for the sake here, I am choosing $1. And then we're going to be asked to select products. So by default, it will mark all products, and that's what I'm advertising in this campaign. But you can edit this. You can select certain products by product name. You can select product categories depending on how your feed is set up. You might want to just select men's shoes or ladies' shoes or things like that. You can also set up custom labels in Merchant Center, where you can say things based on seasonality or best sellers. So as you can see here, we have use a selection of products. We can do it by product type. So this is a skincare brand here. So they have balms and they have different products here. So if we only wanted to advertise certain product groups, we could. So if we wanted to advertise balms, it would be, maybe 12 products that we would be advertising there. Or else we can select products by their item ID, and we can see the Shopify SKU number and select each SKU manually as we want to add them to our campaign. Whatever way we go, just click save, and we're going to move on. From there, all you need to do is click on publish campaign and your campaign will be live. It will start to serve within a couple of hours and even sooner in most cases. And from there, what I'd recommend is watching my upcoming video, which is going to be all about shopping campaign optimizations, how to make sure that your shopping campaigns are serving for the right terms, how to move from one bid strategy to another with your shopping campaigns, and what to do if performance isn't quite where it needs to be. So I hope you found this video useful and I'll see you at the next one. In this video, I'm going to walk you through our step-by-step framework to optimizing shopping campaigns in Google. If you're a D2C brand owner, then it's absolutely crucial that your shopping campaigns are working as hard as possible for your brand. Because with Google Ads, shopping is going to be the main protagonist in your brand's growth. So getting these campaigns right is going to have an incredible impact on your business's top line revenue, bringing in new customers for the store, but also in terms of bottom line and net profit. Because on Google, shopping campaigns are going to be the most profitable campaigns for your business. So let's jump right into our framework and see exactly how we do it for our clients. So our optimization framework for shopping campaigns, we first have to look at the account structure. So with new accounts, we will always say to focus on best sellers. You don't want to be spreading your initial budget too thin because each product will only get a small bit of budget. You won't be learning quick enough, and it will prolong any learnings across multiple weeks and just really slow your growth down. So don't fall into the trap of trying to target all products at once. We always say whenever possible, you should be focused on consolidating within Google Ads, particularly for businesses who are maybe doing anywhere in the region of 50 to 500 grand per month. Chances are you're not going to have the traffic through in order to have a really segmented approach to Google Ads, and actually you'll benefit more from a more consolidated approach. The same fundamentals still apply within existing accounts. We always say, look, you need to be finding your top performers and making sure they're getting adequate budget. But as you're scaling up your ad account, you can afford to devote a little extra budget to new products or products maybe that aren't getting the spend they require and expand your product catalog within Google Ads. If you do segment, then you just need to make sure that your best sellers are getting adequate budget. Your top performers, your best sellers, they need to either be broken out onto their own if they're not getting adequate budget, or you need to be reviewing the distribution of spend to make sure those top performers are getting enough daily and weekly spend behind them. Next up is your bid strategy. And once again, we're going to break this down by new accounts or existing accounts. So for new accounts, you don't have the historical conversion data to call on, so you need to apply a more manual approach. And we say either max clicks or manual CPC. For the most part, I will be choosing manual CPC, setting an upper limit of what I'm willing to pay for a click. Maximize clicks works fine also. Existing accounts, then once you have enough data behind you, 30 to 50 monthly conversions in your shopping campaign, you can transition to target ROAS bidding. My recommendation would be if you have seen over the first 4 to 6 weeks of your campaign, the performance or the actual ROAS being, let's say, 250%, well, don't set a target ROAS of 400% because you're just going to stifle the algorithm. You're going to really hinder performance and the account will stop spending through that campaign. So instead, choose a ROAS value, a target ROAS value that's at or maybe even slightly below your actual ROAS. That will give the algorithm enough room to breathe and make it much easier to scale up your account. Negative keywords are next, and these are really important, particularly for new accounts. You need to be reviewing your search term reports really frequently, even up to every single day for a new account, because with new products being served in your shopping ads, you really don't know what terms are going to trigger your ads to show, because unlike search campaigns, you're not picking the keywords or the search queries. Instead, those search queries are being determined by Google, as in how closely matched they are to your products is determined by Google. So if you sell men's running shoes, but you don't clearly articulate in your product title and your product description the size or the type of running shoe that it is, well then Google may not serve your product up for the best or the most relevant search queries. So it's your job to make sure that Google is doing a good solid review of your products, correctly indexing them and making sure you're serving up for the most relevant queries. If you're not and you're serving up for queries that are not relevant, well then you need to look for those irrelevant terms and add them as negative keywords. If they're super irrelevant, not relevant to any part of your business, then you could add them at the account level and prevent them from triggering an ad across the whole account. Or maybe they're just not relevant to these particular products, in which case you can either add them as a negative keyword to a particular list or to a particular ad group or campaign. The next thing that you're going to want to do is to monitor performance. So how do we do that? Well, we look at the performance metrics. So these are going to be your click-through rate, your cost per click, your conversion rate, and of course your ROAS or your CPA, whatever your KPI is for performance. But even more importantly and more nuanced are your competitive metrics. So the things like search impression share, search loss, and click share. So search impression share is the percentage of times your ad served relative to times it could have served. So it's going to be a percentage out of 100. So if that percentage number is 15%, let's say. So 15% means that out of every potential 100 queries that were relevant for your product only served up 15 times. So 85 times it didn't serve up. So then you have to answer the question, why didn't it serve? Well, you can figure that out by looking at these two metrics, because these two metrics together are going to equate to 85%. And what does that mean? It means that 15% of the time your product did show, but 85% of the time it did not. And it did not show for one of two reasons. Either it didn't show because you ran out of total daily budget, and that's search lost budget, or it didn't show because your ad rank wasn't good enough. So that's search lost rank. And we know for shopping campaigns, ad rank really is an indicator of how aggressive your bids are. So are your CPCs good enough? Are your products also good enough to be serving in this auction? Or do you need to be bidding more or either improving your products? And lastly, then we look at click share. So while search impression share says how many times you served an ad, click share represents how many times your ad was clicked relative to when it could have been. So if you're finding your search impression share is high, but your click share is low, well, it means that your product titles and your products themselves are being indexed well by Google and serving up for a lot of terms, but they don't either appear to be relevant enough to potential users, or your product titles or your product images are not click worthy enough. And in that instance, you're going to have to do some digging to understand why that is. So digging into that then, if you do see products with poor performance, there's two things you need to do. You need to review the search terms first. Look at what terms your products are triggered for. So if you find that your products are being triggered for really poor, really low relevant terms, there's two things that you need to do. The first of which is you need to add those terms as negative keywords so that you can prevent those terms from triggering your ads again in the future. That's only putting a plaster over things. You need to understand the root cause of why these terms are coming up in the first place. And the reason is because of your product title and your product description. And that boils down to product feed optimization. So Google is looking at your product title, your product description, your image, all your other product attributes, and it's serving it to queries that it deems closely relevant to. Now, if you find that those queries are not relevant to your brand or to your products, well, then there's an issue with how Google is reviewing these. Either Google isn't doing a good job at reviewing it, or more than likely, you're not doing a good job at having really strong product titles, really good descriptions, and captivating images to entice people to click through in your products. And then what about you have products with good performance? Well, again, review competitive metrics. If you're seeing that your search impression share is 20%, that means you're not serving 80% of the time. Well, you need to look at two things. Is it because we're not serving because of our ad rank, or is it because we're losing out on budget? If the case is that we're losing out on budget, if search loss budget is high, well, then all we need to do is increase the budget. Our bids can stay the same and we just increase the budget, meaning that we won't be limited by daily budget. So if we're hitting our KPI consistently, we don't want to be limited by budget. But if on the other hand, our search loss rank is high, that means that for the most part, our bids aren't high enough. So we have two options here. We either concede that we don't want to be bidding anymore, we're right where we need to be in terms of hitting our KPI. And if we were to increase our CPCs, we would be concerned that maybe we would fall below those KPIs. Or if we have wiggle room to increase CPC, we can dominate more of the market, take a greater market share, and scale even more aggressively. So it depends on what our goals are, what our actual performance is to target. But if we do have wiggle room, our recommendation is to increase CPCs. Either you can do that manually if you're on a manual bid strategy, or you can lower your target ROAS if you're on an automated bid strategy. And by virtue of a lower target ROAS, the algorithm can have a more aggressive CPC. So that is our shopping campaign optimization framework. You need to have a solid account structure. Follow this up with the correct bid strategy dependent on whether or not your account is new or existing. If it has very little or lots of conversion data, make sure that you're cleaning up your search term reports, adding negative keywords as required, monitoring performance, not just across performance metrics, but also those key competitive metrics that are going to tell you why your ads are serving and more importantly, why they're not. And then when it comes to products with poor performance, look at the types of queries they are showing up for. Use negative keywords to prevent them serving for irrelevant queries, and then focus on feed optimization to channel Google in a better direction. And then if you have products with good performance, make sure that it's not limited by budget. If it is, just increase your budget. But if you see that your search loss rank is high, you need to determine if increasing your cost per click would still give you good performance, because you know if you increase your CPC and you maintain all other metrics, well then you are going to be slightly less efficient You need to decide whether or not you can afford that decrease in efficiency and substitute it for a higher scale potential. And that's a discussion you have to have with yourself on a broader sense when it comes to your brand, or comes to the brand owner that you are working with in the case of being a media buyer. So that is our framework. I hope you found it useful, and I will see you at the next video. In this video, I'm going to show you exactly how to make branded shopping campaigns with Google Ads. These are going to be some of the highest ROAS campaigns that you're going to see inside your Google Ads, and that's because they're targeting branded traffic. One of the most useful things about branded shopping campaigns is that they allow you to prevent competitors from bidding on your brand name or stealing your traffic. But something I see all too often is that branded terms and non-branded terms are all bundled in together, either in performance max campaigns, in shopping campaigns, or in search campaigns, and that makes it really difficult to actually ascertain what level of performance your non-branded terms are delivering on Google. So when you separate your branded and your non-branded shopping campaigns like we do today, things become much clearer. You can get a true sense of what Google is doing for your business, and more importantly, understand the levers you need to pull to help grow your business with Google Ads. So without further ado, let's jump into it. So what are branded shopping campaigns? Well, if we take this example from Nike and I search for Nike running shoes, you can see that the first shopping listing here is from Nike themselves. So Nike are bidding on their own brand term. And that's really important, and it's something that they obviously need to do because you can see all the resellers here. Foot Locker being one, Dick's Sporting Goods being another, and then Nike have another 2 listings here in the top 5. So if you're a brand owner and you see competitors bidding on your brand name or their products serving up above your organic listing, then you're going to be really interested in what I have to say today. So it's a very simple hierarchy and structure that we look to follow within Google Ads. We want to segment our non-branded shopping from our branded shopping. And granted, depending on your business and depending on your goals, you could have multiple campaigns in here, but for the most part, you're only going to have one branded shopping campaign. And that's going to allow you to have all your branded traffic in here and none of it over on this side in your non-branded campaigns. And that just makes it much cleaner, despite what my markings might represent here, but it will make it much cleaner to actually interpret what performance looks like for these campaigns, these non-branded campaigns in particular. So your setup. So let's start with your non-branded campaigns. This is going to be the setup that we're going to follow for this non-branded shopping campaign. So for our non-branded shopping campaign, let's say we want to select all products. We need to set the priority level to high. So by default, all search queries should be directed to this campaign first. Then we're going to set things up so that there's going to be rules to prevent certain queries from showing. But by default, all search queries should be directed towards our non-branded campaign. We're going to set it up on a moderate target ROAS, so not super aggressive. We know that these are going to be non-branded terms, so we're going to have to be somewhat in the middle. You know, it might be, depending on your goals, 2 or 300%. It depends entirely on what your business KPIs are, but it's not going to be, 15, 16, 17, 100% target ROAS that you might see over in your branded campaign. And what's really important then is our branded negative keyword list is going to be added here. So we want to prevent branded queries from triggering our product ads in our non-branded shopping campaign. So if we slide over to branded shopping, you're going to see here to start all products, we're going to select, and we are instead going to mark this as a low priority campaign because first we want products to flood in here and then only flood to this campaign if certain rules are hit, and we know that rule is going to be if it is a branded term. Because this is going to be branded traffic, it's going to convert at a much higher level. CPCs are going to be lower, so we're going to aim for a higher target ROAS, and this helps again with the segmentation of our non-branded versus our branded shopping campaigns. So let's take some examples of what happens, imagining that we are advertising for Nike. So the search query is Nike shoes. So we know that by default, we're going down here and we're always going to go to this high priority non-branded shopping campaign. But we know in our branded negative keyword list, we are going to see the term Nike. So because we have the term Nike in whatever format we take, either phrase match or exact match or broad match, well then this is going to prevent us from serving an ad in our non-branded campaign. So we go back out this direction, we follow down here, and we are going to instead serve one of our branded campaigns. We know our branded campaigns are going to serve a slightly more conservative CPC. Instead, we're going to serve in our branded shopping campaign. So if you look at our search query, it's Nike shoes. We are Nike, so we are now serving in our branded shopping campaign exactly as we want. The next example is going to be running shoes. So we know by default that we are going straight down here and going over to our high priority list and going to our high priority shopping campaign. So our high priority shopping campaign is our non-branded campaign. We can agree that this is a non-branded term and we will have our ad serve here. Now again, this is no guarantee that our ad will serve, but if an ad is going to serve, it's going to preferentially serve in this campaign and not over here. But what happens if we see this sign in our non-branded shopping campaign. So again, we're going to have running shoes as our example. By default, it's going to go to our non-branded shopping campaign. But the issue is it's now limited by budget. We've ran out of daily budget. Well, what's going to happen is it's going to go to the only other place that it can go, into our branded campaign. So that is not good for us because we know that now this campaign is getting filled with non-branded terms. So this is one issue that can arise. If you find yourself getting limited by budget in your non-branded shopping campaign, well, then those queries are going to flow to your branded shopping campaign, and that's not what you want. So avoid this, avoid the limited by budget. And the next thing then is if our query remains running shoes, but the query is triggered by a product not covered in our non-branded shopping campaign. So what do I mean by this? Well, let's just say we have 3 products, product 1, product 2, and product 3. Well, if we have product 1, 2, and 3 inside in our branded shopping campaign, but we only have product 1 and 2 inside in the non-branded shopping campaign, well, what happens if product 3 is triggered for a particular search query? Well, if the search query is, for example, running shoes, and the product that is triggered to show is product number 3, well, then it's not going to go into this non-branded shopping because product number 3 isn't in this campaign. So it's going to go down this way and into our branded shopping campaign. But the issue is here, yet again, this is a non-brand term. So a non-brand term is now falling into this branded shopping campaign, and that's no good to us. So what's really important, if we go back here, we need to make sure that we have the same products. These have to equal the same, but also the same location. So location has to be the same here as it is over here. There can be no differences in the campaign setup aside from priority settings and bidding settings. Your products, your audiences, your geos, they all have to be the same from your non-branded to your branded shopping campaigns. Otherwise, your hierarchy breaks down. For some people, this is going to be an advanced technique. I get it, but it is really, really useful. It makes a massive difference when it comes to interpreting your Google Ads results for your business. And once you set it up correctly the first time and you appreciate the importance of keeping the non-branded shopping setup and the branded shopping setup congruent across products and audiences and locations, then you shouldn't fall into any difficulties. This will convert at a really high ROAS, and it will make sure that competitors are not stealing any traffic away from you at the bottom of the funnel. But if you are a brand owner and you do need help setting this up, then just click on the link below in the description, book in a free one-to-one call with me. We can speak about branded shopping campaigns, all shopping campaigns, and we can talk a little bit about how you can leverage Google Ads to help you grow your business more reliably and take the pressure off of Meta. I hope you found this video useful, and I'll see you at the next one. In this video, I'll walk you through the steps needed to set up search campaigns on Google. I'll tell you what to do, what not to do, and the most common errors that people make that ends up costing them thousands. So without further ado, let's jump into it. So search campaigns in Google are also called sponsored text ads. So what you're going to see here is a typical search campaign run by Solomon. So you'll see that it's sponsored, and you'll see that it is a search campaign or a text campaign given how it is configured. So you'll see here, this is a headline, this is another headline over here, and then we'll have additional elements of the search campaign. So things like call outs here. And here is another one from On. So these are running shoes. And again, we have a headline here, second headline here, and then some additional information. You'll see these links down here. These are site links, which will direct you to individual pages. Once again, you'll know that this is a search campaign, or you'll know that this is an ad full stop because it will say sponsored. But we know this to be a search campaign given the configuration, very, very text heavy, and comes up on the search engine results page. So if we want to set up our search campaigns, of course, we are going to go to ads.google.com. In our dashboard under campaigns, we're going to see this button here, and this button will allow us to go and create a new campaign. From there, we're going to be met with some basic questions around setup. So the first question will be asked is, what is our campaign objective? Now, if you're a D2C e-commerce store, this is going to be sales. You might be a B2B business, in which case it might be leads, but for now on this video, we're going to be focusing on D2C and talking about sales focused search campaigns. The next part of the setup is the first area where we can really slip up and have quite disastrous consequences for our search campaign. And Google is asking us, what are our conversion goals to improve sales? So here we will see that our conversion goal is purchases, and we have one action here. Now, where I see this fall down is instead of just having purchases, there might be something like page views, add to carts. There could be multiple conversion goals, meaning that Google is optimizing for all different sorts of outcomes that aren't purchases. Now, once again, if you're an e-commerce business, you want to be optimizing for purchases, and in 99% of cases, that will be the only conversion goal that we use for our search campaigns. Next up, we're going to be asked to select a campaign type, and this is going to, of course, be search. Drive sales on Google search with text ads. From here, we'll be asked to input our website. So just drop in your URL because we are selecting website visits as opposed to phone calls or shop visits if you're a brick and mortar store. We are selecting website visits in order to help us reach our goals, which, as we said already, is purchases. So we'll click continue and we will name our campaign. So in this instance, it's going to be a search campaign. So you'll see search here. I'll signify that it is in the USA that we're targeting, and we will just call this a non-branded search campaign, meaning we are targeting keywords that are not branded keywords. So from there, we'll just click continue and we will move on to the next phase. From here, we'll progress through to bidding. Now, I will be creating a full video outlining what bid strategies to choose, when to move from one bid strategy to another, when should you use manual strategies versus more automated bidding strategies. But for now, we'll just keep this very high level and show you how you select a bid strategy when you're setting up your search campaign. You'll be asked here about bidding. What do you want to focus on? You can focus on things like clicks or conversions or conversion value. Now, if once again you're an e-commerce business, you're very focused on the value of your conversions. This might differ if you are a business that sells one SKU, so all your purchases are the same value, or your subscription business. But for the most part, you are looking to focus on higher value conversions. So you want Google to optimize for conversions that are of higher value than others. So you want to be tracking conversion value. For now, we won't set a target return on ad spend. We'll leave it as it is. And it's very important to know that you can change this bid strategy after you set up your search campaign. For now, let's stick with conversion value. We won't make any changes to this customer acquisition setting about adjusting our bidding to help acquire new customers. We'll leave it at the default setting of offer now, and then we'll click next to go on to the next part. And the next part is all about campaign settings. Once again, this is a really common error I see people make, and that error is selecting either Google Search Partners or Google Display Network when you are setting up your search campaigns. You want to turn these off. Google Search Partners, I've yet to see performance exceed that of Google Search, and generally it is just an opportunity for Google to spend more and not produce the desired results. So turn off Search Partners is my recommendation always. Next up is location. So very straightforward, deciding where we want our ads to serve or where we want to advertise. So it sounds very simple, but it's very easy to get this slightly wrong. So again, look, I'm going to say that we are an e-commerce store based in the US. So we'll choose United States as our country. We may look to exclude certain states. If so, we just search for those states here and click on exclude. But for now, we're just going to choose the whole of the US to target, and we're going to see advanced settings down here. And this advanced settings here is where people fall short quite often. So by default, we're going to be presence or interest. And what this means is that people don't actually have to be in your desired location in order to be targeted with an ad. So in this instance, what does that mean? So we're targeting the United States. So you would think that people have to be based in the United States in order to be served an ad by us. But under this setting of presence or interest, the who've shown interest in your included locations is the key element to pay attention to here. Because if it's election season in the US and the whole world is watching the direction of the United States general election, well then a lot of the world outside of the US could be categorized as showing an interest in our included location. And if we don't ship to the UK or Europe or Canada, yet we're serving ads to people in these locations, well then evidently we're going to be losing money. So always, always, always choose presence only, people in or regularly in your included locations. Languages is next. So unless you want to serve maybe in Spanish as well, just set the default to your target location. So we're moving on to audience segments. So you can either target people directly or you can just have audience segments in the background so you can observe performance within individual segments. You don't have to choose any audience segments. You can leave it blank. And in that instance, that's what we're going to do now. And beyond that, then everything here I have set up at default settings. I'm going to move on, click next, and it's going to bring us on to the next part of our setup, which is going to ask us if we want to use AI Max to set up our search campaign. So AI Max is Google's newest rollout of AI within their ad platform. Essentially what it does is it uses AI to make ads for us. I will be creating a video specifically about AI Max, but the vast majority of people are going to want to retain control when they are setting up their search campaign. So in this instance, I'm going to just skip over and you can check out the video on AI Max if you want a full rundown on its potential. So we're going to skip over that and we are going to go instead to keywords. So we have two options here. We can either give Google our URL and Google will come up with some keyword suggestions for us, or we can enter the keywords manually ourselves. And once again, if you've done good keyword research, you're much more likely to be inclined to manually input keywords. Now, when you're entering your keywords, I will create a full video about this, but you have to be conscious of the match type that you're using, and that's determined then by the punctuation symbols that you use around your keywords. So in this instance here, this is a broad match keyword. There's no punctuation. Quotation marks here on number 1 and keyword number 2. That indicates phrase match keywords. And then we have our brackets on number 4, which indicates exact match keywords. We choose our keywords, and next up it is going to involve our ad creation. So with our ad creation, Google is going to make some recommendations for us, because it wants to help us create an ad it deems strong. So it's going to encourage us to add headlines, include popular keywords. Also, it's going to encourage us to make both our headlines and our descriptions unique, because the more unique each individual asset is, the more opportunity Google has to test a large variance in messaging to see what's working across different audiences. So Google is saying start with at least 5 headlines. So the first thing that we're going to input is our final URL, and this is where traffic is going to be directed to after they click on our search ad. So this is our landing page. So for now, I'll just keep it at the main homepage here at Nike.com, but you can send this to a collection page, a product page, a particular listicle page that you have, or you can send it just straight to the homepage if you wish. Display path is next. So basically what that means is, do we want to show something after our URL? So in some instances, it'll be shop, it will be men's footwear, it will be running shoes. So the website or the link will look like www.nike.com/running shoes. And again, this is a really clever way of showing people that they're being brought to a particular page that's going to interest them. So it is something we definitely recommend using. Headlines are next. So you have up to 15 headlines you can use in search campaigns. You should really look to include keywords when possible, have a lot of variety between headlines, and make sure that you're not just filling each headline for the sake of it, that each headline is unique, it adds value, and you have a mix of features, benefits, offers, urgency, call to actions, everything you need for Google to test different combinations and find a winning combination. Headlines are what you're going to use to grab attention of users. They're going to be the biggest, the brightest pieces of text on screen, so they're really important. Next up are descriptions. Descriptions allow us to provide more information and elaborate on what our headlines are saying. So we have up to 90 characters for each description. We generally write these in sentence case, whereas headlines we typically write in title case. And again, you need at least 2, but up to 4 descriptions, because you can serve 2 descriptions at any given time. You can add images, so images would appear alongside the side of your text campaign, so it'll look something like this. But with images, you have to be conscious that you can't have any text, there can't be any overlay in the images, so a really clear product-centric image or a lifestyle image is usually something that's quite beneficial to add. Then you need to include your business name for advertiser transparency reasons, and then business logo is next, so that your favicon will come up as your business logo. So site links are next. So site links allow us to add different links under our search campaign to redirect users into other places than our primary landing page. So for example, if you are Nike and someone's searching for Nike, you might want to redirect them to men's clothing, men's footwear, women's clothing, women's footwear, kids clothing, kids footwear, all these different locations. So site links allow you to do that. So whereas your ad campaign itself, when they click on your headline, it might take them to the homepage, site links allow you to take them into a different direction based on what they're interested in. And if I go back to the example that I used at the start of the video, you will see this search campaign by On Running, and this is our headline, this is a description up here, and these guys, as I've underlined, are our site links. So site links allow us to direct traffic into different places other than our primary landing page for the ad. And you can see why this is really useful, because it's an opportunity to give more information. So they have free delivery. Here's a site link at 30 days returns. And then we also have callouts. So these are 25 character snippets of text that allow us to provide more key information about our business. So it might be free shipping over X dollars, fast free shipping. It could be a good opportunity to outline number of happy customers, 25,000 plus happy customers, 5-star reviews, things like that. So key features about the business are very useful to add here under callouts. We do have some other asset types, things like structured snippets, phone numbers, address. But for now, I'll focus on the most common, and they are callouts, site links, and images. So once we've added everything we need, we're going to click next. Our actual ad itself is ready to go. And then one of the last things we're going to have to do is to select our budget. So this is going to be an average daily budget. It's the amount we want to spend each day. So don't get caught out with this. This isn't a total budget whereby once we hit this, it'll stop after X days. This is the average that we can spend per day, or the average that Google can spend per day. So here you say $73. It comes up with a recommendation of 87, 58, or you can set a custom budget. Google will forecast how many conversions, what conversion value, ROAS, cost per conversion it thinks you'll be able to get within these budget limits. We find that these can be vastly inaccurate, so I would not rely on them when you're first starting out. You should be very comfortable allowing Google to spend your daily budget and learn as it does. Don't always expect results overnight, so only start with a budget that you're comfortable losing. Once you're happy, you can click next, and always know that you can change your budget at any time. So if you see results improving and you want to continue scaling up this campaign, just the click of a button and you can double or triple your budget overnight if you want. I'd recommend doing it slightly more conservatively, but if you start with $50 a day and you want to move to 60 to 70 to 100, then you can do that. So like any of these settings really starting out, they are not settings that you cannot change at any point during your campaign's lifetime. And now you're ready to go. So your campaign is ready to publish. So you will just click the publish button in Google Ads and your campaign will be live. Bearing in mind that it can take a little bit of time for those first clicks to come through and for the campaign to begin serving. But once they do, you'll begin to see the clicks, the impressions, everything like that. And you'll be able to see the kind of results that your campaigns are showing. So now you are ready to go. So your campaign is ready to be published. So once you click publish, it's live. It can begin spending. Don't worry. Sometimes the initial clicks are very, very expensive. It's sort of a case of Google getting to know what's working and what's not. So with that, expect a lot of volatility. Sometimes as well, it can take a little bit of time for these campaigns to actually start serving, sometimes anything up to a day. If that is the case, just be patient. But if it does extend beyond a day or two, you need to take a bit of a look under the hood. Is your bidding set up correctly? Are your keywords getting enough search volume through them? Have you chosen keywords that maybe people aren't searching for? So there's a whole host of reasons why your search campaigns might not be running. Don't panic just yet. Give it a little bit of time. Let Google begin serving your ads and check again after a couple of hours. So in the next few videos, I'm going to run through everything from keyword selection, keyword research, writing ad copy, dynamic search campaigns, how to test non-brand search campaigns, branded search campaigns, AI Max, and everything in between. So stick around, subscribe to the channel, and you'll see all those videos in due course. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you at the next one. In this video, I'm going to go through everything keywords in Google Ads, understanding what keywords are, the different match types when it comes to keyword selection, and then understanding why you choose certain keywords to grow your business. So let's start by answering the question, what are keywords? So keywords are the words or the phrases that you tell Google you want to show your ads for. And this is very different to search terms. And I'm going to explain the difference between keywords and search terms now. So keywords versus search terms, starting with keywords. These are what you target. They're the words or the phrases that you add to your campaign. They tell Google when you want to show an ad. And your keyword example might be running shoes. And then the difference with search terms is that search terms are what users actually type into Google's search bar. So these are real user search queries that allow Google then to trigger relevant ads. So based on your keyword match type, and that's all about determining how broad or how narrow you want to focus in on a particular keyword, and we'll dive into that in a few minutes. But depending on how wide your targeting is, you can serve on a single keyword for a whole host of different search queries or search terms. So if someone types in or uses the search term best trail running shoes for men, there's a possibility that you can serve an ad for that person on the keyword running shoes. That leads us on to the next topic, which is keyword match types. And keyword match types control how closely a user's search query must match your keyword in order for you to be able to serve them an ad. And there are three main match types. The first is exact, the second is phrase match, and the last or third is broad match. And in simple English, Google classifies broad match as comprehensive matching, meaning that it can serve for a very broad range of search queries. Exact match is the opposite. It's very, very tight. So it's very closely related. So your keyword and your search term have to be almost identical in order to serve an ad. And then phrase match is somewhere in the middle. They call it moderate matching. So it's important then to use the correct notation when you want to select each keyword match type. So for broad match, we actually add nothing to the keyword. So you can see here, it's just the keyword. Whereas for phrase match, you see we've got these quotation marks here. So that indicates that this is a phrase match keyword. And then lastly, for exact match, we have these brackets on either side. And that indicates both to us and to Google that this is an exact match keyword. So let's dive into each one individually. So starting with broad match.
So Google says that broad match may serve ads on queries that are related to your keyword. So it's very, very broad. So it uses the example here that if your broad match keyword is low carb diet plan, well then you're not just going to serve for low carb diet plans as a search query, you're going to potentially serve for carb-free foods, low carb diet, Mediterranean diet books, how to cut carbs for beginners, carb-free meals. So you can see this is a really, really broad variety of search queries with differing levels of intent and differing degrees of, let's say, closeness to your original keyword selection here, which is low carb diet plan. So basically this is going to cast the widest net and try to attract as many relatively close search terms as possible. So you can see that it may not deliver the most efficient and narrow focused targeting, but it gives you the broadest reach of all three keyword types. Second up is phrase match, and phrase match sits somewhere in the middle between broad and exact match. So Google says ads may show on searches that include the meaning of your keyword. The meaning of your keyword can be implied, and user searches can be a more specific form of the meaning. So they say it reaches more queries than exact match, but less queries than broad match. So for example, tennis shoes will serve for shoes for tennis, buy tennis shoes on sale, red tennis shoes, or comfortable tennis sneakers. So these are all in the realm of tennis shoes. Whereas shop for sneakers, Google deems under phrase match that this is not closely enough related to tennis shoes, and tennis store, again, slightly too distant from your original keyword, and again won't show because it doesn't mean the same thing. And then lastly is exact match, and this is going to be the tightest match type of the three. In this instance, ads may show on searches that either have the same meaning or same intent, and this match type is going to give you the most control over who actually sees your ad. And again, square brackets is the syntax you're going to need to use in order to create exact match keywords. So using Google's example, shoes for men will serve for shoes men, men's shoes, men's shoe, or shoes for a man. So these all have near identical meanings or intent. Whereas these queries here are too broad to serve an ad under exact match shoes for men keyword. So having gone through the three keyword match types, you probably have the question of which keyword match types should I choose? Well, it all depends on your goals to some extent. It also depends on how mature your campaigns and your general account is. So if it's very early for you in your account history, you don't have much conversion data, or you're really focused on efficiency within your account, then my approach would be to focus on exact match keywords. These are keywords you know to convert really well from either Amazon, or you've tested campaigns previously, and you're looking to just nail in your targeting from the very start to not, I suppose, waste any ad spend. If you're more growth focused, or if you have a lot of conversion data in the ad account and you're looking to scale, well then you should be much more inclined to leverage broad match. Broad match works really, really well with any automated bid strategies, particularly if you're an e-com business and you're working on max conversion value or target ROAS bidding. Combining that with broad match is usually really, really effective. And then I find that phrase match is one that sits slightly in the middle, and it's something that we're using less and less as a team. We're just finding that phrase match is getting almost broader in its nature. And in truth, all of these three match types are getting broader. And that's all part of, Google's shift towards eventually removing keyword targeting from our disposal and doing it entirely off their own volition. But for now, we don't really use phrase match. We don't have as much utility for it as we once had. It used to be a big part of our approach. When someone says, which should I choose? If you're sitting slightly in the middle and you're not sure if you want to be super efficient or super growth focused, I would say focus on 80% exact match. So focusing on keywords that convert really, really well, and then add some core keywords in broad match. And these keywords will allow you to go slightly beyond the scope of what you're targeting to help you find new search terms that convert, that can ultimately be sent back into the account as exact match keywords, and giving you new avenues to scale your search campaigns through. So in the next video, I'm going to run through keyword research, not just what match types to choose, but what keywords to choose to help you grow your search campaigns. So I'll see you at the next one.
In this video, I'm going to talk you through our exact approach to keyword research that allows us to find untapped keywords with low competition, low CPCs that allow us to scale our D2C brand partners from 7 to 8 figures with Google Ads. So without further ado, let's jump into it. Before we start looking into actually researching keywords, we need to understand the 4 core types of keywords. So the first type of keyword is informational. These keywords are generally seen at the top of the funnel, and they're used by people looking to learn more about a topic. They're not ready to buy, they're more interested in being taught something or being educated on a particular topic. So some examples of these types of keywords would be how to take collagen for best results, or the benefits of collagen powder for aging skin. In this instance, running traffic on these keywords straight to a PDP, a product page, is not going to be effective at all. People need to be educated. They want to learn something they're not yet ready to buy. So generally the approach we'll look to take here is either directing this traffic, which notably is very low cost, either to an advertorial style landing page or to a blog page. The second type of keyword that we'll be discussing are commercial keywords. These are more so at the middle of the funnel, and they're used when someone is comparing products or brands before they're ready to make a buying decision. So they might be asking, what is the best collagen powder for women over 50? Or they might be comparing a competitor directly versus you. So in this instance, Vital Proteins versus your brand collagen. Now, in this instance, we call this performance search, and along with the next keyword type, which are transactional keywords, they are bucketed in a very similar group, and we approach them very similarly in how we go about our keyword research. So transactional keywords are between the middle and the bottom of the funnel. People here are almost ready to make a purchase or take immediate action. So you'll see imperative verbs like buy collagen powder for women over 50, or collagen powder for sale in their area. So again, as I said, both of these we bucket under performance search, and I'll discuss them in a little more detail just before I finish off with the last keyword type, which is navigational keywords. These are at the bottom of the funnel, and they're used when someone's trying to find a specific brand, a website, or a product page. So most often these will come under the umbrella of branded terms. So your brand collagen reviews, for example. So in that instance, we'll try to direct that traffic straight to a reviews page, or someone might be looking for a promo code, or they might be looking for a particular product on your website. And as I said, that's generally under the branded search bucket. So going back to what we call performance search, and you can see here, this is where the majority of advertisers are going to be focusing their efforts on. Well, if the majority of people and advertisers are working within this space of commercial and transactional keywords, but getting your keyword research right and finding new and low cost keywords to target is going to have a significant impact on your level of success with Google Ads. So what do we use? We use the SES keyword research method. So the first thing that we do is we find seed keywords. These are 2 to 3 word phrases or terms that identify our core product offering. So this might be something like collagen or women's collagen. Very short, very to the point. They are exactly what we offer. The next thing that we're going to do is we're going to expand on those core or seed keywords and turn them into more long-tailed keywords. Again, keeping it at the core of what it is that we're offering, but expanding into more specific, more long-tailed queries. We're seeing with the rise of ChatGPT in particular, the way people are browsing is different. Generally, queries are more long-tailed. So what we're trying to do is mirror user intent, user queries with our keywords. And then the last thing that we're going to do, and something that's really important, is we're going to segment our keywords and our long-tail keywords according to theme. Because what we want to do is we want to create ad groups within our campaigns that have very close alignment between keywords, ad copy, and landing pages, because that creates a really relevant ad experience for users. It gives us higher quality scores and lower CPCs, and ultimately swings things in our favor when it comes to trying to bid on these commercial and transactional keywords that are going to be fiercely competitive in the vast majority of niches. So starting with our seed keywords. So let's say we are a collagen brand. So we sell collagen powder, but it could also be called marine collagen. We sell collagen for skin. We sell women's collagen. We also sell collagen capsules, flavorless collagen, and collagen for hair. Now, generally when I'm working on a new account, I'll try to find anywhere between 20 and 30 seed keywords. And from there, I could have hundreds of long-tailed keywords, but I always start by finding those core seed keywords. So let's take one of these as an example, one of our seed keywords, which is women's collagen. And let's expand to long-tailed keywords. So best collagen for women, here's one. Women's collagen for joint support, best collagen for women over 50, and tasty collagen for women. So we might go into something about the flavor. That's 4 long-tailed keywords for one seed keyword. Now, in truth, I could think of another 50 of these quite easily, but just for the sake of the video, I'm going to keep it to 4. So once we've done that for all our seed keywords. We could have well in excess of 100 keywords. We want to find which of those are going to be lowest competition or the highest search intent, or going to be CPC costs that are going to make sense for us economically with the proposed conversion rate we think we'll be working with and the goal CAC or target ROAS. So we're not going to take every keyword and just suddenly insert it into our search campaigns. But what we're doing is we're trying to identify the most relevant long-tailed keywords that we can. And then we're going to use Google's keyword planner to look at search volume, look at competition, look at average CPCs, what we can expect to pay, look at trends over time, and look at seasonality of these keywords. And we're going to choose the best keywords for us to target based on the economics, based on the competition, and thus forth. From there, once we have all the keywords that we want to target from the get-go, we need to now segment our keywords by theme. As I said, this is really important because not only it creates a better experience for the user, but it also creates a cheaper advertising experience for us, the advertiser. So we might say a theme could be women over 50, keywords related to joint support, anything to do with flavor. So maybe even within flavor, it could be that it's a good flavor, and another ad group could actually be that it's flavorless, because depending on search volume, there might be a lot of opportunity there. And good flavor compared to flavorless, they're two very distinct themes within a theme. So always erring on the side of breaking things out more rather than stuffing things together into ad groups and actually losing out on relevancy, because what you want to do is make sure your ad copy is really tight to your keywords and to your landing page. Peptides is another one. Hair growth is another benefit, obviously. Collagen with vitamin C is an option, and then collagen, just the best collagen. We might want to go after that if we feel particularly strongly that we have the best collagen for whatever reason, and then tasty collagen then as well. So where do you come up with all these keywords? I say that I come up with hundreds of long tail keywords, and then I maybe bring it down to 20 or 25 that I want to target initially. Well, I've only shown you 4. So where do I come up with all the rest of them? Well, as I said, Google's keyword planner is really useful because you can see things like average monthly searches. So you can get volume, you can get 3-month change. So is this a keyword that's being searched more or less than previous quarter? What's the year-on-year change? What level of competition? This is really important. Are we expecting to see? And then what is the top of page bid on the low range and the high range? So what can we expect to pay on the low and the high side to serve on these queries? So obviously then these are not exact, but they give us an indication of the level of CPC that we can expect to pay. We will have an understanding of what a likely conversion rate is here based on historical paid traffic performance, based on store performance. And if the numbers don't work, well, then it's not a keyword that we feel is appropriate to target, at least in the initial phase. So the second place then is SEMrush. SEMrush is a paid tool, but it is very, very useful for keyword ideation, keyword research. And the last thing, you can of course ask ChatGPT. I find that ChatGPT is good to come up with an exhaustive list of long-tailed keywords, particularly when you've given it seed keywords already. I find that myself doing research and actually trying to identify what the core seed keywords are for any brand is far, far better than ChatGPT doing it. But when I do run out of ideas from SEMrush and from Keyword Planner, when it comes to expanding into long-tail keywords, I will give ChatGPT these seed keywords and ask it to come up with some more long-tailed versions. And usually then it's quite useful. So they are the 3 places that I recommend for keyword ideation. You don't need a paid tool. You don't need SEMrush. You can work with Google Ads and ChatGPT, and quite often you'll do quite well. SEMrush is something I've used for a long time and really recommend it nonetheless. This is our keyword research process, and at its core, there's 3 fundamental things that we have to do. The first is finding those core keywords that represent our product offering. The second is expanding exhaustively into long-tailed keywords. And the third is refining those long-tail keywords into different ad groups and segmenting by theme. If you do that well, and if you can find keywords that are lower competition, lower CPC, and you segment well, you align your landing page, your keyword, your ad copy really well, then you have a much higher likelihood of success with Google Ads, expanding your search campaigns, and ultimately scaling your business from 6 to 7 to 8 figures with the help of Google Ads. So I hope you found this video useful, and I'll see you at the next one. In this video, I'm going to be talking about negative keywords in Google Ads, what they do inside in Google Ads, how you can use them to help save thousands of dollars per month on otherwise wasted ad spend. So without further ado, let's jump in. So I'll start by answering the question, what are negative keywords? So negative keywords tell Google which search terms you don't want your ads to show for. So in that sense, they help to filter out irrelevant or unwanted traffic. And then the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to talk about types of negative keywords. So in the same manner that we have different types of keywords in Google Ads, keyword match types from phrase, broad, and exact match, Those three match types also apply to negative keywords. So like I said, we have broad match, we have phrase match, and we have exact match negative keywords. So the way that we write these keywords or add these keywords, for example, for broad match, we just write the term. For phrase match, we add quotation marks. And then for exact match, we add square brackets. So let's start with broad match negative keywords. So when we use a broad match negative keyword, our ad won't show if the search term contains all of the negative keyword terms, even if it is in a different order. But our ad may show if the search contains only some of the keyword terms. So here's an example from Google. So our negative broad match keyword is running shoes. So running shoes. So in order for our search term to be blocked by this negative keyword, it needs to contain both the term running and the term shoes. And those can be in any order. So starting with blue tennis shoes, will that ad potentially show? The answer is yes. Well, why does this negative broad match keyword not block it? Well, because it contains the word shoes, but it doesn't contain the word running. So the ad still may show. Next up is running shoe. So it also contains the word running, but interestingly, it contains the word shoe and not shoes. So it doesn't contain all of our terms or words within our broad match keyword. So therefore, our ad still may show. Next up is blue running shoes. So you can see this contains our broad match keyword. It also contains an additional term, but because we're using broad match, our ad will be prevented from serving on this query. Shoes running, so we've just flipped the two terms around. That will also be blocked because it contains all the terms, remember, in any order. And then of course running shoes, which is a direct match to our broad match keyword, that will also be blocked. So that is broad match negative keywords. Next up are phrase match negative keywords. So our ads won't show if the search term contains the exact keyword terms in the same order, even if there are other terms before or after. So again, let's use running shoes in phrase match. So you'll see we'll have the quotation marks here and here. Running shoes, could our ad serve for blue tennis shoes? Well, the answer is yes. So what that means is that our negative keyword doesn't block it because it doesn't contain both the terms running and shoes. It only contains the term shoes, therefore our ad isn't blocked or prevented from serving, so our ad could show. Next up is running shoe, and again the issue lies in the fact that shoe is not the same as shoes, so it is not going to be blocked, so our ad could show. Blue running shoes will be blocked, and that's because our term running shoes is present here, and with phrase match we are able to have additional words in our search query and still have our phrase match keyword activated, thus blocking our ad. But shoes running is interesting because remember here our keyword terms have to be in the same order. These are not in the same order, therefore our negative phrase match keyword isn't activated, so our ad still could show. And running shoes obviously contains both of our terms in the correct order, so our ad will not show. And last up then is exact match negative keywords. Exact match are the tightest negative keywords that you can serve on, meaning that it will prevent the least amount of search queries being blocked relative to phrase match and relative to broad match. And your ad won't show if the search term contains the exact keyword terms in the same order without extra words. Extra word here, meaning that our ad could show. This again is not in the correct order, so the exact match keyword isn't coming into effect, so our ad again could show. This contains an extra term, so that's no good. Our ad still could show. This is in the incorrect order, so once again our ad could show. So the only thing that's blocked is the exact match keyword itself. Remember, it's going to look like this with our square brackets, and running shoes therefore is blocked from serving. So we can see that running shoes is going to be blocked from serving across all three, but then broad match is going to affect more terms than phrase match and is going to affect more terms than exact match. So how can I add negative keywords? So you can do it in two main forms. You can either add them individually. So when you see a search term that doesn't match what you're looking to serve ads on, or you can basically add a negative keyword list. And either adding negative keywords individually or using lists, you can apply these at the ad group level. So within a search campaign or a shopping campaign, you can add them at the campaign level. So at the search or the shopping or the PMax now campaign level, or you can add them to the account. You have to remember though that if you add negative keywords to the account, it means that it will have an effect on all campaigns, both existing campaigns and new campaigns in your ad account. If you added the campaign, it will affect all ad groups within that campaign. And if you added the ad group, it won't affect other ad groups unless, of course, you add them to the other ad groups as well. The next question is, how often should I add negative keywords? I hear this question all the time, and my answer obviously is it depends. So it depends on, the main thing really is how much search volume you're seeing and to what level is this a new account. So new accounts typically are going to be much more experimental. You, in the instance of search campaigns, you're probably trying new keywords, and in the instance of shopping campaigns, you're trying new products. So you don't know what degree of variety is going to be seen in your search term reports. So because of that, I often look at search term reports daily for new campaigns and add negative keywords right away, because every time you're adding a negative keyword, if it's for traffic that's really irrelevant to either your product or your brand as a whole, you're saving money right out the gap. So that's my recommendation. As your campaign performance gets more stable and as your search terms in general are cleaner and more aligned with what it is you're selling, then that can be less frequent. I would still recommend doing it a couple of times a week at a very minimum, just having a look. Sometimes you may need to add absolutely no negative keywords, and in that case, it's fine. So that's a very quick video running through the 3 match types for negative keywords, how you can apply them in your account, and how often you should apply them in your account. The most important thing is that you're looking to see what your search and your shopping campaigns are serving ads for, making sure that's in line with what it is your business wants to serve ads for, most importantly, and then cleaning up any non-relevant terms, any poor search intent, anything that doesn't align with your business, so that you can save yourself thousands of dollars per month on otherwise wasted ad spend. So if you have any questions or you want someone to help you out with this, maybe within your new ad account, then click the link below this video and we can have a quick conversation about either negative keywords in your Google Ads account or keywords in general, or just about your ad account performance and what could be done to improve it for your business. So I hope you found this video useful, and I'll see you at the next one. In this video, I'm going to be talking about quality score in Google Ads, what it is, what 3 core metrics make up quality score, and what the difference is between having a high quality score and a low quality score for your keywords in terms of your cost per click, your cost per conversion, and your overall ability to be profitable and scale with Google Ads. So without further ado, let's jump into it. So why does quality score matter? Well, take these 2 images. Average CPC on a single keyword. On the left here, we're seeing $2.38, and on the right, $5.84. So pretty significant difference. But what if I told you that these were the same keyword at a different cost? And you say, why is that? Why are we paying 2 distinctly different amounts for the same keyword? Well, the answer is quality score. And the reason for this is an example of a before and after of a Google ad account, one particular core keyword, a really important keyword for this business, and the difference between some fundamental tweaks on the ad and landing page level that turned this average CPC from nearly $6 to under $2.50. So let's jump into how we made that happen. So we'll first answer the question, what exactly is quality score? So it's Google's internal relevance score that affects your cost per click and your ad rank. And it's graded on a scale of 1 to 10. So understanding quality score actually goes back to understanding what Google themselves want and need from their advertisers. So Google is trying to deliver a highly relevant and positive user experience for anyone who's using their search engine. And that's more important than ever now with the rise of AI competitors such as ChatGPT and others. So we need to understand the fundamentals of the ads auction. So when someone enters a search, Google finds all ads with eligible keywords that match that search. So Google wants to go ahead and collect all the ads that could serve for that potential search query. But then what Google is going to do is it's going to measure the ad rank of eligible ads. And then ads are going to be served based on their ad rank. So those ads that have higher ad rank than others are going to be preferentially served in higher placed ad spots, so higher up the search engine results page than those that have lower ad rank. So we can already see ad rank is super important. So ad rank thresholds determine your ability to compete in an auction. As I said, Google is looking for high ad rank, and those with high ad rank are going to get preferential treatment. So what's involved in calculating ad rank? Well, the first thing is your bid, and that's your actual cost per click. So if you're on a manual CPC bidding basis on Google, you're choosing how much you're willing to pay for a click. Well, then this is fairly self-explanatory. It's your upper limit of what you're willing to pay for a click. But then obviously, if you're on more automated bid strategies like maximize conversion value or target ROAS bidding, well, then you don't have the same autonomy over what bid you are actually pushing on a particular ad. Instead, Google does that for you based on your overall macro goals at a campaign level or ad group level, etc. But your bid is your actual cost per click, what it is you're paying for someone to click on that ad. Then the next thing is your ad quality. So we have bid and we have ad quality. And within ad quality, we know that Google uses quality score as its metric to measure ad quality. So unless we want to be paying more via a higher CPC, if we want to improve ad rank, well, we're much better off going in this direction first, trying to improve ad quality, than we are spending dollars going in this direction. So starting with ad quality, we know we need to improve quality score. So if we want to improve our ad rank, start here. So quality score components, there are 3 really important components that you need to know. The first is expected click-through rate. So what's the likelihood of your ad being clicked compared to competitors in the same auction? The second is ad relevance. So is your ad aligned with the user's search query and intent? And the third is landing page experience. Does the page load fast? Does it feel responsive, feel relevant? And ultimately, does it convert as well? So here we have an example of keyword quality scores made up of their different components. So each of these is going to be a different keyword. So what we're seeing here is persistently low quality scores. 3, 4, 5 is still quite low, and 2 is obviously incredibly low. So if we look at expected click-through rate, below average, below average, below average, below average. So that's the first place that we're going to need to start. Landing page experience, then it ranges from below average to average, and then ad relevance anywhere from above average to average. So glaringly, we're going to need to improve this expected click-through rate right away. We're also going to need to take a look at the landing page experience. So what's involved in improving each of these 3 components? Well, the first thing with expected click-through rate, what we need to do is improve our headlines. These are going to be the things that grab attention and ultimately get users looking at our ad. We need to make sure our user intent is matched up. So if someone is searching for a very general top of funnel term, maybe what are the benefits of collagen and should I be taking it? Showing them an ad for the best collagen or the tastiest collagen powder is not really matching their level of intent. So the next thing that we need to do then is we need to use relevant ad extensions. Again, this links back to matching user intent, but with ad extensions like site links, for example, different callouts, we can provide more information about our business, which ultimately gives the user more opportunity to learn if it's the right place for them to click through and be brought. And the more we can tell a user about our business, the higher likelihood they are of actually clicking through our ad, and that improves our expected click-through rate. And the last thing then is really important for every component of Google Ads, but particularly for improving expected click-through rate because of the importance of improving your headlines, but testing different headline angles, which angles are going to improve click-through rate. Doing this as a set and forget on your search campaigns is going to have a detrimental effect on your ECTR. If your competitors are testing aggressively and finding new angles and you're not, well then over time your ECTR is going to go down because remember, it is not a static component. None of these are static metrics. They're all done in comparison to other users in your auction. So if your competitors are getting better and you're not, well then it's a mistake on your part and you're going to suffer in the long term. The next thing is ad relevance. And this goes back to really understanding what Google wants and needs from its advertisers in order to create a really relevant package for its users. So one thing we do that's really important is we segment our ad groups by intent or by theme within our search campaigns. So again, if you are a collagen brand and you sell collagen to women, or you sell collagen for hair loss and you sell another collagen due to its flavor, having all of those things piled into one ad group and trying to write ad copy that appeals to people who are looking for flavorless collagen, but also appeals to people who are looking for collagen for hair loss, and also appeals to women in their late 50s who want a collagen for their age group. Well, you're not going to find the level of congruency in the language of a single ad that's going to appeal to all those different people and all those different keywords. So segment out according to theme. It's really useful because you can focus your ad copy directly onto the user's search query, and then you can direct the user to the most appropriate landing page that answers their query or will meet their expectations. Dynamic keywords are the next tool that we use. And essentially this is where we're able to show the search query or the keyword back to the user directly based on what triggered their ad. So for example, if our keyword that was triggered by a user's search query was collagen for women in their 50s and we want to add a dynamic keyword, well then the dynamic keyword means that collagen for women in their 50s could be a headline or it could be part of a description depending on how we set it up within our ad copy. And again, if a user has a particular search query and they see their exact query matched in the ad, well they know they're already in the right place. So dynamic keyword insertion is a really powerful tool to increase your expected click-through rate as well as your ad relevance. And the last thing that we want to do is obviously match the user's language. So again, if our user is problem aware and our search query is very problem aware, we don't want to be using very highly technical jargon terms that are not familiar to the user because it isn't matching their language. They don't have an understanding of it because they're not at that solution aware or product aware or even brand aware stage where that language, that technical specificity could play a bigger role. So we need to meet people where they're at and doing so via matching the language that they use as well. The last thing then is going to be landing page experience. So load times are really important. So everyone knows about all the tools you can use, page speed insights to see how quickly your page is loading, what can be done to decrease load times. The next thing is message match from ad to landing page. So not only should we be focused on having really high relevance between our ads and the user's search query, but again, taking that one step further and continuing that relevance focused onto the landing page. So sometimes that includes matching your landing page headlines to users' search queries or keywords. That can be really powerful. And just making sure you're directing users to a landing page that's going to give them a really relevant experience and it's going to deliver on the expectations you set out in your ad copy. Our landing pages should have clear call to actions, a clear conversion path. They shouldn't be too sticky. We should make it really frictionless for the customers to complete their next step in their customer journey. And of course, given how much traffic is going to be coming through from mobile, we have to be mobile optimized. So they are the three areas that you need to focus on in order to improve your quality score: the landing page experience, ad relevance, and expected click-through rate. Because we know that better quality scores lead to lower CPCs. You pay for every single click on Google. So if you can lower your CPCs, the unit economics begin to make much more sense. It's much easier to scale your business into the 6, 7, and 8-figure mark with Google Ads. So I hope you found this video useful and I'll see you at the next one. In my last video, I discussed everything about quality score and why it's so important to create really relevant ads for users and how Google rewards you with lower CPCs and cheaper ad costs, and thus making it much easier to scale your Google Ads accounts. Well, in this video, I'm going to walk you through a trick that we use to create really relevant ad experiences so that we can run ads far cheaper for our brand partners than any of their competitors can. So without further ado, let's jump into it. So what we're going to be discussing today are single theme asset groups. And for those of you who might be working on Google Ads for slightly longer, maybe 5, 6+ years, you might be familiar with the term SKAGs, which are single keyword asset groups. And they were something we used wholesale back in 2018, 2019, even up to a couple more recent years as well. But now everything we're doing is focused on STAGs instead, single theme asset groups. So what are they? They're tightly focused ad groups centered around one specific keyword theme, and that allows us to keep congruency between keyword, ad, and landing page. And we know that that is the secret to creating a really relevant ad experience, which Google rewards with cheaper ad costs. So this is why STAGs are crucial, because they boost quality score, not just in general or not just one metric, but they increase it across all elements. And the way they do that is by increasing relevance. So take your ECTR, for example. If you increase how tightly matched your theme of your keyword, your ad copy is, well, then people are going to be much more likely to click on it. So ECTR goes up. Ad relevance is pretty obvious. If you're creating more relevant ads, well, then your ad relevance is going to go up. And then your landing page experience. So if you're creating a landing page that's engaging by being something that's on theme, on brand with what the user is looking for, well, then they're going to stay longer. They're not going to bounce as frequently. They're going to have a smoother experience and they're going to convert more. So your landing page experience is going to go up. You're going to be creating a picture where ECTR, ad relevance, and landing page experience is all going up, meaning that your cost to serve ads, your CPC, is going down. So let's take this as an example of a single messy ad group. So our keywords are buy running shoes, cheap gym trainers, shoes for plantar fasciitis, and running shoes for women. So a series of different keyword intent, search intent, and general product categories. Some are geared towards medical conditions, plantar fasciitis, some are geared towards women, some trainers versus running shoes. There's a distinction there as well. So it's just a little bit of a mess. And writing ad copy and creating one landing page that's congruent across all these terms is going to be nigh on impossible. So instead, we're going to focus on single theme ad groups. So our ad groups are going to be maybe something like general running shoe terms, bargain hunters, plantar fasciitis, ladies trainers. So within that, then each of these will be a distinct ad group. But buy running shoes, shop running shoes near me, running shoe, followed by your brand name. While I don't agree that all these should be grouped together in a single ad group because they have still differing levels of intent, they are still centered around one core theme of running shoes. Bargain hunters is more self-explanatory, so cheap gym trainers, low-cost running shoes, running shoe discount code, affordable running shoes. So once again, this would be maybe something that you could break up into multiple different ad groups because you might want to segment gym trainers versus running shoes. But what you can see is that it's much easier now to create language in your ad copy, maybe language in your landing page. You could direct people to a clearance page or a sale page or something that focuses more on affordability. And in doing so, you're going to increase ad relevance. Plantar fasciitis is next. So you can talk about shoes for plantar fasciitis or trainers, orthopedic shoes, supportive shoes. So in your ad copy, you can really call out the problem much more. Say our shoes are suitable for plantar fasciitis to help alleviate the pain that comes with plantar fasciitis because they have arch support, things like that. So you can also be saying that kind of thing in your landing page. You're matching what the user is looking for. So again, much better segmentation of theme around this core topic of plantar fasciitis. And the last thing then is ladies trainers. So running shoes for women, trainers for women, buy ladies trainers, best ladies trainers. Now, I'm not saying by any means that all of these should be bundled into one single ad group. They could be segmented out even further. But again, at least you're able to direct these users towards the women's collection of your website, as opposed to trying to bundle all of these kind of terms together, find one landing page that might fit for all of them, and find one kind of ad copy element that you can use to kind of cover everything. You're much better off segmenting much more, segment out by theme, and then call out each theme very definitively, very specifically in both your ad copy and your landing page. So as I said, this is only the start. You can separate further by things like intent. You can have 2-3 keywords per ad group, up to maybe 5 or 8. I generally wouldn't have any more than that. I find once I go above 5 or 6 or 7, I'm really struggling at this point to justify adding another keyword, or else those that I add, I find that they're too dissimilar to the other keywords that are in that ad group, in which instance I'm just going to create another ad group to keep relevancy nice and high. When you build your single theme ad groups, your ad copy can match your keywords more closely. Your landing page can be adjusted, and this will boost your relevancy. Because you're boosting relevancy, your clicks get cheaper, and then ultimately your search campaigns get much easier to scale. So it's much easier to scale your brand to 6, 7, 8 figures with the help of Google Ads. And this is one of the many tips and tricks that we use to get much cheaper clicks, to make Google Ads a really important, a really profitable vehicle for our 7 and 8 figure brand partners. So if you're a 7 or an 8 figure brand owner and you're looking for help with relevancy within your Google Ads account, or maybe you're looking to move the reliance away from Meta, then let's have a conversation today. The link for my Calendly is in the description. You can book in a super quick call. We can have a conversation about Google Ads. If you've tried it in the past and it hasn't worked, why might that be? Well, often I see the biggest issue stopping ad accounts from scaling is this fundamental mismatch that's causing really low relevancy across campaigns. You fix this, you fix a lot of core fundamental issues in an ad account, and you make it much easier to scale. So I hope you found this video useful, and I'll see you at the next one. In this video, I'm going to walk you through how to write exceptional headlines and descriptions for your Google search campaigns so that you can get highly qualified traffic to your website, boost your CTR, and unlock new pockets of scale with Google Ads. So without further ado, let's jump right into it. So in your search campaigns, the two most fundamental pieces of ad copy that you will be writing are your headlines and your descriptions. So starting with your headlines, these are up here, 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 and here. So these are what grab the user's attention, and most often are going to be the difference between your ad being clicked versus a competitor. They are 30 characters in limit, but you can serve more than one on any given occasion. So it's really important that you make a really strong call out or point in a very limited space. And from there, we also have our descriptions. We can serve up to 2 of these at any given time. and these are up to 90 characters in length. So they can help you elaborate on the points you've made in your headlines or add more information about your product or your business that can help users identify that they are being directed through to a relevant site that meets their needs and expectations. So our descriptions down here and also down here. So let's start with great headline writing. Well, great headlines do three things on Google Ads. They, number one, grab the attention, either with an emotional hook or a benefit. Number two, they match the user's intent. There's no point saying we have the best collagen product if someone is asking the question of, should I be taking powder or capsules or gummy collagen? That is completely pointless. You're going to waste money because you're not matching intent. So one quick tip we always use, and I've mentioned it in other videos, always try to use the keywords that you're targeting in your headlines when possible. And the third thing they should do is guide actions. So have a really clear call to action in at least one of your headlines. I'm going to walk you through some actual Google ad search campaigns from some market leaders, and in doing so, go through some really positive headline writing tips that'll make a significant difference to your click-through rate. And I'm going to show you some examples along the way. So the first thing that I always say is use title case. You'll be surprised how many people don't do this, but it just helps with readability. So you can see Obvi here have obviously been using title case for their headlines. And the next thing then is to use imperative verbs. So tell the user what they should do. So this is, again, guiding action. So shop the obvious choice here. Shop or buy or explore or learn. These are imperative verbs. The next tip that I'm going to give you is to use numbers and symbols. So the search engine results page is really noisy. So by using numbers and symbols, you can just stand out. So you can see Vuori here have 5-inch, 7.5-inch, and 9-inch seams. They're not just obviously using numbers to stand out. They're using numbers to guide users on what they actually have in terms of inseam length for their shorts. And the other thing then is to use words like you and your. So in the same ad, Vuori used the same technique. They say your new favorite shorts because it feels like we're talking to the user. So if I'm the user side here, I feel like they're talking directly to me. You can see AG1 is using the symbol here, number one, for a reason, formulated for your body. Again, talking directly to the user. We're back to Obvi again. We're focusing on positive outcomes here, burn, fat, and glow. These are positive outcomes for prospective Obvi customers. And then show off your offer. This is really important. Your headline is a fantastic place to show off your offer. And if you have a really solid offer, definitely test it in your headlines. So Casper have a free 100-night trial and limited time 25% off bundles. So you can see they actually have two headlines here that are mentioning offers. So really increasing the clickability of that for prospective users and customers. Descriptions then. So if headlines are going to be the attention grabber, your descriptions are the closer. So the role of descriptions is to handle objections, reinforce the value, add a level of urgency, and also give some trust signals. So you can be building trust before the click. And these are some formats that we see work really well. So problem solution format. Our dog had the worst breath and it's the only product that has worked. And again, this is from a customer review, they say. So adding a layer of trust in the description, but this is a problem solution framework, an offer, a deadline framework, so increasing level of urgency. So hurry before they're gone, get yours with monthly toys and treats from BarkBox, hurry before they're gone. So you can see the offer and then you can see the level of urgency or deadline there. So Billy Razors then is next. They have benefit into trust signal, which is another one that we use quite often. So the benefits here, it's skin loving, ultra gentle, close shave, and then dermatologist approved for sensitive skin. So there is our trust signal right away. Now that I've gone through headlines and descriptions, here's some general tips. So you should always be testing variations in your headlines. So your headlines shouldn't look or be the same as each other. They should be very different because remember, you're going to have a combination of two and on occasion 3 headlines together. So need to have a lot of variation within those headlines, but you also need to be testing what's working and what's not. So don't max out headlines. I see this a lot. So you have the opportunity to add 15 headlines to your search campaigns. Most often I'm adding 7 or 8 or 9. Any more than that, I don't get the feedback on individual assets to see if they're good enough because they are being diluted in terms of traffic. So don't max out headlines for the sake of it. Of course, if you've a lot of different headlines that you want to test, you have a lot of different viable angles that you think would be appropriate, then don't limit yourself. But don't feel obliged to max out the 15 headlines, particularly when you see Google's marker of ad strength, which by the way is different to ad rank, but Google's marker of ad strength, which encourages you to fill out as many headlines and description placements as possible. Generally, I don't pin headlines or descriptions unless I have a promotion or a clear reason to. In some campaigns, I will be testing an angle that I know has proof that it works, that it has really high click-through rate. In that instance, okay, I will want to make sure that it's always serving. Also, if I'm running a promotion for a brand, I want to make sure that that promotion is being shown to all prospective users. So if it is a really solid offer, I want to get it out there. But for the most part, I'll let Google do its thing. Once I have, 7, 8 or 9 headlines, I will get some feedback pretty quickly on what's working better and what's not in terms of click-through rate, and then I will focus then on those that are working better, get rid of those that aren't working too well, and maybe try and add a couple more to keep testing different angles and things like that. And obviously with that, then review performance regularly. Don't just set up your search campaigns and wait 12 months to see what performance looks like. You should be testing different angles and headlines. You see it all the time in Meta. We're always looking for different angles, different ad copy, different call outs. But on Google, there's always a sense of negligence when it comes to ad copy testing. So don't fall into that trap. Review performance of your headlines and your descriptions regularly. Stay on top of things. Remember, it's a dynamic auction. You'll always find there's new competitors coming in. They're coming in with different angles, different approaches. So your ad copy needs to stay fresh so you stand out and get the highest click-through rate possible and get more qualified traffic to your website. If you do that, you'll find it much easier to scale to 7, 8, and even 9 figures with the help of Google Ads. So I hope you found the video useful, and I'll see you with the next one. In my last video, I showed you exactly how you can write headlines and descriptions in your search campaigns and Google Ads that are going to get more clicks, higher click-through rates, more qualified traffic to your website, and ultimately make it easier for you to scale your Google Ads campaigns. Well, in this video, I'm going to walk you through the next critical component of fantastic search campaigns, and they cost absolutely nothing to add and can improve your results dramatically. So today, I'm going to be walking you through the most important ad extensions in Google Ads. So without further ado, let's jump into it. So let's start with why ad extensions matter. Well, the reason they matter is, as I mentioned, they cost absolutely nothing to add to your search campaign. They allow you to take up more digital real estate. So what I mean by that is on the search engine results page, you can take up more of that page by adding these ad extension elements, or ad assets as they're now referred to. They can help you boost your click-through rate by adding more key valuable information about your products or your business. And ultimately, they can also help you to improve your ad rank. And we know that ad rank and having a higher ad rank than your competitors means that you can serve in the same auction at a lower cost per click. And lastly, improve ad rank. And we know that ads that have a higher ad rank will serve in better positions than those that have a lower ad rank. So here is an example of taking up a whole lot of digital real estate from Whoop. So you can see here is their headline. So Whoop's peak sleep tracker. Here is their description. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different site links. And you can see not only is it just taking up more space than what you might consider a traditional search campaign, but it's also giving the user more opportunities to click through to something that's really relevant to them. They are able to showcase off their offer of 1 month free trial. They're able to give more informative content about how it works, women's hormonal health, improved sleep. So there's so many different angles that they're testing here within their site links, and it's costing them absolutely nothing to add. So I've already kind of answered it, but ad extensions are add-ons that expand your ad with extra information and links. So I'm going to be discussing 5 of them today. So site links, callouts, promotions, prices, and structured snippets. So site links. These are extra clickable links that can direct users to specific landing pages beyond your main landing page. So I just showed you an ad from Whoop. Here's one from Nike. Nike, just do it, Nike.com. Headline here, description here, site link 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different site links, all directing us to different places, shop the sale, men's, USA, things like that. I don't think these are particularly decent site links, and I think they could be better, but they are still taking up a whole lot more digital real estate. If I want to swipe through it to get down to the next result, it's actually just taking me more time. So it's increasing the likelihood of having a click through that campaign. So with site links, these are some recommendations I usually make as to what site links to test. Collection pages are good. So you can see they have the men's here. Best sellers, I think, always works really, really well. A lot of people will be searching for your brand and want to see reviews. So this is a great way to build some social proof and actually showcase off all your happy customers, all your good reviews. Promotions. So again, if you've got a really enticing offer on site, you might have an evergreen promotion or a clearance even, and sometimes that can be very, very useful to showcase via a site link. New arrivals. this is great. And then specific product categories. So you might have, in the case of Nike, you might have running shoes, you might have trail shoes, you might have walking shoes, running jackets, things like that. Next up are callouts. These are 25 character pieces of text that can be used to highlight specific details about your business or your products. And you can actually show up to 10 of them in a single ad. So once again, I'm back to Whoop here. The one I have here is 14+ day battery life, daily training guidance. These are actually 2 callouts that they have, and they provide a bit more key information, particularly on the battery life here, which is going to be a key differentiator to other competitors. What they have is they have a headline, they have a description, and then they have 2 callouts, which add more relevant information and can be enough to help with boosting click-through rate and ultimately getting more qualified traffic on site. Next up then are promotions. So you can actually show off your promotion in a number of different ways. You can do it in your headline. You can see Rich have done it here up to 49% off for the prime time sale, but they also have the specific promotion ad extension here, or ad asset, where you can showcase off what the promotion event is. So in Rich's instance here, it's a summer sale, and then you can provide details of the sale itself. So up to 49% off everyday items. Price assets are next. They allow users to display pricing information on their products directly within their search ads. So in the same way that our shopping campaigns will always show price, sometimes it can be quite useful to show price. 2 main reasons. Either we want to show people our value for money in the case of a low cost product, and that would be something like this. So you can showcase different product categories starting from a certain price. And then often the case, it could be that we're actually trying to disqualify traffic for higher priced items like luxury items. We don't want people clicking through that are unqualified and aren't going to be spending the money on our products if our products are slightly higher priced. So this is one way that we can do it. In truth, it's not an ad asset that we use all that often, but it can be quite useful in certain select cases. And then lastly are structured snippets. So these will work for certain types of brands. You can either showcase your styles, your types, or the actual brands you stock. So if you're a reseller, brands in particular would be quite useful. So you might say brands equal Nike, Adidas, Umbro, Under Armour, all those brands. But more often than not, we'll see it by styles. So for e-commerce, it'll be styles will be different product categories really. So Nike have jerseys, gloves, sleeves, pants. So that concludes the 5 different ad extensions that we like to use at Vulcan. So why do we include them? As I said, they cost absolutely nothing to add. We're able to take up more digital real estate, increase our click-through rates, and improve ad rank. And all that together culminates in being able to scale your search campaigns at a much lower CPC, at a higher click-through rate, and much more profitably. And ultimately, if you can grow profitable search campaigns on Google, you're 50% of the way there to helping your business scale from 7 to 8 and sometimes even 9 figures with the help of Google Ads. So I hope you found this video useful, and I'll see you at the next one. In this video, I'm going to be talking you through every single bid strategy within Google Ads, showing you when you should use each one, be it manual or automated bidding, and then how do you know when you should transition from one bid strategy to another. Knowing these steps is the difference between scaling your campaigns profitably and consistently versus having incredibly erratic performance on Google. And when people get bid strategies wrong, they blame Google, but they don't have a problem with Google, they have a problem with their setup. And when you get your setup up in Google Ads, you can grow much more consistently with a much more predictable pattern. And that's what I'm going to show you how to do today. So without further ado, let's jump into it. So with bid strategies, the first thing to consider is that they can be broken up into 2 distinct categories. You either have automated bid strategies that use machine learning to optimize per performance, or you're going to have manual bid strategies where you actually set the bids yourself. For new accounts, and this is going to be how I break down this description, I'm going to break it down into new accounts first and then into existing accounts, because the way that you manage a new account is vastly different to the way that you manage an existing account that has a lot of historical conversion data. So for new accounts, you don't have that historical conversion data to work off. So machine learning has nowhere really to go. So you can expect machine learning and any automated bid strategies to be super erratic when you apply those in a new account. So with that, then it can lead to very high CPCs because it's going out, it's trying to capture as much information as it can, but that means that it's overbidding on some terms. So you're seeing really inflated CPCs. So instead, we're going to start with a manual bid strategy instead. So the 2 manual bid strategies that I will generally focus on are either manual CPC or maximize clicks. Now with manual CPC, essentially you set an upper limit of what you're willing to pay on each individual keyword for a click. So if you say, I don't want to pay more than $2 for a click on this particular keyword, Google will set the upper limit to that. and it will apply to serve an ad for each eligible auction. Sometimes your manual CPC bid will be enough to serve in that auction, and sometimes it won't be. But Google does not have the autonomy to go out and pay more. You've set the upper limit. Maximize clicks is slightly different. You give Google a daily budget, say $50. You say you can spend $50 today, get me as many clicks as you can. So you can see sometimes the click quality isn't fantastic, but it is a really good way of getting a lot of data through the account very, very quickly. The other thing here as well, you can also set an upper limit. Say get me as many clicks as possible in this budget, but I don't want to pay more than $2 per click. Both of these approaches are good in their own merit. I don't have a clear favorite. There is some nuance in between the two. I usually opt for manual CPC 70 to 80% of the time. The goal here nonetheless is to start generating enough conversions so that you can transition to automated bidding. So 5, 6, 7 years ago, manual bidding was all the rage. We were able to have a lot of control over things, and we were very good at it when we were able to maintain control. And that was part of the job of a Google Ads media buyer. But now with machine learning, with algorithms, with everything like that, it's just gotten so much more intelligent than we will ever be. So we want to be leveraging that when we can at all. So what we need to do is we need to position the ad account in such a way that automated bidding can work effectively. So by basically doing one of these approaches, either manual CPC or maximize clicks, we'll start to see some conversion data come through. We'll manually trim down the fat, things that aren't working. We'll focus on things that are, and eventually we'll get to a place where it is appropriate. There is enough conversion data to transition to automated bidding. So you can consider now we've gone through that point and we are calling ourselves an existing account. Maybe we've been running for 3 months or 6 months or 12 months or 5 years, but we're an existing account. We have historical conversion data, and importantly, we have recent historical conversion data. So this doesn't apply if your ad account was running from 2021 to 2023 and you stopped running ads for 2 years and now you're back again. You got to treat that like a new account. But an existing account, you're running ads up to now, you've been scaling nicely. What bid strategies should you be looking at? Well, as I said, you've got the luxury of historical conversion data, meaning that these can be used to provide signals for automated bid strategies. And with automated bid strategies, these are the 4 main ones I'm going to touch on. You've got maximize conversions, maximize conversion value, target CPA, and target ROAS. Maximize conversions are where you give Google a daily budget. Again, let's say $50, and you say, find me as many conversions as you can within that budget. It tends to be quite an aggressive bid strategy. It's more a bid strategy that would be used in lead gen as opposed to e-commerce, because it would grade each conversion equally. So in the instance of e-commerce, where one conversion might be $60 and the other might be $220, maximize conversions doesn't place any emphasis or any importance on the value of the conversion. Each conversion in the algorithm's mind is equal. So it's all about finding as many as possible. And that's where it differs from maximize conversion value. So maximize conversion value, you're still giving Google a daily budget, but you're saying, get me as much revenue as you can here. So don't just get me as many purchases as you can, get me as many high value purchases as you can. So this is what we would opt for with e-commerce businesses, particularly if we're just transitioning over from manual bidding, or we're setting up a new campaign. We don't have historical data and we want to give the campaign enough room to breathe. Then we'll set it at maximize conversion value. We'll give it a daily budget, generally try to start 3 to 4 times over our average order value, and let the campaign breathe and learn. Thereafter, we have 2 target bid strategies, and these are kind of linked in such a way that maximize conversions is linked to target CPA and maximize conversion value is linked to target ROAS. And the reason for that is target CPA is you give Google a set budget, but you say, I want us to aim for a CPA, cost per acquisition, of $30. So here's my daily budget, but try not to go above $30. Now, again, this is more relevant if your brand is a brand that either has a fixed order value, so you might just have a single SKU people can buy once. For most e-commerce brands, that isn't the case. So instead, you're better off opting for target ROAS. So target ROAS is where you say, look, I want to aim for 300 or 200% target ROAS. So for every dollar we spend, I need to be getting $2 or $3 back. The thing with both target CPA and target ROAS is that they will behave based on the target itself. So for target ROAS, for example, if you set a target ROAS of 700%, which is a 7x ROAS, but up to now your campaign's been working at a 200% or a 2x ROAS, well, all of a sudden it doesn't mean that performance is suddenly going to skyrocket and your campaign gets much more efficient. What's much more likely to happen is your campaign is going to stop spending because it doesn't think it can achieve that level of efficiency that you're asking it to achieve. And in that instance, performance tanks and you're kind of setting things back to the start. So that's not the recommendation recommendation we'd have generally, and I will discuss this in just a moment, but when we move from maximize conversion value to target ROAS, we have to look at our actual ROAS historically under this bid pattern, and we need to say, okay, over the last 30 days, we were achieving a 250% ROAS. Well, then we need to be in and about there when we set our target, because if we set our target super high, we're going to constrict the account, the campaign, it's not going to want to spend. On the contrary, if we set it very low, well, then the campaign can be more aggressive. It might blow through our efficiency targets. If we need to be getting a 3x ROAS, we've set it to 200%. Well, it might be hovering at 180, 190% in terms of its actual results, and that might just not work for us. So you need to be setting realistic target ROAS that meets your actual KPIs and what the account has been doing historically as well. For ecom brands, and assuming we've progressed through the new account stage and gotten a lot of conversions via manual bidding, we're now running almost exclusively on automated bid strategies, but then we're going to want to start any new campaigns on maximize conversion value, get to 30 to 50 conversions per month, and then review that data. Look at what's the actual ROAS, what's the actual CPA here, and then for the most part, we're going to move to T-ROAS bidding. And if our actual ROAS up to that point was 250%, well, then I'm going to set my first target ROAS, which I'll keep for at least kind of 2 to 3 weeks, at either 250% or maybe slightly below it, even like 230, 220. Once it's in line with KPIs, I want to make sure that the algorithm has enough room to breathe, particularly if our growth goal is that of scaling over time. Well, then we don't want to be too constrictive too quickly. So that would be the general progression that we'd look to take. And here's a kind of a mind map that you can use. So is this a new account? If the answer is yes, go manual CPC bidding or else maximize clicks. And then once you hit 30 conversions per month, you can then start asking yourself this question, which you can also ask if your account is not a new account. You need to be saying, is our order value fixed or variable? So for the most part, it's not going to be fixed unless you're in lead gen. We're primarily focused on e-commerce. So from our side, we're going to say we're going to be a variable order value. So we're going to start with maximize conversion value. If we stay less than 50 conversions per month, we're just not able to get up above that. Well, then we need to do a couple of things. We'll either need to expand on budget or targeting or something like that to help us get there. Or once we do get there, then more than 50 conversions per month, we're going to transition to target ROAS bidding. And then we're going to be in a really good position to help scale the ad account itself. So if you're looking for any of these resources, they're all going to be linked in the description below. This mind map I find very useful. I get a lot of positive feedback on it. It just simplifies the whole thing a little bit, because remember, it's really important that you know from the get-go when you create a new campaign what your bid strategy progression is going to look like, what metrics you need to hit to transition from, say, a manual to an automated bid strategy, and then again from maybe something like maximize conversion value to target ROAS bidding. These things are really important. They're not things that are discussed enough, but they're the type of changes that are going to either drastically improve or detrimentally affect what's happening inside your ad account. If you have any questions, I will drop my calendar in the link below. You can book a call in with me if you're a D2C brand owner and you're looking to scale or expand your Google Ads accounts. Let's have a quick conversation and we can see what can be done to improve performance in your account. I hope you found the video useful, and I'll see you at the next one. In this video, I'm going to be talking about dynamic search campaigns, what they are, when to use them, and most importantly, how to set them up correctly to succeed with Google Ads. So without further ado, let's jump into it. DSA or dynamic search campaigns. So what are they? Well, let's start by comparing them to traditional search or responsive search ads. So with responsive search ads, you provide Google with the keywords to target. So you pick your keywords and Google will go off and help you target them. With dynamic search ads or DSAs, Google uses your website as a source for finding keywords. So you do not manually select keywords yourself. Google looks at your website, determines what keywords would be most appropriate to serve ads for. So with DSA, Google is doing a lot of the heavy lifting. The only things that you're giving Google are descriptions. So 2 descriptions, some ad extensions, and then your ad targets. Maybe if you want to target all pages in your website, or you just want to target certain pages. So you direct Google on what pages to target. Then Google comes up with headlines, keywords, and selects which landing pages your ads should go to. So as you can see, Google has a lot of autonomy here in selecting important things like headlines, keywords, and of course, landing pages as well. But what's really important to know is that Google needs to understand your website. So if it cannot understand your website, it cannot interpret what it is you're selling. It can't produce really highly relevant and highly targeted ad campaigns that are going to work. So how do you know if Google understands your website? Well, there's one thing you can do. You can use Google's keyword planner. And what keyword planner will allow you to do is either give all your website, the entire site, or certain pages of your site, and ask Google to look for keywords that match your site. And from there, you'll get kind of a sense of what type of keywords Google is recognizing on your website. So this is AG1, for example. You can see they obviously are picking up AG1 drink, so branded search terms, but also things like dietary supplement, multivitamin, greens daily. So you can see that Google is interpreting or indexing this page pretty well. So that can be a good way of making sure before you even set off in your campaign with your DSA and start spending money, that Google has a relatively good idea of your website and what it is that you're selling. The next thing is when to use DSA. Well, I normally start out with responsive search campaigns, but with time, you might want to expand into new pockets, find new keywords. So using dynamic search ads is a great way of expanding out your current reach on Google Ads. Likewise, it's a fantastic way of finding new keywords. So of course, with responsive search ads, we're going to be doing a lot of keyword research in advance, but there are billions of searches on Google every single day. That means there are hundreds of millions of new searches every single day. So it's almost impossible to keep up to date with keyword research. So keyword mining via DSA helps you stay on top of that and find new keyword opportunities. And the last thing then is it's sort of a proxy for how well the search element of Performance Max is going to perform. So if you are looking to move over to PMax in your account in the near to medium future, you might want to test what the DSA portion of that campaign might look like, because search within Performance Max acts almost identically to dynamic search campaigns. So if your dynamic search campaigns are working really well, then you know when you move over to Performance Max, at least the element of search within Performance Max is also going to perform quite well for you as well. So as I said, sort of a proxy to PMax. The next thing then are dynamic ad targets. And this is where you tell Google what pages to target. So this is important because you might not want to be targeting all your pages, for example. So you have a few different options here. You can either tell Google to target all landing pages from your standard ad groups. So they're going to be your search campaigns or your RSAs that you're already running. So it's just going to target all of those. You can do URL based targeting. So rule based targeting. URL contains men's shoes, URL contains women's, URL contains collection, something like that. Or you can do category equals, and category could equal, once again, men's shoes, lady shoes, category equals collagen powder, depending on what products you sell. So as I said, within URL targeting, then you can do URL equals, so you can pick individual URLs that you want to target, or you can make rule-based adjustments. So URL contains, as I said, some important term for your business. And then importantly are negative ad targets. So these work in the opposite way. They tell Google what pages you don't want to target. So in some instances, obviously you'll want to block things like privacy policy from being crawled and Google targeting keywords related to that. Perhaps your blog pages is the same, and also things like your return policy as well. So they can prevent wasted traffic, particularly in the initial phase of running your DSA campaign. So when it comes to DSA, my recommendation is all the landing pages that you're wanting to test with DSA, run them through Google Keyword Planner and make sure that the keywords that are coming up match the general level of product category, intent that you want to be targeting. I would still apply the same rule of segmentation even with DSA. So what I mean by that is if I want to target multiple product categories, I would probably look to segment at the ad group level. So I could have multiple DSA ad groups, one for men's shoes, one for ladies' shoes, one for children's shoes, things like that. So I still like to keep some level of segmentation by theme, even with the DSA. And from there, the same rules apply to DSA as does RSA when it comes to, reviewing your keywords really frequently, making sure you're on the right bid strategies. So if you're in a new account, you're running some sort of manual bid, and then once you have enough conversions per month, 30 and above, you can start moving over to automated bidding. And then my other recommendation is to always try out DSA before jumping right into Performance Max. So if you're running shopping campaigns already, if you're running video campaigns already, it can be really useful to run some DSA just to get an indication of what that search portion of your Performance Max campaign is going to perform like. If you have any questions about DSA, drop them in the comments below and I'll get back to each and every one of you. Or if you're a brand owner looking to scale through Google Ads and want to have a quick call with me about how you can do that, my calendar will be in the link below. You can book in, we can have a quick conversation and see if Google Ads is right for your business. I hope you found this video useful, and I'll see you at the next one. In this video, I'm going to be talking about branded search campaigns in Google Ads, helping you understand should you be running them, number one, and if so, how to set them up correctly so that no competitors can steal traffic away from you at the bottom of your funnel, and so that these branded search conversions are only costing you pennies, because you shouldn't be overpaying for traffic that's already likely to convert. So without further ado, let's jump into it. So what are branded search campaigns? Well, they're paid search campaigns that focus on keywords related to your brand. Like all responsive search campaigns, you are providing Google with the keywords that you want to target. So for example, here we can see Groons is our search term and Groons, the brand, is showing up here. So this is an example of a branded search. The same again here, Adidas is our search term and you can see the sponsored post from Adidas here. This is their branded search campaign. So I get asked the question time after time, should I be running branded search for my brand? So the answer is it depends. So I would say you should be running branded search if you have either high competition on your branded name. So if there are competitors who are bidding on your brand name, which is very commonplace, or you have a new Google Ads account. So you're just trying to get some conversion data through the account to help with machine learning and algorithm learning in general. My recommendation is to run branded search at the start. They're going to be the easiest conversions that you can get in this new account and feed the algorithm with some key conversion data that it can use to help go out and find new customers as well. So I would run branded search if you are either a new Google Ads account or you have competition on your brand name. I would not run branded search on Google almost always if I was a brand with zero competition on my brand name, if my organic listing was always showing in position 1 and there was no competition from any competitors bidding on our brand name. So if we have decided that we want to run branded search, either we are a new account or we're seeing competition on our brand name, well then what are we going to do about keywords? So my recommendation is to focus on exact match keywords and then you can add some additional phrase match. So what does that look like? So for Nike here, we would have exact match on Nike shoes, Nike the brand itself, Nike men's, Nike reviews, a whole host of other Nike terms, because with that it means we can run specific keywords to matching URLs. So if someone is searching for Nike reviews, rather than just sending them to the homepage, we might send them to our reviews page. The same applies if they're looking for Nike men's, we might send them to a men's collection page. Shoes is the same. And then because these are in exact match, you're not going to find many new keyword opportunities. So what I generally do is just add our brand name as phrase match. So that means that these will still preferentially serve ahead of it. But if there is a term like Nike soccer cleats that I haven't targeted directly and I see it converting really well in my search term report, well then I can go back and add that as an exact match keyword and just keep adding exact match keywords to my campaign. When it comes to ad copy, I will generally try to include the brand name in headline 1, so position it in headline 1 for authority. We know these people are actively searching for our brand, so we want to make sure that they see our brand's name when they do enter their search query. So for example, if I'm Nike, I'm saying Nike official store, pinning that in headline 1, and then testing multiple different angles when it comes to headline 2. It could be offer based, it could be something to do with shipping, it could be angle benefit feature based, but for the most part I will have Nike official store or brand name official store and some form of offer in my H2. The next thing then is to test multiple site links. Obviously, we know site links take up more digital real estate, so your ad is physically bigger, harder to scroll past and go down to competitor sites. Pages that are good, any collection pages that you have, any active promotions, bestsellers, and loads of people are always looking for reviews. You're just building trust so you can send people to a dedicated reviews page. When it comes to bidding, my recommendation is manual CPC bidding. We choose the bid that we are willing to pay for a click. So automated bidding is out. I will never use it in branded campaigns, but instead use either manual CPC or at times target impression share. But most of the time now we're just running manual CPC and seeing it working perfectly well. We're going to aim for over 90% impression share, so making sure we're serving up as frequently as we possibly can. And then next up are brand exclusions. So you might say, okay, what do you mean by brand exclusions? Is this not a brand campaign? Well, of course it is, and we are targeting branded terms, but we only want to target branded terms in this campaign. And perhaps we're going to run a concurrent branded shopping campaign, but beyond that, we don't want to be targeting branded terms. The reason for that is we're going to overpay in other campaigns that are not dedicated to branded traffic. And we're also going to have those campaigns that are, geared towards more non-branded terms being mixed in with branded terms. It's nigh on impossible then to actually interpret what level of incrementality these non-branded campaigns are bringing because their performance is being inflated by these branded traffic or branded conversions. So we want to make sure that we're excluding branded terms from all other search campaigns. We can do that either via negative keyword lists or we can do it via brand exclusions. So that is my rip-roaring run-through of branded search campaigns, deciding whether or not you should run them. So if you are a new account or you're someone who is seeing some level of competition on your brand name, absolutely certainly run these branded search campaigns. Make sure you're targeting exact match variations of your brand name, keep it on manual bidding, and definitely look to exclude branded traffic from all of your other search campaigns too. If you do that, you should be paying less than a couple of dollars to get these conversions over the line, and you're going to stop competitors stealing traffic away from you at the very final stage of your funnel. If you're a D2C brand owner and you're looking for help with branded traffic or any non-branded campaigns for that matter, booking a quick call with me. My calendar is going to be in the description below. We can have a quick chat about how you can improve Google Ads to bring more stability to your brand's growth in 2025. I've been Liam. I hope you've enjoyed this video, and I'll see you at the next one. In this video, I'm going to show you exactly how we set up our Performance Max campaign for clients, scaling them to over 6 figures per month and helping our clients add thousands in new customer revenue every single day. So without further ado, let's jump right into it. So just to remind ourselves, Performance Max is the all-in-one campaign type from Google Ads. So Google says drive sales by reaching the right people wherever they're browsing, with ads on Google Search, YouTube Display, and more. So we can see Google Search here. Here's an example of a Nike search campaign. Here's an example of some Google shopping campaigns, again from Nike. We have their display ad here, some demand gen showing up inside in Gmail and the Discover page, and then also video, which is going to show up on YouTube also. So now that we know that PMax basically encompasses every possible campaign type within Google Ads, it sounds like it's going to be pretty confusing to set up, right? But we're going to walk you through every step of the way. So let's jump in. So we are going to start with the basic setup. So we're going to go into ads.google.com, go to our campaigns, click on this blue plus button, and it will bring up new campaign. So let's click on new campaign there, and we will go through to our basic setup. Obviously, if we're an e-commerce business, our focus here is sales. The conversion action we want to optimize for is purchases. We're going to choose Performance Max as our campaign type, and we are going to add products to this campaign. We're going to select our Merchant Center account. By now, you should already have that linked to your Google Ads account, and that will then link in your products so that you can start serving them within Performance Max. Then we're going to move on to bidding. If we're an e-commerce business, we are going to be focused on conversion value because we're going to have different orders of different order values. So we want to focus on getting as much revenue as possible from this campaign. And generally for new Performance Max campaigns, we do not set a target return on ad spend. Instead, we give the algorithm some chance to breathe, at least in the first 2 to 4 weeks. We'll run it on maximize conversions before we set a target ROAS. Depending on your setup, whether you've done this correctly or not, and I will be discussing this in another video about customer acquisition and new customer acquisition within Google Ads. Most people are going to leave this blank for now. However, I do recommend excluding branded traffic from your PMax campaigns. You're just going to click next here, and it's going to bring you to some further campaign settings. You're going to pick your location as the United States if you want to advertise in the United States. And again, you're going to pick your language. What's really important then is your brand exclusion. So you can create a brand list. So this is going to be your brand name. So making sure that you have all variations of your brand name included here, all misspellings, everything like that. You can either add them as a negative keyword list retrospectively once you set up the campaign, or you can add it as a brand list, or you can have it as both if you want to really protect against serving on your brand name. Because remember, we always have dedicated branded search and branded shopping campaigns that we want to be serving for instead. Skip the new asset generation where we let Google AI help us generate assets. For now, we are going to click skip and we are going to provide the assets ourselves. So moving on to asset group, we're going to name our asset group appropriately. If we're targeting all products, if we're targeting a certain product group or product category, whatever it is we're targeting, we're going to name our asset group so we know what's going on within the asset group itself. Most of the time, I'm not going to pick all products, but for simplicity's sake, in this example, I will. Generally, I segment according to product theme because it's easier to centralize all your ad copy, your landing pages, your products, your creatives together, make more coherent sense of a single theme than it is to bundle everything in together and let Google decide what goes with what. It doesn't generally work that well. Brand guidelines is next. Give it our business name, our business logos. We're also going to give it things like our primary and secondary color. That just helps with some outlines on particular ads and things like that. From there, we are going to set up our assets. We're going to be asked to provide our final URL where our ads will go, then up to 15 headlines. Each of these are no longer than 30 characters. Generally, I say 6 to 7 headlines is fine. You can test more if you'd like, but don't feel obliged to get to 15. A lot of people will see this ad strength, particularly if it's at poor or average, and feel obliged to, get all these to max out. I don't know why really Google pushes it so much. It's obviously, it gives them more chance to test loads of different headlines and spend more money. But for the most part, I feel that 6 or 7 headlines is more than adequate, and you can actually get quicker feedback loops in terms of what is working best by having slightly less than maximizing out. Long headlines are next. So you can give up to 5 of these. They're 90 characters in length. And don't worry, they're never going to be served alongside your headlines. So don't worry if there is some repetition there. Descriptions, you can have up to 5 of these. Again, these are 90 characters in length. Generally, I'm going to go for 3 or 4 of these once again. Going to add some images, any videos we have, any site links then. So we might have some site links that are specific to this asset group, or we might have some account-wide site links, and then some other ad extensions. You've got things like promotion, prices, call-outs, structured snippets, and whatnot. So now that you have done all of your campaign settings, you've provided all your assets, you are going to give Google some form of a signal. So you can leave this entirely blank. There is no obligation to fill this out, but there are some recommendations we would have on our side. If you are trying to push search as part of Performance Max very aggressively, then we would recommend adding some search themes of proven converting keywords or search terms from your ad account. However, if you're not looking to be as aggressive with search in Performance Max, if you want to focus instead within your responsive search ads or your other DSAs, well then don't add search themes, because these can help to cannibalize other campaign traffic in your account. And then with audience signals, we generally will add our first party data, so either our all-time customer list or an MVP customer list, or maybe last 12 months customers, just to give the algorithm some indication of who our existing customers are. We have seen poor performance when we add search themes throughout, and this correlates with a lot of data in the space over the last 12 months. Also, mixed feedback when it comes to adding audience signals, but at least anecdotally on our part, we see quicker learning phases when we do add first party lists than when we leave it blank or add any other lists like custom segments or in-market audiences and things like that. The next thing up is budget. So we're going to give it an average daily budget. At very minimum, my recommendation would be to have 3 times your average CPA in the account. So your non-branded average CPA, at least 3 times that as your daily budget. So if your average CPA is $40, well then your PMax can start at no less really than $120 in daily budget. Our recommendation is if you have less than $100 in daily budget to give to PMax, you're probably not best off starting with it. You're better off focusing on other individual network campaigns, so shopping campaigns and search campaigns, rather than funneling everything into a Performance Max campaign. So set your daily budget, click next, and then your campaign is ready to publish. So in the next video, I'm going to talk about all things optimizing Performance Max, what you should be doing on a daily, weekly, and monthly basis to get the most out of your Performance Max campaigns and actually add the most net profit to your business. So hope you found this video useful, and I'll see you at the next one. In the last video, I showed you exactly how to set up Performance Max campaigns to succeed. But even after you set something up, that's only the start. You need to know exactly how to optimize your Performance Max campaigns every day, every week, every month to set your campaigns up for ultimate success. And in doing so, you're going to get so much more out of Google Ads and actually grow your business meaningfully using the platform. So without further ado, let me jump right into the exact optimization framework we use for our Performance Max campaigns for our clients. So when it comes to optimizing Performance Max campaigns, you need to remember that PMax needs time. So this applies to all campaigns in Google Ads, but it really does apply to Performance Max. It's very heavy on machine learning, so it does require a long learning phase. Sometimes it can be anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks. So because of that, we need to treat it appropriately and follow steps to make sure that we're optimizing that learning phase and not prolonging it. So when it comes to bid strategy, this is a really important thing to focus on. So we will generally start with maximize conversion value. Once we get up to 50 conversions per month in a single campaign, we're then going to transition to target ROAS bidding. But we're going to set our target ROAS either at or slightly below even our actual ROAS, meaning that we give the algorithm some room to breathe. We don't set a really high target ROAS and then find that we're stifling the algorithm and it cannot spend, and it ends up spinning its wheels and we find that we're back where we started. That's the last thing we want to do. So we set it up on a very cautious TROAS at or just below where it's been operating, and then we gently move it up as we see greater efficiency in the account, or we can keep it where it is and scale through spend. Ultimately, it depends on what our goals are. Now, a relatively new thing in Performance Max are negative keywords and brand exclusions. So we want to make sure that we are adding negative keywords to our Performance Max campaign. So what we're going to do is we're going to review our search term reports like we would with any shopping campaigns or any search campaigns. We're going to look for any irrelevant terms. We're going to add them as negative keywords. Remember that we are serving across all different placements now. So the potential for us to be serving on queries that maybe are not quite optimal for our brand is probably that bit higher. So look for irrelevant terms, particularly in new accounts or new campaigns, every 48 to 72 hours, and keep adding them back in as negative keywords. And the next thing I'm going to recommend is ensure that brand exclusions are set up. So you can either exclude competitor brands, or more importantly, in my opinion, you should be excluding your own brand, because you should have dedicated branded search and branded shopping campaigns that are going to target your branded traffic. And then all your other campaigns should not be focused on branded terms. They should be exclusively focused on non-branded traffic. And that level of segmentation, or that clear delineation between brand and non-brand, makes it much easier to see what true performance looks like across your campaigns, making it easier for you to make data-driven decisions, scale campaigns on the basis of solid, good, honest data, and not murky the waters in between. So when it comes to monitoring performance, there are a couple of different ways you can do this. So performance metrics, we have our new PMax channel reporting, still getting rolled out in all of our campaigns. It's now in about 70% of campaigns for us, where you can see what different networks or channels are performing at what level in terms of impressions, interactions, and results being maybe purchases and purchase conversion value. So you can get an indication of what level of spend is going through each of these channels and what are the key driving channels for you within Performance Max, because up until now it was very much a black box if you were inside in the ad account. And that leads me on to my next point. We would always have used Micro's script, and this script basically runs every single day, and we can see what our shopping cost, what our video campaign cost, our other costs inside in Performance Max. We can see this on an asset group level, so we can see asset group cost value, what our top products are, and things like that. So we could get a better sense not only of performance at an asset group level, but also at a channel level. Is it search or is it shopping that's driving a lot of this new customer revenue for us? And if so, then we can make decisions based on what we're seeing. So credit to Mike Rhodes for this script. It's been very useful for us as an agency. We've used it extensively. We will still use it. It does give far greater insights than channel performance does, but it is very nice to have something in platform to take a look at also. The next thing you're going to want to do is also review your insights. There's a few different things you can do here. You can review search terms and search categories. So up until now, we were only able to see search categories. So what general categories were we serving on? And in terms of revenue, then what did that look like? Whereas now we can actually see full-blown search term performance, which is fantastic. The other thing then is looking at audience segments. So we can look at demos, so in market segments, detailed demographics, and we can get a bit of a sense of what percentage of clicks are coming through each of these segments. This helps with us building custom segments for either this campaign or other campaign, so we can guide the algorithm in a direction we know is already generating a lot of interest. And you can see the relative index of each audience then compared to baseline. So we're seeing 5 times more clicks from people ages 65 compared to the mean, and the same applies then for the other demos and other in-market audiences that we're seeing here as well. The last thing that we can review is our asset performance. So things like headlines, descriptions, we can actually see what level of conversions is coming through each. We can see which ones are best in terms of Google's representation of what's deemed best, poor, learning, average, things like that. So if we see assets that are persistently low performers, we remove them and we change them and we test new angles. And that's what you should be doing really frequently inside in Performance Max. Because the misconception here is that Performance Max is a set and forget campaign type. That is not the case. It is very easy to set and forget it, but you are going to see results really take a nosedive if that is your approach. If that's your approach to any campaign, you're not going to be successful. But particularly if that is your approach to Performance Max, you are really going to struggle over the medium and long term. And then I'm going to show you our 2 most common structures that we follow. So structure 1 is where we are running a lot of shopping and a lot of manual search campaigns, but we want to layer in 1 additional Performance Max campaign. In this instance, for the most part, we are just going to consolidate to 1 Performance Max. We're going to separate our asset groups according to theme in the same way that we would if it was a search campaign. So we're going to have maybe 1 asset group that's going to be our best seller. We're going to have another asset group which is going to have a different category. Our third asset group is going to be another product category, and so on and so forth. Now, if we get to a point that we want to to actually expand here, or we feel that one of these is not getting adequate budget. So let's say our bestsellers is not getting adequate budget. So what we're going to do is we're going to take that out entirely, and we're going to have maybe one Performance Max campaign where we're focusing more on efficiency with some of our adjunctive products. So in categories 2, 3, and 4 for this business. And then our PMax 2 campaign is going to be our scaling campaign. We're going to go for a much more aggressive target here, focusing on known bestsellers, top converters, and really try to push this to actually grow our ad account and add some top line revenue to the business. This is the approach we're going to take most often. We try to consolidate again when possible, bearing in mind that most brands that we work with are doing it in the region of 100 to 500 grand per month on Google Ads. At that level of spend or that level of returns, consolidation still reigns supreme. Once you start going above that, then there is always merit to segment out. And even at that level, there are certain cases where segmentation is better. But the way Google is going, the direction machine learning is taking, consolidation is really important. Having asset groups and campaigns that can talk to each other and feed data within each other rather than segmenting for the sake of it. So that is our optimization framework for Performance Max campaigns. Follow that and you put yourself in a really good position to scale your campaigns on Google, particularly when it comes to Performance Max. If you're an e-commerce brand owner and you're looking for someone to help you manage your Performance Max campaigns on Google, well then reach out, click the link in the description to book a free one-to-one call with me. We can discuss your current Google Ads efforts, maybe identify some areas for improvement and take it from there. I hope you found this video useful and I'll see you at the next one. In this video, I'm going to show you how to make the most effective remarketing campaigns within Google Ads. We're going to be using demand gen to make these campaigns work, and I'm going to show you the exact setup that we use to deliver incredible results for our client partners. So without further ado, let's jump right into it. So as I said, we're going to be creating demand gen remarketing campaigns. So we have seen demand gen far outperform display when it comes to remarketing campaigns on Google Ads. So you can see some examples here. These would be potentially remarketing campaigns. These are example of demand gen campaigns. If you were someone who previously visited the site, the OnCloud site, and you're being served these ads, these dynamic remarketing campaign ads, you'd see them maybe crop up in your Discover feed here, or in your Gmail account, or over on something like Google in Reels. So what does the setup look like? Well, as always, we are going to go to ads.google.com, click on campaigns and click on the blue plus button. From there, we're going to go to new campaign to set up our new campaign. The basic setup, so we are obviously optimizing for sales as any e-commerce business should be doing. Our conversion focus is purchases, and it's going to be a demand gen campaign. Drive demand and conversions on YouTube, Google Display Network, and more with image and video ads. So for an example here, I'm going to set up a demand gen remarketing campaign that's targeting cart abandoners. Now, in another video, in my video on audience creation in Google Ads, I show you exactly how you can set up a cart abandonment audience on GA4 and then subsequently import that into Google Ads. So for now, I'm just going to run straight into this setup inside in demand gen. For the most part, we are seeing impressive performance when we don't include our product feed. We are going to optimize for conversions, and our conversion goal is going to be purchases. We are not going to set a target cost per action, at least initially, and then we are going to set a daily budget. In this instance, it is £50. We're going to set location and language at the ad group level as default. For devices, we will often turn off TV screens, and for ad schedule all day, third-party measurement you can include if that is applicable to you, and you can either set up your campaign URL options at the account level or in the individual campaign level. But going to basic setup then in the ad group. So we're going to name our ad group whatever. We're going to name it, in this instance, cart abandoners, and then we're going to give some detail on the type of creative that we're testing. Location here for this instance is the UK. All languages, or we may choose to go English only. And then for channels, this is what we're using at the moment, and we see it work quite well. We have been excluding the Google Display Network, so we are choosing YouTube in stream, in feed, shorts, Discover, and Gmail. And for us, that's been working best. I'm sure other people will have different opinions, but excluding Display Network has meant that we have seen a higher quality of traffic. Then our audience is going to be next. So this is where your imported cart abandoner audience is going to be important. You're going to add this as a custom audience, no other signals, and you're going to make sure that you do not click use optimized targeting, because what optimized targeting is going to do, it's going to look at your list and try to find more people like that list. But for remarketing, we only want to focus on people who have carried out that desired action, which in our instance is an abandonment of their cart. So turn off optimized targeting. Ad setup is next.
So you can try all different types, and I am never going to say which is better than the other, because it really depends on the type of creative, the type of product, the type of offer you have. So if you have a really strong offer and you can show this to people who abandoned their cart, well then an image ad might be the best way of doing it. A carousel image ad is very good for some brands who have a lot of product variety and want to show off different products to the same customer. And then a video ad, if it requires more storytelling, if you've got an offer that's conveyed better over video, well then that could be a good use case. For this instance, I'm going to focus mainly on single image ads. We're going to name whatever our ad is. We're going to provide a final URL where people go once they click through our ad. We're going to add up to 20 images, add our logo. Then adaptive layouts from Google lets us basically fit more layout styles and aspect ratios, so Google can manipulate some of our images. Generally, we've seen mixed results here. We don't have a strong opinion, but you're more likely to see some unusual placements or some unusual deliveries of your assets. So be prepared if you do turn adaptive layouts on. So you'll see that you'll have placements across YouTube, Discover Feed, and Gmail. Again, you can add up to 5 headlines, 5 descriptions. We only generally add a couple of these. If they're very offer centric, we know what we want to be serving, we know it works well, and we're just going to have a couple of headlines that focus really hard on offer, and then description is going to close the deal, maybe with some more objection handling or some trust signals and things like that. Remember, we're remarketing to people. People haven't bought for a reason. We need to figure out why that reason exists. Business name is next, and then we are basically ready to go. But when it comes to remarketing, and this is outside of the technicalities of Google itself, I always think that we are fighting one of 5, and sometimes more than one of 5. It could be 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 objections as to why people have abandoned their cart. And I'm going to go through the exact 5 objections as I bucket them down, how you can overcome them as well. So the first is complacency or distraction. So people are either browsing on the tube, on the metro to work, they are browsing in bed, and they're not really that interested, but it's more a case of complacency or distraction. Something has caught their eye once, but they haven't had enough time to follow through in it, and they've forgotten about it since. So with something like that, they're basically saying, I'll come back later. So you need to make sure that your offer is enticing enough and creating enough urgency that when they see it, that level of complacency is completely broken down, and they're actually really encouraged to click through because they feel that this offer could be something that's gone very soon. So here's an example of a really high urgency static ad creative. Next up is price or value. And it basically is a case of the consumer saying it's too expensive. They don't know if it's worth the money. So what can you do here? Well, you can justify price. You can compare to competitors. There's other things you can do. You can do price per unit. It can kind of make it slightly more digestible, particularly for CPG brands. But this is a nice one from Harry's. They do a competitor review. So price per A count refill, they're at $16 compared to Gillette, obviously a market leader, at $40. Or you can do price justification by talking more about your product, why it's better than others, why it's worth that extra investment. Position your product as more of an investment rather than a purchase. The next thing is trust and credibility. Unfortunately, a lot of consumers will have had poor interactions with brands in the past. There's a lot of scams online. There's a lot of really bad businesses, unfortunately. So consumers will have the question, is this company legit? Some ways that you can increase trust, and trust signals are obviously your PR callouts. If you have a third-party review platform with lots of reviews, then you can redirect people there. For example, Trustpilot, and that can be a good way of showing that you are legit. So showing off as much social proof as possible throughout the funnel is really important, but particularly when it comes to remarketing. The next thing is product efficacy. So will this product even work? And this is one of the biggest ones, really. And again, this boils down to more trust signals and actually seeing and hearing from real customers. This is an interesting ad creative. It shows a real picture of a real consumer, and it shows their review in an inset along with the product. So a slightly different presentation, but maybe for this particular demo, it could be something where they see a representation of, someone very similar to themselves, and they get a greater sense of trust that, okay, this product worked for this person, so maybe it will work for me. It's worth purchasing it. And then the last thing is logistic friction. So delivery, shipping, costs, returns, everything like that. So what if I need to return it, or how long is it going to take to ship, or what's the shipping cost? So anything you can do to break down those barriers is very useful. So you can see here from this sunglasses brand, free shipping worldwide, free returns worldwide, 24-month warranty. So when it comes to logistics friction, completely broken down here by this brand. I appreciate that not every brand is going to be able to offer free worldwide shipping and returns and such a strong warranty, but at the same time, you do need to outline what it is that the consumer can expect when it comes to shipping and returns, and offer the most attractive options within your means. So they are the 5 common objections when it comes to creating ads. You can obviously consider these objections with video ads as well. I've used image ads here as an example. But when it comes to remarketing on Google Ads, I really do like remarketing to cart abandoners once you can get a big enough list, because you can test a lot of different objections and find out really quickly what people are responding to. So if you can see that people are responding to more trust or social proof, well then you know that in some of your higher funnel activity, maybe by boosting more social proof or more trust signals within your ad creative, well actually it's going to prevent people from abandoning their cart. We're actually handling objections before they do that, and we're getting a higher conversion rate on site, getting more positive feedback. Everything makes more economical sense, and it's much easier to scale our Google Ads account. So I see far too many people handling remarketing in the same way they're handling all their cold prospecting static creative campaigns on Google. It's basically a one and done, and don't expect to get good results if you're not putting in good effort. If you are a brand owner and you do want some help with this, I know for a lot of brands this is going to be very new. That's completely fine. We are more than capable of getting this set up for you, really liaising with your Meta team on what creative's working, sharing learnings and strategy with them to give you a full remarketing campaign across both Google and Meta. And that's going to be the secret to having a much higher conversion rate across your paid channels and actually allowing you to scale much more aggressively and much more profitably. So I hope you found this video useful, and I'll see you at the next one. YouTube ads have changed dramatically in 2025, and 99% of D2C e-commerce brands are sleeping on one of the biggest performance opportunities out there. In this video, I'm going to break down the exact changes that have just come into effect and what you can do to leverage YouTube ads to grow a new, reliable performance channel for your brand. Well, why should you listen to me? Well, I've been doing this for nearly 4 years now, managing YouTube campaigns for direct consumer e-com brands. And in the last quarter alone, our team has generated nearly 2.4 million in sales revenue from video campaigns on Google. So that is YouTube ad campaigns. So I like to think I know what I'm doing. My name is Liam, alongside my co-founder Jack. We have generated over $50 million in revenue for direct-to-consumer brands through our agency Vulcan Digital. You can check us out on all the links here, our YouTube channel, LinkedIn, things like that. But as always, I want to just jump right into the video. You can also join our free weekly newsletter where we drop all sorts of guides, educational content, how you can use Google, Meta, YouTube ads to actually scale your e-com store and do so both, reliably and profitably, which are obviously key in 2025. Before we get started, I want to preface this by saying this is not a beginner's walkthrough on how to connect your YouTube channel to Google Ads or how to launch your first video campaign on Google Ads. There are 101 videos out there on this very platform that can show you exactly how to do that. This instead is me condensing 4 years of learnings, taking that and putting it into a 20 to 30 minute video that you can actually use to determine 3 things. The first is whether or not YouTube is a good fit for your brand. The second is essentially whether the timing is right. So knowing whether, obviously, number one, YouTube is a good fit. Most importantly, then it's determining if the time is right to move from, say, another platform and layer on YouTube ads. Well, then if the answer to both of those questions is yes, if YouTube is a good fit for your brand, if the timing is right, well, then I'm going to show you what it actually takes to then be successful running YouTube ad campaigns for e-com stores. So I'm just going to start by touching briefly on the types of YouTube ads, just so we're orientated for the rest of the video. The most important ones to be aware of right now are skippable in-stream ads and then YouTube Shorts. So skippable in-stream ads are the ads that show at the start of a video. Essentially, then after 5 seconds, you can click skip ad and move on. YouTube Shorts are Google and YouTube's response to things like Instagram Reels and TikTok. So it is vertical format, mobile first, short form content. And for us, 80 to 90% of the videos we run are now YouTube Shorts, and then a little bit of skippable in-stream ads as well. I'm not going to touch too much on in-feed ads, non-skippable bumpers, things like that. I don't see their value anymore for e-com brands. If you're in different niches, if you're in lead gen, if you're using YouTube for brand awareness, those are still important placements to be aware of. I'm focusing on Pareto's principle here, which is 80% of success comes from 20% of output, and that 20% comes from YouTube Shorts primarily. So that is going to be the function
of this video is to really dive into exact strategies we use primarily for YouTube Shorts. The most important thing I want to draw your attention to is Google's video update. This came in March of 2025. Essentially, Google said that video action campaigns will be deprecated. They are going to be replaced by demand gen campaigns. So the way that we're going to run YouTube Shorts now is going to be slightly different. It's going to be through demand gen campaigns. What that means for us, it means that we have less control over some of those other placement types, things like our in-feed campaigns, our non-skippable bumper, things like that. We don't use them anyway. It doesn't really bother us too much. And first signs from these demand gen campaigns are really positive. So it's a net positive if you're an e-commerce store, but it is just something to be aware of. Question 1, is YouTube right for my brand? I get asked this time and time again by brand owners. They see someone else doing really well on YouTube, or they've heard YouTube is a potentially good avenue for them to expand into, but they don't really know much about it. They don't know, is it the same as Meta and TikTok? Does it behave slightly differently? And they don't know, are they naturally a good fit for it? So there's some prerequisites that I always say you need to have. The first is you need a solid AOV. There is absolutely no point in having an average order value of $25, $30. The likelihood of success here is going to be really, really low. Now that applies to Meta, TikTok, most other channels as well, but I would say it definitely applies in this instance to YouTube. So you need a solid AOV, ideally in the $75 to $100 range, but anything above $50 is usually a good starting point. Okay, the next thing then is, do you have a visually demonstrable product? So what I mean by that is, can you clearly show the value of your product in video? Now, if you can't, chances are that you're struggling on Meta, or you're not, pushing a whole lot of video on Meta. If you can't do that, well, then you're not going to get your message across. You're not going to be particularly effective in storytelling. So I would say, for the most part, YouTube is not a good channel for you. The next thing is patience, both patience and the budget. So YouTube, particularly if it's a new channel for you, you can expect really choppy initial performance. So if you're not willing to wait out that initial kind of 4 or 6 week period, if you're not willing to invest, then I probably will put the brakes on moving to YouTube right now. And the last thing then is, you need to have winning ad creative on Meta. And we'll get a small bit more into that later on in the video. So the next thing is timing. Is now the right time for you to move on to YouTube ads? So I always say you shouldn't be validating an offer on YouTube. I think you get quicker feedback on Meta, and I would validate your offer there. If you don't know your customer avatar inside out, do not go near YouTube ads. We'll show you why in just a few moments. The next thing then is, if your budget is spread really thin as it is already, so if you have a set budget that you're spending on acquisition across, say, Meta, TikTok, some other Google as well, some other subsidiary platforms, maybe Reddit or Snapchat or Pinterest, and then you want to add YouTube to the mix, but you don't have the budget to do so, you're taking it away from somewhere else that may be working already. Don't do that. You're much better off consolidating on what's working. And then the last thing, as I said, again, the timing is not right. If you don't have winning ad creative on Meta, the timing is not right to move to YouTube. YouTube should not be another place where you're testing ad creative. You should consolidate that testing budget, that testing data into one platform. And my recommendation is Meta. As I said, you get quicker feedback. I think Meta is a really good place to test, and YouTube is a really good place to then scale. From there, if you've determined, based on what I've said in the last minute or so, that YouTube is a fit for your brand and the timing is right, well, then what we're going to do is get into how you actually succeed with YouTube. So there are 4 pillars of success when it comes to YouTube ads. The first is analytics. The second is campaign setup or configuration. The third is your audience, and the fourth is your creative. None of these are more or less important than the other. They all work in tandem, and they all have to be dialed in. So when it comes to analytics, starting with tracking, this applies on any ad platform you're on. It's really important for Google when you're running search and shopping campaigns, but also really important, obviously, if you're running video campaigns. So you need to have your conversion tracking completely dialed in. So you need to see what quantity of people are coming to your landing pages, how many people are adding to cart, purchasing, obviously. These things have to be really accurate, because they are obviously what are going to determine whether you're successful or not. So the first place to start is tracking, conversion tracking within your general analytics pillar. So with conversion tracking, you have to be super dialed in. You have to know exactly how many people are coming to the landing page, adding to cart, purchasing, of course. Fundamentals, these are really important. You'd be surprised how many people don't have it set up correctly. aren't monitoring these things correctly. So you've double purchasing, you've people who have it set up completely the wrong way. And then what they're deeming success is actually completely fabricated data. So obviously then it's wasted ad spend, it's wasted time, it's not good for your business. So set this up. This is a really important foundation. So measurement is the next thing. So what I just discussed about conversion tracking was focusing a lot on lag indicators like add to carts and purchases. But when it comes to video, you need to be looking at lead indicators, because that will determine how well performance is being monitored and what you deem success or failure in the initial phases of your campaign launch. So it may not be a week or 2 weeks before you start seeing regular purchases come through. So you need to get an indication of what's happening with those lead indicators. And when I say lead indicators, I'm talking about things that are happening before a purchase. So add to cart is good. That's one step back. Landing page clicks are good. That's another step back. But then we need to go and look at how people are interacting with the ad itself. So some things that we always do here, we look at view rate. So where your ad is being watched. If it's being watched as an in-stream ad, an in-feed ad, as a YouTube Shorts ad, then video played to rate. What percentage of your audience watched 25%, 50%, 75%, and 100%? So obviously then you get a sense of the drop off at each quartile. And then obviously your click-through rate is really important. It's a determinant of how well your storytelling is being received. And also then your CTA. Is your CTA compelling enough to get people to click through your ad? Your average CPM, your average cost per view, these are really important. And then your impression frequency per user, and then your average watch time per user. So these are things that you want to be monitoring really, really closely, particularly at the start when you just launch your campaigns. You want to be checking that your CTR is nice and strong. And you also want to see what percentage of people are watching your video through to certain markers. So moving on to campaign configuration next. So these are the key points that we need to focus on. The first thing is that we want to set up our video campaign using demand gen as a campaign type. Our objective is sales and our goal is conversions. What's really important then is excluding TVs. I also exclude tablets generally. And then I often, not always, exclude desktop. I want to set up YouTube Shorts campaigns and I want to show people YouTube Shorts, generally only on mobile. The next thing then is I turn off optimized targeting. So optimized targeting is essentially where Google can expand beyond the targeting limitations that you give it to look for new customers. Now, the way I like to approach YouTube is I prefer to start with narrow targeting and then expand. So this is not me saying that I never use optimized targeting. I just don't tend to use it if I am setting up a new campaign with a new audience. I prefer to go narrow. And then if I want to expand or I want to let the machine learning expand into new audiences, then often I will test turning on optimized targeting, but I would recommend turning it off from the start. Next, when it comes to channels, the only thing then I run are YouTube Shorts. So I go into YouTube, I exclude in stream, in feed, and I only run YouTube Shorts. And then I also exclude the Discovery Network, Gmail, and display as well. So just running as YouTube Shorts campaigns. And this is really, really good because this is the first time that we can, in kind of one click, pick YouTube Shorts as the only place that we want to serve. When it comes to bidding and budgets next, this is really important. It's something that we've honed in on over the last 2 years, and 99% of the time, this is the best approach to take. And 100% of the time, it's the best approach to take if you are using YouTube for the first time in your ad account, or if you don't have a lot of data. So what you want to do is you want to start your campaign on maximize conversion bidding. So what this essentially means is that you are going to give YouTube a daily budget. So via Google Ads, obviously, you're going to give it a daily budget, let's say $100 daily budget. It is going to go out and spend your $100 every single day and look to find you the most conversions that it can for that daily budget. So what that means is that you're giving it a set budget, it's spending all that budget, and it should be learning with time. So if instead you were to start with a target CPA, especially if you don't have much data, Google gets very sheepish because it doesn't have any indication of what a real CPA will be like. You may have put a very suffocating CPA goal on the campaign, and then as a result, Google doesn't spend and your campaign never really takes off the ground. So by giving it that air to breathe, with maximize conversion bidding at the start, you're allowing it to learn over time. But as we know from learning periods, they can be choppy, and the choppiness you see on YouTube ads is quite profound. Now, after about 2 weeks, this does die down once you have some decent targeting in place, but you just should expect some level of choppiness and not get frightened when you see it. When you start out with YouTube ads, it is a commitment. It's a 4-week, 6-week commitment to letting things learn and letting things breed. But obviously, on the one hand, you are having to commit, but on the other hand, you're looking at the potential upside, and that is a new performance channel that can basically layer on top of Meta, layer on top of your Google search and shopping, and actually help you find new customers outside of Facebook and Instagram. So I definitely think it is worth the patience, but it is something to consider. And if you don't think you're going to have that patience or the budget, again, timing may not be right for you. So generally, I say wait for 2 to 4 weeks. Look for a consistent CPA pattern over kind of a 3 to 5 day window. So once CPA starts getting kind of that bit more consistent, you can then transition to a target CPA. What I'll generally do is I will set that target CPA either at or just slightly below where the campaign is currently operating at from a CPA perspective. So if our CPA is $40, I will set that TCPA to $40, or I might go down as low as maybe $35, $36 if I am really trying to push efficiency from the get-go. The higher we allow that TCPA to be, the more learning that will take place, the quicker the campaign will optimize. The same principles apply with cost caps on Meta. When it comes to budget, generally, good rule of thumb, aim for 3 times your average order value as a daily budget. So if your average order value is $60, it's a $180 daily budget. So next up is audiences. For those of you familiar with Meta ads and media buying on Meta ads, you will have heard ad nauseum about broad targeting on Meta. So broad targeting means you leave the targeting open and you actually determine your audience via your creative. So the more kind of specific you can be with your creative, the more you can call out your ideal customer avatar, the higher the likelihood of your ads being shown to that avatar. Meta's machine learning works by showing this to a whole host of people. Your creative, that is, determining what people or what cohorts of people resonate more or less with it, and then with time getting smarter and showing it to people who are going to consistently resonate more. That is not the same, or at least I've not seen that behave the same on YouTube. So what I say when I'm trying to explain YouTube targeting compared with Meta targeting to someone that maybe isn't familiar with YouTube is that on Meta, your creative is your targeting. I've heard that so many times, but on YouTube, your targeting is your targeting, which sounds kind of silly, but we'll show you why in just a second. The most important thing is YouTube and Meta are not the same. So there's 2 trains of thought when it comes to audience targeting on YouTube. You can either start really broad and then get more condensed into a narrower audience with time, or you can go the opposite approach. You can start with a very narrow audience and then you can expand horizontally over time. I generally take the latter approach. I think it's better. Most brands, when they're moving on to YouTube, they want to see efficiency right away. That's not always possible, but it is much more likely when you start with a narrow audience of people you know fit your ICP. And it is really important also, if you've got a niche product, you need to be targeting that audience that is going to resonate with the product. What I say is that if you start narrow, you can always expand horizontally into new audiences with time, but the opposite is more difficult. I always feel that it's more difficult to start really broad and then narrow without actually constricting the algorithm and constricting the level of success you may have had with broad targeting. So start narrow, expand horizontally. I think that's a much better approach to take. So what I'm going to do to discuss audiences a small bit is I'm going to use an example so we can actually kind of conceptualize it in reality. So this is a huge D2C brand, Kizik Footwear. Their strongest value proposition, I would say, based on their site, is that they offer slip-on shoes. So you don't have to tie the laces, you can just slide into them. They've patented technology that allows you to do that. So they have a whole host of YouTube shorts, both ads and organic. And I'm going to discuss maybe some of the targeting options that we would take, not knowing obviously the inner workings of their marketing strategy, but just using it as an example. When it comes to audiences, the way we like to operate is that each product vertical or customer avatar follows a very, very similar pattern. Then what we'll do is we're going to take our top 2 or 3 best ad creative from Meta. So our best videos from Meta, we're going to take them. And what we're going to do is we're going to apply them across 3 different ad groups. So our ad 1, 2, and 3 is the same as ad 1, 2, and 3 in this ad group is the same as ad 1, 2, and 3 in this ad group. So that remains constant. The next thing that we're going to do is that at the ad group level, we are going to have different audiences. The first two are custom segment audiences, and the last one is a lookalike audience. With custom segment audiences, there's a few ways that you can create a custom segment. One of them is by actually looking at search intent. So looking at what people are actively searching for and trying to curate a custom audience or a custom segment of people based on their previous searches or recent searches. So the goal here is to target high intent shoppers, not just passive viewers. So essentially what you're doing is you're showing your ad to people who you believe are in market for your product or type of product. Taking Kizik footwear as an example here, and say we wanted to look at slip-on shoes just for women. Say our demo here is 25 to 44-year-old females who are looking for a slip-on shoe on the go, everyday kind of a trainer. So some of these search queries that this demo might have are no lace trainers for women, hands-free shoes, women's trainers without laces, easy to wear shoes, things like that. So obviously this is not exceptionally granular, but it is just to give you an idea of how this operates. So essentially these people that we're targeting are people who have searched recently for these kind of terms. So we know that they are showing high intent for this sort of solution. So this is the first audience that we look at. It's a custom segment using keywords. So using anything that these people searched for on Google. The second custom segment that we use then are based on website visiting. So what we do is we look at a series of websites. Generally, these will be either competitor sites. They might be really well-known blog articles or studies or things like that we think our ideal customer persona is actively reviewing. So as I said, either competitor sites or maybe some more educational content. We will use those sites to create a custom segment of people. So what this means is that instead of thinking exactly what people are searching for, we're thinking about their behavior pre-purchase. What websites are they visiting? What information are they seeking out? And what websites will typically deliver them that information. Generally what we have are, say, competitor sites. These are a really good option. These are going to be very general brands. For Kizik, I'm sure they have a much more granular approach to how they operate here. But just again, to give you a sense, maybe Skechers, Allbirds, these would be competitor sites, and maybe people who are in their ICP, this female 25 to 44 age bracket, they are visiting these sites, they're searching for alternative solutions, and these are people that we want to be targeting. They are in market to buy a pair of shoes. Then the last thing are lookalike audiences. So what we do here is we give YouTube or Google our first party data. So most often our customer list, maybe our most valuable customers, maybe people who spend the most time on our site, things like that, our email subscribers, a whole host of first party lists. And we ask Google to basically find a lookalike audience from that. So what this means is that we can expand into people who share similarities with our known customers. So it can be really, really powerful. So again, what you'll do, maybe you can do something like website visitors. I don't think website visitors is the most powerful thing, because obviously of 100 website visitors, you might have 98 people who don't convert. So what actually is better is taking your first party data of people who do convert and using that as your seed list. So with your seed list, then you just label your name and say, maybe in this instance, it's 100-day website visitors. And then what you can do, obviously choose your location, but then segment reach is really interesting. And what that means is that you can either look for quite a broad, quite a narrow, or a balanced reach. And the level of, let's say, width that Google goes, so broad being at 10%, it means how far away from what a typical person in your seed list looks like can Google expand into. So if you go broad here, it means that Google can look that bit further for people that maybe don't mirror the exact traits and behaviors as your seed list. If you look very narrow, then obviously you want Google to go and search for people who are super, super close to a typical customer of yours. Generally, as I said, with audiences, better off starting narrow, expanding broad. So a narrow or even a balanced segment reach works quite well here. So you have three audiences that you're now testing. You're testing your custom segment on keywords, your custom segment on websites, and your lookalike audience. The other thing that you always need to do is you need to exclude your customer list. So you need to use Google and YouTube, and the same way you need to use Meta as a vehicle to find new customers. If you leave your customer list in there, well, then Google will over time get smarter. It will start retargeting to your existing customers, knowing that they have a high likelihood to buy. It'll have a touch point on YouTube just before they buy. It will get credit. You'll think things are going really well, but actually YouTube isn't delivering you any new customers or anything like that. So very important to exclude your all-time customer list so that you're searching more so for a colder audience. So that's one way that we exclude and we get narrow. The next thing then is on the demo. So your demographics. So if you know your demographic really, really well, I definitely recommend adding a layer of demographic refinement to your audience. And this applies to each of the 3 audiences. So in this instance, we would say we want to refine it to females aged 25 to 44. I always see this outperform broad demographics, unless of course your product has a really broad appeal and you want to target everyone. That's fine too. You don't have to do demographic targeting unless you know your customer avatar inside out and you know they fit into X demo. Last up then is add creative. So for YouTube Shorts, generally 20 to 60 seconds works really well. Like all video creative at the moment, it is getting to a point where slightly longer ad creative that has more storytelling elements, that has more social proof, more expert endorsements, things like that, actually is performing slightly better than short and kind of sub 20-second content. So this is something that we would apply across the board on Meta and even on TikTok, maybe to a lesser degree on TikTok, but you always have that bit more bandwidth on YouTube to have a slightly longer video. But that said, I still would not go beyond that 60-second mark. 9:16 format, obviously for vertical, for mobile first. Always include subtitles. A large proportion of people will watch these videos without audio, so you need to have your subtitles included. And the most important thing is you need to confirm proof of concept on Meta or TikTok when it comes to your actual ad creative. So taking your ad creative over from Meta and TikTok, there should be a whole lot of things that you need to do to adjust it. You may want to make it slightly longer. You may want to make it slightly more engaging, but generally these are things that you should be doing on Meta as a rule of thumb anyway. I always say start with movement or curiosity. So in this instance for the Kizik footwear, so one of the big things, as I said at the start, was that this brand, their USP is that you can just slide right into their shoes. You don't have to tie the laces. So an opening scene here of someone maybe rushing and jumping into a pair of shoes, but standing on the back of the shoe and then falling over, all happening within the first 1 or 2 seconds, that will hit on motion. It will hit on a very much a scroll stopping hook, and it will be something different. And it also plays into the problem solution aspect that you want to probably tell in the instance of this brand. So the problem in this instance is that, you know, you're sick and tired of having to tie your laces, having to untie them and things like that, especially when you're in a rush. The solution then is very much going to be a visual demonstration of the solution. So as I said at the top of the video, if your product isn't visually demonstrable, then it is no use you advertising on YouTube. So in this instance, such a visually demonstrable product, you can show people in all different places. So going out the front door, you can show them. I saw one earlier on that Kizik have in the airport. I thought it was really cool. A whole different host of places where you can actually have visual demonstration of your product and your USP. Then what you can do, even in the case of UGC, if you are 60-70% into your video, you can actually stitch some additional social proof from different UGC creators. We see that work actually really well. So the first 20 seconds of your video might be that open into that problem solution from a single UGC creator, and then you can have some really quick cuts between other creators talking about your product and different features and how they love it, etc. And then the most important thing is having a really strong CTA. And I always say, whenever possible, have a really solid offer and have urgency in the CTA. That's the general approach we take to creative storytelling on YouTube. You should be doing a lot of these things on Meta anyway. YouTube should be somewhere where you're testing your audience targeting, not testing your creative. As I said, you should have winning creative from Meta that you're just dropping into YouTube. Lastly, then it comes to retargeting ads. So you've brought all this cold traffic in from YouTube. You then want to make sure that you're retargeting these people. So what we do here is slightly different to our traditional campaigns. So we choose a campaign that doesn't have guidance. So create a campaign without guidance. There's no set objective. What that means is that we can then use video campaigns still. We select video views as our campaign subtype, And then we'll pick a retargeting audience. So it might be our website visitors over the last maybe 3 or 7 days. It could be people who viewed a certain product, people who added to cart. So that's entirely up to you. And then we will generally either use, if we're using horizontal style videos, if we have some kind of longer form content that, you know, really helps to get people over the line, if it is full of social proof, offer urgency, etc., we can use some horizontal formats. And then we'll choose our skippable in-stream ads. If we want to keep retargeting with UGC, well, then we can use YouTube Shorts. The option is up to you based on what you see working on Meta. I know a lot of Meta advertisers are using solely static ad creative when it comes to retargeting, as it is cheaper. So this might be somewhere where you actually do a small bit of testing when it comes to retargeting on YouTube. If you are going to use the skippable in-stream, you have the opportunity then to choose your keywords, your topics, your placements. The things I would exclude are here. As I said, always this video is in the description, so you can just copy and paste these in. What these are basically you excluding your videos from the YouTube homepage, any placement that falls beyond YouTube, so somewhere in the display network, and then also your mobile apps. So you don't want to be showing on like gaming apps, really low quality placement. So excluding those will just give you a level of efficiency that you wouldn't get from keeping them included in your campaign. And then you're using target cost per view bidding. Generally, we set this up in the region of 10 to 30 cent. But again, that varies widely per niche and how much you're paying for your cold audience, and also then what audience it is you're retargeting. So generally, I find the more narrow the audience it is we're retargeting, so say an add to cart audience, as opposed to a whole website visitor list, the more expensive our CPMs will be, which means the more expensive our CPV will be, meaning that we need to let CPV breathe a little. Now, again, always the approach you can take here is err on the higher side and refine with time when it learns. But again, this is our general approach to retargeting. Some people don't opt for any retargeting on YouTube. That's fine. They let Meta do most of the work on that. But we do like a low level of spend on retargeting. If especially you are spending a lot of money on a cold audience kind of prospecting campaign on YouTube, it's always worth adding an extra layer into your funnel for that. The three things that the brands that are actually succeeding on YouTube right now are doing are they are proving their creative first on Meta. So everything is being tested on Meta. We know it's successful before we move it across to YouTube. So we're not testing creative on YouTube. Big no-no. The second thing then, and something I haven't touched on at all in the video, is that YouTube is being layered on an already functional shopping and search bedrock. So all your prospecting, shopping campaigns, your branded search, everything like that is all nailed, all dialed in before you add a layer of YouTube on top. And the last thing then, I think I've gone through exhaustively about how important it is to know your target audience, because that will determine how well you can create those custom segments. So the brands that are doing really well know exactly who their audience is and exactly what they're doing pre-purchase, what they're searching for, what websites they're on, what their behaviors are like. And because of that, then they can get their targeting so much more effective from the get-go, meaning that they're way more efficient and the algorithm learns way quicker. So their results are night and day versus those that are looking at broad targeting or don't know or just guessing. We never run things like in-market segments, affinity audiences. They don't work in our experience. You need to dial in your targeting. This might change. YouTube might go down the same route as Meta in that broad targeting becomes part and parcel of how you set up your campaigns. That right now is not the case. So there you have it. Everything you need to know to run profitable YouTube ad campaigns for your direct-to-consumer brand. So if you're looking for the guide, it's pinned in the description below. You can also access it here by clicking through our newsletter and signing up. As I said, you'll get free weekly guides and everything like that. If you need more help, if you want to discuss YouTube ads, if you think now could be the right time, but you're not really sure if you want to go it alone and you're looking for a little bit of help there, well then book in a quick chat with me. Again, my link will be in the description. We can discuss if it is a good time for a business and if YouTube is a good fit for your business. If so, I can kind of outline what it looks like for us to manage that for you. So that wraps up everything in this comprehensive guide to Google Ads for D2C brands. By now, you've seen the exact strategies that we use at Vulcan Digital to generate over $50 million in new customer acquisition, scale brands from the 7 to 8 figures and beyond, and turn Google into the most reliable sales channel in the mix. You've now got the tools, the frameworks, the SOPs to build campaigns that actually scale without relying on hacks
or hoping Meta stays steady. But as you already know, results don't just come from watching a course. They come from taking action. So now it's on you. Go test, implement and refine, and make Google a predictable and profitable part of your acquisition stack. If you found this video useful, subscribing is the best way to keep learning. And if you're a brand owner that wants us to help you with Google Ads, then click the link in the description below and we can have a one-on-one chat about how we can make that happen. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you at the next one.